attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close
house.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome, trainers. We are here in Louisville, Kentucky for day 2 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships. My name's Caleb Pang. I'm joined by Tuo Butters. We have some incredible action coming to you all very soon.
I've heard some debate about this, and I'm just going to say it. This is the most stacked Top Cut Championship Sunday ever. But I have a feeling this is what it's going to be a lot in the 2025 season. So let's look at that North American regional schedule. Of course, we have an international championship up next in Sao Paulo, and then Sacramento right after it to round out this iteration of that max out meta.
And we have a whole bunch of regional tournaments in North America as well as across the world after Sacramento as well. And of course, we got London for the Europe International Championships and New Orleans for the North America International Championships. All this leads to World Championships in Anaheim, California.
And if you're trying to stack up some championship points this season, this is exactly how you do it. First place with that 350. And of course, a new way to qualify this season. You need to be top 75 in the North American region unless you win a championship like here in Louisville or get top 4 in an international championship.
And of course, we have a couple, at least one European player here at Louisville and a couple from LATAM as well. So top 50 in those respective regions too. So a lot of players trying to get as many points as they can early on and throughout the season. Here's our top 16 for North America so far. We see Elite leading the charge there, Val Ash number 2, and a bunch of other trainers here. And I think at least half of these players in that top 8 are here in Louisville, and a couple of them in that top 16 as well. So this leaderboard is bound to shift after today.
Yeah, and it's important to be on this. Let's look at that European leaderboard as well. There's only been one tournament so far, Dortmund, and that was the champion right there on top, Kazim. And then we have Tomahawk UK, who's actually coming in on the loser side of the bracket here in Louisville. Also participated in Baltimore as well, so really trying to get to the top of that leaderboard in Europe.
I think after this tournament he will be too, because he got some points making top 16. But you know he's going for more as well. Here are already worlds qualified players. We got Yekai, the reigning world champion, as well as the other top 4 players from World Championships. Inadequates, Marto Galde, and Beelzeboy have already qualified. And of course, we got Wadaj winning the first regional of the season, just like last season, to qualify for North America. And we have Kasim in Europe. And then Elandias Harjev, one of the most impressive feats, winning the first Latin America regional 3 years straight. Incredible stuff. He's like, hey, I'm going to World Championships no matter what, and he's going to kick it off, right?
And a shout out to Marto Galde, who also won a special event in Lima, but he already qualified from the World Championships last season, so you can't put him twice, but he did qualify this season that way. Very impressive.
That's right. 2-time qualifier there, too. So a lot of reasons to attend as many of these tournaments as possible. But speaking of tournaments, we had incredible action on day number 1 here in Louisville, Kentucky.
One of my favorite picks right here, Caleb. This is a Shadow Dong fan from Khaleesi Fitzy, almost getting through It's Axen's entire team. He was not ready for those mud slaps once they got ramped up by the Trailblaze and just doing so much damage in this matchup. It's Axen was able to come out on top, but it was really close. Shadow Dong fan almost did it for Khaleesi Fitzy.
Yeah, Yeah, she had actually one of the most impressive, unique, and awesome teams I've seen. Speaking of awesome, I mean, this is a star-studded matchup. Lyle Jeffs versus S. James P, 2 regional champions from last season. 2-time regional champion Lyle Jeffs, and he's showing why he's the 2-time champion from last season. Going for the Sludge Wave, the resistant move that is that's still going to do more damage than Brian. A huge calculated play and winning with just 1 HP there to get himself in day number 2.
Almost every single trainer there would throw the brine, but that was a big brain play, and Pranav able to take this frenzy play. But the thing is, he's running a non-Shadow for Alligator. Shadow for Alligator probably would have been knocked out in this situation beforehand and able to get to that Ice Beam. This was one of the most hype matchups. He took a Hydro Pump earlier in the first set of this series, and he's able to take it 2-1 reverse sweeping with the Shadow for Alligator, the bulk on that, the Hydro Cannons, and the pop-off. Pranav is pumped.
Yeah, I mean, I would be pumped after that one too. I believe he lost round 1 of the tournament. He had to fight through a long losers bracket to make it that far, and he is here today in that top 16, and he's trying to make it all the way.
All right, let's look at some of our MVP picks for day number 1. I had It's Axen with the Malamar. Malamar is really, really strong in this meta. I think it is the best Pokemon in this meta, but Lyle Jeff is making a case for Shadow Kanto Marowak because his Get Ready MVP was putting on a show in day number 1.
Yeah, not everyone even has access to that Shadow Marowak, so if you have it, you gotta use it like Lyle Jeffs. You got Soph putting on Elum with the Shadow Alone Sandslash, looking really, really strong, especially the Shadow variant over the non-Shadow variant. And I gotta put down Balk, you know? Clodsire, a lot of people thought was going to be the top meta Pokemon of this season, and it was, and then now it wasn't, but I feel like it's still going to put on a show today.
It's a Saturday hero because it was number 2 in usage day number 1. Let's see where it is in day number 2 in our top 16. It has dropped all the way to be tied with Ariados and Dunsparce in between 9 and 11 there. Dunsparce was number 1 in day number 1, and now it has dropped all the way to number 11. I've never seen top usage Pokemon fall off so hard in one day.
Yeah, the drop-off must be studied carefully here, but you were talking about Malamar being good, and it has almost a 70% usage on day number 2, top 12. I mean, it looked amazing in day number 1 on our stage matches, but I wasn't sure, you know, maybe off stream it wasn't doing as well, but no, it seemed like it was doing well off stream as well. So Malamar might be the new MVP pick.
Yeah, it's so strong in this meta, and a lot of these trainers on that winner's side of the bracket do have that Malamar. Let's see the matchups early on. We got Gordon the Flash versus Lyle Jeff. Gordon the Flash was the runner-up at the challenge in here on Friday in Louisville, facing Lyle Jeff, who of course was all over the graphic of winners last season, winning 2 out of 3 tournaments in North America. But what I'm most excited for, Caleb, is this Rise to Occasion Arrow matchup. Arrow using a ridiculous team in Rise to Occasion brings the spice and has a very unique team here in Louisville.
Yeah, I got a fun fact for you too. Between Elum, Trent, and Arrow, none of them have won a regional championship, but they've been to a combined 5 grand finals. So you know, between the 3 of them, they are probably the most hungry for this first ever regional title.
Oh, that is a great point. I mean, especially in a top cut like this, because you see on the loser side of the bracket, we have 2 regional champions going against each other, S. James P versus Out of Pocket. Then we have Tomahawk UK, a runner-up, versus Pranav, who's gotten top 4, I believe, in the past. Then we have Dunebug, a 3-time, wait, hold up, 4-time, as Trent would say, or Soph would correct Trent, 4-time regional champion Dunebug, and then of course Nighttime Clasher, who has won a European event as well.
Yeah, let's not forget too, Richie has won a regional himself, and he's definitely looking to take on the Titan in Dunebug. So incredible action, not only on the winner side, but the loser side as well. So you don't want to miss a minute of today's action.
And who will join Wadaj here on Championship Sunday in Louisville? Because of course, Wadaj for 2 seasons straight is going to be your first regional champion, but who do you think it's going to be, Caleb? Who are you picking?
I mean, look, if you look at last season's graphic, there's a lot of Lyle Jeffs and Dunebug on that graphic, and they're both here today in that top 16, but I think the other 14 players want to rewrite history there.
I'm picking It's Axen because I'm usually always wrong day number 1. That was my day number 1 pick, so I'm doubling down. It's Axen, gonna win it all here in Louisville.
Oh, that's a good prediction. I don't know. I think It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I'll go with Balk too. Balk is someone that I think the Clodstar pick could surprise people too, even though it's dropped off in usage a bit, but I think it's still really strong. And hey, he is the Milwaukee champion as well from 2 seasons ago.
The only Clodsire on the winner's side of the bracket, so that could be a huge advantage.
Right.
But we want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to be the Louisville champion? Of course, it's going to be #PlayPokemon on Twitter, /Pokemon on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. We want to know. There's so many names to choose from, so many regional champion, an international champion here as well, and out of pocket. So you can't go wrong with picking one of these trainers to win it all here in Louisville.
That's right. And make sure you follow us on YouTube and Twitch as well to tune into the live broadcast as well as the videos on demand. But that pretty much wraps it up for us. We got some incredible battles. So, Soph and Jim, let's kick it off.
Thanks so much, Caleb and Butters. Like you were saying, I think this is the most stacked top cut that we've ever had at a North American regional, maybe any regional ever. My name is Soph. I'm here joined by Wholesome. Wholesome, what do you think of this top cut?
Well, it's hard to identify underdogs here in this top cut because everyone just seems to have such a great chance at winning. When you look at all of the 16 battlers that are going to be competing here today, I think all but 3 have made a grand finals before. So 13 out of our 16 have that grand finals experience. And, you know, there's just so many good stories here. You know, trainers that have made second place before that now want to punch their ticket to finally be that grand champion. I cannot wait to see who's going to come out on top.
Absolutely, and we're going to start off with some of the matches on the winner side of the bracket where, as Caleb and Butters noted, all of those trainers have either won a tournament before or been to the grand finals. But before we get into some of these matches, let's take a look at the format.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
All right, there you have it. So again, a lot to look forward to here in this Championship Sunday here in Louisville, Kentucky. We're going to take a look at these prizes here as well, because not only can you lock in your ticket to participate in the Worlds Tournament, there's a lot at stake here for this particular tournament as well. First place taking home that prize of $2,500, second place $2,000. I believe the cash prizes start at that top 8. So even for these trainers that are here in the winner's side of the bracket, they're really trying to win this first matchup so they can lock in the cash.
Absolutely. So remember, those trainers on the winner's side are already at least in the top 12. They're going to need to win at least 1 match to get into the money there. As for trainers in the loser side of the bracket, I think they have to win twice to enter that top 8. And by the way, it's not just these cash prizes. If you look at those championship points that Caleb and Butters talked about, there's actually a huge jump in what you earn going from the top 16 to the top 8.
Yeah, I think at the booster packs, we can't forget those as well. It's certainly a nice little value associated with those as well. But let's start off with our winner side of the bracket. We'll look at our pairings. We're going to be starting off with Gordon the Flash versus Lyle Jeffs the third, followed by It's Axen versus Balk, Trent versus Elum, and then a battle of teammates, Rise to Occasion versus Arrow. We saw Arrow with a very spicy team, and we talked about how great Rise's Shadow Drapion was, but really needs to watch out for that Guzzlord on the side of Arrow.
That's right. Arrow seems to have basically just brought a team of 6 different core breakers, hoping that at least one of them is going to become very annoying for the opponent. And, you know, it worked out for him day 1, right? We'll see if he can pull it off versus Rise as well.
Yeah, I talked to him actually a little bit earlier before the tournament started, and he's feeling very confident. So I'm looking forward to seeing that matchup as well. But I think we're going to be starting off here with Gordon the Flash versus Lyle. And, you know, we saw a lot of Lyle action on stream earlier in Saturday action. And one one of the Pokemon that really stood out to me, it's my MVP pick, is that Shadow Kanto Marowak, and I can't wait to see how it matches up versus Gordon the Flash. Specifically, what's really interesting for these two trainers is that I believe they have 5 out of the 6 same Pokemon, so a lot of similarities between their teams, but the one standout is going to be that Marowak on Lyle's side versus Gordon's team, which actually has the Arctivax.
That's right. I think there's actually a lot of flexible play here for both sides. You mentioned 5 out of the 6 Pokemon on both teams are actually mirrored, so I think everything has a lot of play into the other team, and I think we're going to take a look at the teams in just a second, but I took a little look earlier. I think there's going to be a lot of play from Pokemon like Azumarill, Dugong, and Toxapex, and like you mentioned, we might see Pokemon like the Kanto Marowak or Arctivax come into play as well.
Well, Soph, I was actually talking with Tomahawk UK earlier this morning, ran into him in the hotel lobby, and I was just chatting with him about our current meta. And one of the things that stands out to me most in this meta versus previous season's meta is it just seems that there is more flexibility in general because there's fewer of those matchups that are so bait dependent, that have a high delta between the bait charged attack and then the hard-hitting charged attack. For instance, you look at things like Wall Rain or Galarian Stunfisk, where you have that Rock Slide versus Earthquake, Icicle Spear versus Earthquake. Sometimes matchups are simply determined by who gets a successful bait and who doesn't. In today's meta, it seems like there's a much lower delta between some of those different types of charge attacks, provides a little bit more consistency, but also flexibility at the same time.
I think that's a great point. Like you said, Wall Rain, you know, Icicle Spear versus Earthquake, that's a huge delta. But think about Pokemon like Drapion, where of course one Poison Sting can often still make the difference. For example, think about the matchup against Feraligatr, where that matchup could be bait dependent. But other than that, you know, it's basically within 1 or 2 fast attacks.
For those of you looking on stream here, I do want to clarify that is the Shadow Kanto Marowak, not the Shadow Alolan Marowak, there on the side of Lyle Jeffs. Going to be having that mono ground typing with access to, I think the only Pokemon with access to Stab, Bone Club, which is a really interesting move. Not only did Kanto Marowak get a buff to its Mud Slap fast attack, but also Bone Club got a rework as well, so it's going to be relatively quick charging and very hard hitting as well.
All right, well, these trainers did have all night to prepare. It's their first match of the day, and I think they're actually ready to get locked in right here.
All right, these trainers are locked in. We're going to be moving into our first matchup of Championship Sunday. Let's get the hype here, guys. It's going to be Gordon the Flash versus Lyle Jeffs. Battle of the Waters here, Dugong versus Azumarill.
All right, this is going to be a pretty slow matchup. Azumarill going to be going for those neutral play roughs. Dugong could go for the Icy Wind if it really wanted to, and actually it looks like Gordon is opting to go for the Icy Wind, which means that this play rough coming through is going to do just a little bit less damage, and Lyle might even consider switching out after this to clear that debuff.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you're thinking to yourself, okay, why are you throwing the Icy Wind here? Why does that make sense versus a water Pokemon? And actually, the Zero Shield matchup, throwing 2 Icy Winds followed by 2 Drill Runs, I believe, is going to be your most efficient pathways. But okay, actually, Lyle opting to swap out, bring in his own Dugong, does not want to stick around after the debuff. Gordon the Flash is going to be a little bit ahead on energy and will be able to get these Drill Runs off. I don't know if Gordon's going to end up sticking around in this matchup or trying to swap out to something as well.
Yeah, he might go into that Malamar, but looks like he's staying in for just a little while longer. Maybe he wants to absorb some energy first, but if you look at the teams of 6, remember we said they were very, very similar. And I think Dugong is actually pretty safe into both sides, so it's no surprise that we're seeing the mirror match on the screen play out.
Eventually, some of these trainers are going to start having to use shields, but when we're looking at Azumarill, Dugong, these are very bulky Pokemon. I think we're probably going to be seeing these shields saved for late game, especially potentially either the Malamar or the Shadow Drapion for Gordon the Flash.
That's right. I'd have to imagine that the Shadow Drapion is going to be absorbing most of the shields in this matchup for both of the players. Dual Run coming through from Lyle Jeffs, and this is going to be enough to threaten Gordon the Flash, so he's going to have to decide whether he wants to let this go or try to finish off this Dugong with one of his other 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, we do see the Protect Shield come out and actually a swap out. The challenges that you run into here for Gordon is that all this energy, Lyle was overfarming.
Huge call here.
Time. Yeah, actually, just this could have been a super effective Drill Run. It's just the Icy Wind, huge call.
Yeah, huge call, and Lyle actually brings in his own Drapion. The Azumarill would have walled the energy, but maybe recognizing that with the Icy Wind, the opposing Drapion is in Aqua Tail range pretty much. And with that debuff, the receiving Aqua Tail is going to do just a little bit less damage.
Yeah, I think we could have maybe seen a Drill Run plus a Bubble Down, but knowing that it did not land and it's just the Icy Wind instead, this now puts it in single Aqua Tail range after a couple Poison Stings as well. It's a safe play by Lyle for sure, but I would have liked to have seen the Drill Run there.
Yeah, he is farming up just a bit more energy. He actually did put up a shield on that debuffed Aqua Tail, a little bit interesting, but you know, maybe recognizing that this is going to be the more important Pokemon, maybe potentially worried about some fast attack pressure in the back as well if it could have been the Arctivax, but it's actually just going to be the Malamar.
Really only needs to watch out from a fast attack perspective. Those ice shards, the Psy waves, despite the poison typing, will be single resisted thanks to the dark sub typing as well. And with all this over farming that Lyle's been doing consistently throughout this game, he goes into this matchup already loaded with a crunch. Crunch going to do roughly 50% of Malamar's HP, and now we're going to be seeing a battle to the next charge attack. Lyle just going straight for the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, I mean, he has the almost full health Azumarill in the back right here, which is going to just wall all the energy from this Malamar. Malamar can sometimes run Hyper Beam, but it's not running it here at this tournament. And it looks like Lyle actually maybe tried to go for the catch there. Foul play coming through. I'm actually not sure if this is enough to take it out, but I think regardless, the Azumarill is probably going to be able to finish the job for Lyle here.
Yeah, it does not take out the Drapion, just left it with 1 HP, but that next ensuing Psy Wave was enough. Here comes the Azumarill, which will completely wall all of this energy from the Malamar. So Lyle, I think, does have a little bit of a team comp advantage simply with this Azumarill. Does get a full farm down, also has a shield advantage, just needs to land 1 play rough here. Despite having the energy on the Dugong, Lyle will be taking game number 1 versus Gordon Flash.
Yeah, like you said, a little bit of a team composition advantage here. Of course, the trainers come into the matchup with teams of 6 that look very, very similar. But Lyle kind of pulled the advantage. He had the Azumarill, and really on either side, the only counter for Azumarill is Toxapex. It didn't come for either side, so Azumarill was looking pretty strong.
And you know, you mentioned, okay, Lyle shielding that debuffed Aqua Tail on the Drapion. I think if he had taken that Aqua Tail, it would have put him in range maybe for a Psy Wave down by that Malamar. A little bit closer at least. Either way, I like the shield prioritization, but what really stood out to me there on Lyle, Lyle's game number 1, was how consistently he was over farming every single matchup, so that any sort of swap in that Gordon would have, he's immediately going to be able to either debuff you with an Icy Wind or throw energy to take you to half HP in the case of the Malamar. I just really, really like the way that he was playing that, specifically with his over farming.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like you said, over farming, I mean, well, one reason you might over farm is to try to throw off your opponent's counts, but when you're in a position against really talented trainers who are making the use of all of their options, you always want to over farm to make sure that if they are to bring in a Pokemon that you don't necessarily have an answer for, you have, you know, flexibility, right? You can throw a charge attack and leave, or you can just leave right away.
Specifically with Dugong, I think it's just so impactful because, just like you said, you can have that dynamic where, okay, I can just debuff you and then swap into something, and that's going to be that safe play that we saw for Lyle. And I do think that Lyle actually plays very safe and very consistent, really just waits for opportunities from his opponent to open the door through a mistake for him to capitalize. We saw here in game number 1, again, the Azumarill completely walling off all the energy from that Malamar, Gordon not even throwing the charged attack, and then it was just a little bit of HP left on that Dugong. Lyle, firm control in game number 1.
All right, well, Azumarill is pretty safe into both sides with the exception of the Toxapex. Obviously, Drapion does have these super effective poison stings, but do you expect to see either of the trainers bring Toxapex in an attempt to hard counter the Azumarill?
Yeah, that's a great question. You could see Gordon as the response to that Azumarill saying, hey, I'm going to bring that Toxapex. I actually think that Lyle might be 1 step ahead here, maybe bringing the Toxapex himself. But let's find out. Game number 2 here. This is in the winner's side still. It's the Azumarill versus Azumarill. We actually have a mirror team here, Soph.
Yeah, it's not just the mirror in the lead matchup, but also in the back as well. You also see the CP of both of these Azumarill are exactly 1499 CP. You have to wonder if they might even be running the same exact stat spreads.
It's possible. You know what? They're both from Canada, so maybe they actually caught the same one, Soph.
I think Canada's a pretty big country, but it is possible, Wholesome.
True. Well, this is going to be an extended matchup here. I'm not positive that we're going to see any swap outs, at least early on. We could see a swap in a little bit later, perhaps with a Drapion to try and go for one of the fast attack downs at low HP. But I think both of these trainers are going to be over farming on energy. Let's see if either of them want to throw right away. No.
Yeah, like you said, both of these trainers are pretty high level. They know that over farming is going to be important here. And actually, this is pretty interesting because a lot of the times when you see the Azumarill mirror play out, when you get to that 3rd play ref, you start to be in danger of getting bubbled down. But because of the flexibility of the backlines of both of these trainers, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone, like you said, Wholesome, just try to hard swap and start farming down.
Okay, well, again, both of these trainers have quite a bit of energy. Let's see if they throw on charge attack priority. Will both of them throw? Yes, indeed. And it looks like Gordon the Flash will be winning the charge attack priority. This play ref is enough to knock out. It sets up a very brutal farm down here. Lyle can bring in that Drapion and, oh, actually hangs on with 1 HP, it looks like, Soph.
Yeah, both of these Azumarill are looking pretty bulky, and because that was charge attack priority, I wonder if they're both actually going to be hanging on with 1 HP here.
Let's see.
Oh, and the hard swap from Lyle gets that poison sting down, so now he saved that Azumarill in the back, but he is locked in here.
Well, if you bring in your Dugong here, okay, well, that's great, but then Lyle ends up having his Dugong on on your own Dropion as well. So it's an interesting dynamic here. What I like from Lyle is that he actually now essentially creates a third shield for himself. He has a catch opportunity that he can use that Azumarill later on once Switch Clock is back up.
Yeah, and especially because of all these mirror matches, it might be a little bit even easier to predict when a catch is optimal here. Aqua Tail coming through, and I don't know, I think you have to give the advantage to Lyle. Lyle here, literally just because he is one Poison Sting ahead, he's basically just going to be one fast attack ahead on both of these mirror matches.
And the fact that these are not going to be charge attack priorities because he is that one Poison Sting ahead, it allows him to have the flexibility to wait one turn, which he did not do right here, and ends up throwing this resisted Aqua Tail into the Dugong. This is something that Gordon, this is a great play by Gordon. He really needs to come up with some sort of play that's going to put him in the driver's seat. I really like this this catch.
All right, well, Lyle is staying in here. He's throwing the Crunch. This is going to be doing more damage than anything that his own Dugong can do, so wouldn't be surprised to see him try to do as much damage with this Drapion as he can before switching out. Maybe just, oh, actually gets the defense fall. That could be huge as he goes into the mirror, and there he is. He switches in. I think they're actually a little bit desynced here, but Joel Run coming through from Gordon wants to deny that Ice Shard.
I think he was trying to catch an Icy Wind there, actually, knowing that an Icy Wind is enough to knock out. It's going to be the safer play to make. Did not throw, so I like the discipline there by Gordon the Flash. And yeah, I think you are in very close to single drill run range, but just classic Lyle Jess wanting to overfarm, make sure that, okay, if I do throw my energy here, that I'm not going to be at an energy disadvantage to anything coming back in. So I like the plays here from Lyle. Let's keep an eye on switch clocks, though. Lyle Jeff's switch clock will be coming up, and he has 2 Protect Shields. He's going to start needing to use them versus this Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, he saved the shields actually just for this Drapion, didn't shield against the opposing Dugong, and I like that play. Actually looked like there was a defense fall on the Dugong there, so Gordon the Flash is going to be shielding up this Icy Wind. I mean, if you're Lyle, you basically, what you need to do is you need to get rid of this Drapion, and then I think actually your own Drapion still has some energy. Oh, but a Crunch coming through here.
Yeah, a little bit more awkward to catch here, though, in a 2-turn versus 3-turn scenario. We saw the Drapion versus Drapion earlier, 2-turn versus 2-turn, so a little bit more flexible from a catch perspective here, but Lyle throwing on good timing. This is enough to knock out. Does Gordon want to try and get off one final Crunch to knock out this Dugong? Opts to let it go. He's going to put it all on his own Dugong. Doesn't have a ton of HP, but these Ice Shards are double resisted. He's also behind in energy, though, which is a little bit scary.
Yeah, I think the recipe for success for Gordon here is you want to build to 2 moves. Make sure that Lyle doesn't catch on the Azumarill. You need a Drill Run to knock this out, and then any charge attack to knock out the Drapion. Looks like he is going to shield up this Icy Wind, which I don't think would have taken it out, but maybe the fast attacks afterwards would have started threatening, and Lyle is building up here. He's stepping very close to the switch buttons, but Gordon actually able to throw this Drill Run, but I think Lyle still has enough energy on his own Drapion that he doesn't even need a catch.
And there is still a switch clock up as well, just if he did want to go for that. He has the Aqua Tail ready to go. He threw an Aqua Tail into the Dugong earlier. He's going to do it again this time. This one will knock out. Lyle Jeff's looking very strong here in game number 2, and he is currently 2-0 versus Gordon. Assuming this stands here, we are going to be seeing a clean 2-0 series sweep.
All right, well, Lyle taking the first match of the day there, going to be moving on to winners round 2. I believe he's secured his spot in the top 8 now, so you know he can rest easy knowing he's in the prize money there. Little handshake there with his fellow Canadian Gordon, and that's going to be a well-played series from both trainers. Again, lots of mirror matches, lots of over-farming, so I feel like those games really just came down to who swapped when.
Yeah, absolutely. And despite the catch that we saw from Gordon actually catching that Aqua Tail on his Dugong, still it was Lyle that came out on top, so I like the plays there by Lyle, and Lyle's just Mr. Consistency for me. Every, just textbook play, typically waiting turns. We didn't see it there on that catch, but we very regularly see him wait one turn when he's throwing his charge attacks, just so that he's not going to be throwing resisted energy. Taking a look back actually at this game number 2, we saw the Aqua Tails coming through, and I mean, this Drapion matchup is just Aqua Tail, Aqua Tail, Aqua Tail. You spam him out so quickly. This was actually game number 1. We didn't get to see a lot of great play from that Malamar, simply because it just got lined up versus that Azumarill, which is going to be walling all of that energy.
Yeah, we talked about the asymmetry between the teams of 6, and I think actually the Kanto Marowak, even though we didn't see it come onto the field, it's actually the difference here, because what we saw in the game 2, Lyle is perfectly comfortable just hard swapping his Drapion, and there's no hard answer on Gordon's team, right? Gordon, on the other hand, he can't do that because there's a chance that Lyle has brought his Kanto Marowak and can farm it down. And I think that Poison Sting and that hard swap is what ended up putting Lyle ahead.
Yeah, I think that bench pressure does just create that one additional risk where, hey, if I bring this in, it could translate just to an auto loss right away. So it's a little bit more risky there for Gordon. But yeah, game number 1 and game number 2 both looking very consistent, very, very safe for Lyle. And congratulations to him for locking in a spot in top 8.
That's right. As for Gordon, he's going to be heading down to the loser side of the bracket, but he's definitely still not out of it. I think we're going to be streaming those matches just a little bit later. But, Gordon's a very strong player. It's by no means his first top cut. Like we were saying, everyone in this top cut has an incredibly strong resume. So definitely don't count Gordon out yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking ahead, I believe that Gordon will be facing the winner of Pranav versus Tomahawk, which is also going to be a very interesting match as well. They have some similarities in their teams. But you know what? I do think that one of the most distinct teams, aside from maybe Arrow that we saw, is Tomahawk. We saw, I don't know that we actually got to see it in action, but Shadow Skarmory here in the 2025 season. So what's going on there?
I think he basically just, well, I don't want to give away too many of his secrets, but the way he built his team, he kind of tried to build it around one particular Pokemon that he wanted to make pretty safe, and Skarmory ended up being the Pokemon that kind of covered those weaknesses the best. So I think in reality, he's probably not going to be using it that much. Maybe it provides some bench pressure. Maybe it's going to deter people from using Pokemon like Superior a little bit. But I think in a vacuum, Skarmory, Shadow Skarmory, not going to be looking too strong.
Yeah, absolutely. It's wild, too, now that Sky Attack is the same energy as Brave, so just throw Brave in most cases.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to this next matchup here. It looks like we're going to be having It's Axen versus Balk. Balk having won a regional championship before. We have It's Axen, who has the trifecta of regional, IC, and Worlds as well. It's been a great story specifically for It's Axen here in this tournament. He has articulated that, you know, he's had his challenges, especially in the 2024 season after being the world champ in 2023, where he really struggled, he said, and didn't really get to have that highlight win that he was so accustomed to in the previous season. So the fact that he's already top cut here and having success and on the winner's side of the bracket, I think means a lot to him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see him kind of back in action, you know, back in the top where he might have been used to. But speaking of people at the top, we did just see Lyle win a match, also, of course, two-time regional champion. And I think we have an interview with him and Butters.
Thank you so much, Soph. Lyle, congratulations on your win. We said this earlier. We think it might be the most stacked top cut ever. How are you feeling about your chances going into day number 2?
Honestly, like, I feel pretty good, and my main goal was to just like get that top 8. Like, I wanted the top 8 so badly, so getting the one win just like relieves so much pressure off me, and I'm feeling like a lot more like relaxed and free now, I would say. So I'm actually like ready for the day, and I think I'm gonna do pretty well.
Speaking about putting on a lot of pressure, you're saying Shadow Drapion was putting a lot of pressure for your team, but I feel like you uniquely have a team that can counter the Shadow Drapion pressure and the poison pressure just in general. Do you feel like that was a big reason you constructed the team the way you did?
Yeah, like I knew there was going to be, I changed my team Friday because I knew there was going to be a lot of Toxapex usage in Drapion because in my opinion, Drapion is the best neutral pick in the meta. It's the most flexible dynamic pick. Up energy and shields, it can pretty much deal with anything. So I knew that I wanted to have pressure into that, which is why I decided to run the Marowak, the Kanto Marowak. And Dugong is sort of like my generalist to deal with Drapion when I'm a little not able to bring the Marowak as comfortably. And basically, that pressure helps me free up the Azu as well from opposing poison types.
In a heavy Malamar meta in Top Cut, how important is it to have a team that does free up your Azu?
Very important. Like, I'd say Azu, Drapion are like very key to like putting a stamp on like preventing the Malamar from popping off. You need to have that pressure, or else, because like if you're relying on Toxapex and stuff like that to deal with it, you're just going to be in trouble because they're going to shield their Malamar and they're going to put in so much work into your team. Even Drapion can be sus depending on energy and shields, but that's why you always want to play Drapion up energy if you can.
All right, fascinating stuff. Congratulations again, Lyle Jeffs, and back to you, Soph and Wholesome.
All right, thank you, Butters. Thank you, Lyle. You know, I actually talked to Lyle yesterday as well, and I mean, he mentioned this in his interview, but he really wanted to make top 8. He's had several tournaments where he enters in on the winner's side of the bracket and then goes 0-2 and just misses that top 8, which is, again, where the cash cutoff is. So it's not only about just, you know, the accolades, it's about those prizes as well. And look, if anyone can continue that momentum, it's absolutely Lyle. I'm just very impressed by his gameplay, really any tournament that I see him at.
Yeah, that's a great call out about the top 8 prizing, right? I mean, you also, this season, we adjusted the championship point cutoff, right? Or not cutoff, but the distribution of championship points. So now there's actually a huge gap between being top 12 and being top 8. And Lyle's already entered into that top 8 territory. I think he's going to be going home with at least 280 championship points already, which is great. And by the way, we're actually in the period right now where championship points count towards not only the Worlds invite, but also a travel award for EUIC. And given how few regionals we have in North America during the period, it's actually really crucial to be getting those championship points at these regionals.
Yeah, if you can fund your trip over to EUIC or to another tournament just by your winnings here, obviously that's a great way to go about it. We're moving over to the stage here, guys. We kind of mentioned this earlier, but it's Axen versus Balk. Looking forward to these two trainers. Yes, we have a couple similarities here, particularly with that Shadow for Alligator, but other than that, I mean, that's really going to be that's where it ends. We see some dark types. Yes, we have our Shadow Drapion versus the Mandibuzz, but one of the Pokemon that I feel like was, I think, the second most used Pokemon throughout all of our tournament circuit so far this season was Dunsparce, yet there were only 3 Dunsparce in all of our top 16 here today. In fact, we have one here on Balk's side as well. He did get great play out of it in Saturday. I'm wondering if he can translate that to great play here in Sunday as well.
That's right. And, you know, Dunsparce it's kind of interesting because it is pretty safe, but it doesn't really win things that dominantly, which could be what's contributing to the drop-off. But we're actually already getting into the first game here. Superior into Diggersby, familiar-looking matchup that we saw a couple times yesterday, and this is a nice matchup for Balk to start off with.
Well, we have a good gauge now for how much a Frenzy Plant does into a Diggersby, thanks to our final matchup from Saturday. Oh, what a long day it was yesterday. But here comes the Fire Punch right away. It's Axen wanting to just get some chip damage. Does have the flexibility to swap out, but realistically, the only Pokemon that's going to be a hard answer to the Superior is his Toxapex. He's been ABA weak to it and really doesn't want to swap in a Feraligatr down energy.
Yeah, I think he might be happy to just soft lose this and hope that his Shadow Feraligatr can take care of things the rest of the way. If you look at Balk's backline, he's got Clodsire and Dugong, and I think up 2 shields Feraligatr might be able to chew through those.
You know what I think is so great about Diggersby is just how consistent it is. With pretty good coverage, even in bad matchups versus a grass Pokemon or versus a fighter, in some situations it can really fight back here and might actually get to this Fire Punch. Yeah, forces Balk to throw another charged attack here, albeit just the aerial ace. He will go into this next matchup with some energy, but you know, this is not the worst case scenario, all things considered, for its Axen.
Yeah, nice counting from Balk there. I think he actually doesn't take the Frenzy Plant from the Superior.
Shocking.
And now Balk is able to bring in the Clodsire, which is really nice, but Axen bringing in the Feraligatr. Now, all of a sudden, he's actually up a couple of Shadow Claws versus Dugong, and he actually has Crunch for coverage.
We don't see Crunch very often. Typically, we're going to be seeing Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam on these, especially Shadow Feraligatrs, but with Crunch, it makes this matchup a lot nicer. Balk knows that he has Crunch, knows it's probably going to be the hardest hitting charge attack, knowing that or Sludge Wave wants to immediately shield probably the most likely Crunch at this point.
Yeah, I'm expecting 2 shields to come up here from its Axen, although this is actually just an Icy Wind, so nice anticipation for Balk there, maybe recognizing that its Axen recognizes just how valuable this Feraligatr is going to be.
Yeah, I think when you look at the total dynamics here, Toxapex versus Clodsire, not really the matchup that you want to have for its Axen, so just like you said, recognize that Shadow Feraligatr still has a lot of mileage and work that it needs to put in here between these last 2 Pokemon.
That's right. Looks like Balk is going straight for the drill run in this case. Its Axen is shielding it up again. Expect to see a little overfarm before maybe throwing another Crunch, unless Balk actually goes for the switch, but it doesn't look like he is. Probably just going to stay in with the Dugong and force the Feraligatr to throw energy.
Even after these debuffs, I think that this Dugong is certainly in Crunch range. I was going to say, maybe even a Hydro Cannon will be enough to knock out. Let's find out here. I think this is going to go unshielded by Balk. So, do you bring back in your Toxapex simply to clear the debuff, or do you just want to keep spamming out these Hydro Cannons?
Looks like its Axen is happy to just keep spamming them out. Actually gets the shield, even though this is probably going to be a very, very debuff to Hydro Cannon. And now I think if you're its Axen, you could just build up some energy and switch out. He just goes straight away into Toxapex, going to force the Clodsire to throw 2 Earthquakes to take him out.
So I think Axen had the Hydro Cannon stored, swapping out. I'm not positive, but I think he did. So I think if you're able to land 1 Brine here and then have your Hydro Cannon stored, this should be a good game for its Axen, but you do need to get to the Brine. There it is.
Yeah, and I think, just like you said, that's probably going to be the recipe for success for its Axen here. Brine coming through. Let's see how much damage this does. I think Hydro Cannon does just about 60% to Clodsire. That certainly looks like less than 60% to me at this point.
I think that Balk can overfarm all the way to 100 energy. Yep, now has the Earthquake stored. Should not be able to get this next charge attack off before its Axen, however, because he does have the Hydro Cannon stored. It's going to be very close whether this knocks out. Does not have it stored. It's going to be a charge attack priority, actually. Hydro Cannon should do enough here. Just below HP is this Clodsire. And assuming everything stands here, looks like that Axen will be taking this game number 1.
Yeah, that actually ended up pretty close.
Yeah.
I think maybe we both thought Feraligatr had a little bit more energy than it did, but I guess maybe its Axen was really looking ahead, right? He knows that Clodsire can't store a Earthquake plus Sludge Bomb, so he's like, oh, I can just be too short of the Hydro Cannon when I switch out.
You took the words out of my mouth there. Just like you said, understanding just the way that the energy stacks up versus his opponent, specifically for that Clodsire. Okay, you can't stack a Sludge Bomb with an Earthquake. You're going to need a minimum of 2 more Poison Stings. As long as you knock out my Pokemon and I am 2 fast attacks away, I'm going to pace at the exact same time to my Hydro Cannon, and I'll win that charge attack priority.
All right, well, pretty standard meta team from its Axen in this tournament. Of course, the main difference being this crunch for Alligator that we saw putting in a lot of work versus the Dugong. Even though it was debuffed from the Icy Wind, was able to close things out and sweep there. And, you know, it's actually kind of interesting because looking at Balk's team, there's, you know, 2 kind of hard answers for the Feraligatr. You see the Superior and the Mandibuzz, so a little bit risky to maybe put so much on the back of the Feraligatr.
You know, so a key moment that I want to make sure that we don't just gloss over was the Superior had that Frenzy Plant stored, if I'm not mistaken, did not throw it into the Toxapex. That Toxapex was very close to being in Frenzy Plant range, where 1 Earthquake would have knocked out instead, or after the Earthquake, you would have been able to farm down and actually go into that matchup versus the Feraligatr with the Sludge Bomb already loaded.
Yeah, it's actually a great point. I'm not really sure what happens to that Frenzy Plant, but a little bit unfortunate. You definitely want to get off 100 base damage whenever you can. Taking a look at these accomplishments, I mean, we've talked about its Axen so much. He's got that triple crown there, as well as numerous top 8s. Balk, of course, also has a regional championship of his own, but looks like we're already getting into this game too, Wholesome.
All right, game number 2. This is a best of 3 still here in Winners Round 1 on Championship Sunday. Toxapex going to be one of our bulkiest Pokemon, actually out-bulks this Mandibuzz. And speaking of out-bulking, this Mandibuzz actually is running the air/foul play combo. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, so a bit of an unconventional moveset. I'm curious how it's going to stack up versus this very, very bulky Toxapex.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Toxapex has the advantage here just because you're using better neutral attacks than air/and foul play, right? Poison Jab doing a decent amount of damage, generating some energy. Sludge Wave, a, you know, not outstanding, but also decently efficient move. You see that foul play landing. Toxapex is already still, you know, well, moving closer to 50% health now, while the Mandibuzz is already inching closer to 25%. Nice catch attempt by Balk, but now you've locked in the Clodsire against the Shadow Feraligatr from its Axen. Yeah,
and even being 1 fast attack behind, Axen swaps so quickly that he's able to get to this Hydro Cannon right as Balk is able to reach his charge attack as well. And with the pacing 5, 5, 5, 5 for Shadow Feraligatr, it is going to outpace the charge attacks of the Clodsire, which is 6, 6, 5 for its Sludge Bombs.
Yeah, the Poison Stings are definitely adding up on the Feraligatr. Then actually, Balk goes for a Sludge Bomb. I don't think this is enough to take it out, and its Axen definitely going to be able to reach 1 more Hydro Cannon. I'm not sure if you get Poison Stings down here if Balk decides to shield. It's actually quite close, so we're just going to have to see what Balk decides to do.
So
looks like he lets it go.
So that was a huge call. That could have been an Earthquake. Absolutely, it's Axen just letting it go through. I think that we're going to see the Poison Sting down here, though, and it's Axen unable to reach the next charge attack. Balk needing to use the Protect Shield, loaded on energy, and actually it's Axen unable to get that Poison Sting through. Don't think the 1 Poison Sting would have knocked out, but it's going to be correctly shielding this Earthquake. And for Balk, you need to get to another Earthquake. Actually just, immediately quick swaps back into the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, potentially not sure if he would survive the Poison Stings to get to that next Earthquake, so not going to take any chances. Like you said, just going straight into the Mandibuzz, you take the energy from Drapion very well, but now you're actually quite low, and an Aqua Tail is going to get close to knocking out the Mandibuzz. But first, Balk does get to unload all the energy.
Okay, well, keep in mind that Clodsire is still alive, right? So it's still going to be able to be used for a potential Protect Shield later on. I like this play, actually. You're going to be able to overfarm a decent amount of energy, and now this Mandibuzz is in brine range. So it's actually going to be coming out of this matchup with probably 40, maybe close to 50 energy, and Balk actually using the Protect Shield on a brine.
I know, Protect Shielding a Mandibuzz from a brine from Toxapex. Not something you see every day, but maybe lost count a little bit there. Axen actually able to reach a second brine, which means that the Mandibuzz doesn't get off that second charge attack, and now it's just going to be all on this Dugong. You know, it's not over yet. I think 1 drill run might be coming close to taking out the Toxapex, especially with these ice shards. So depending on how much energy its Axen has on the Drapion, there's definitely still a chance for Balk here.
Yeah, you are out of Sludge Wave range as this Dugong, so you need 2 charge attacks to knock out as its Axen. Recognizes that, and even if this wasn't, I think that could have been a safe Icy Wind. I think that you pretty much are forced to shield that, so maybe you would have liked to have seen that from Balk. But either way, its Axen now will have an undebuffed Sludge Wave coming through. Again, it is not enough to knock out, but it will do a decent chunk into that Dugong. You now need to land one of these crunches as well, and Balk a little bit slow there. I don't know if his switch clock was up, but you can see him trying to go for that switch to catch that crunch.
I don't actually think this takes out. Oh, it does take out the Dugong. I stand corrected. All right, now you have a very low health Clodsire, and you have a lot of energy, but actually about to get Poison Sting down, but Axen just going to throw the Aqua Tail, able to take another 2-0 sweep to advance to winners round 2.
Yeah, it's Axen looking very strong here in Championship Sunday. Day 2 treating him very well so far. Able to get his Shadow for Alligator aligned versus the Clodsire in consecutive games, which is exactly what you like to see. I love the call that we saw from It's Axen there. No shielding what could have been an Earthquake. It ended up just being a Sludge Bomb, and he was able to not win the matchup, but do a huge chunk into that Clodsire and put it in a position where the rest of his team could clean up.
Exactly. I think Balk didn't really get to use all the energy from the farm down on the Clodsire, right? We saw it go down at the end of game with a lot of energy, but I think throughout both of those games, It's Axen was able to use the Shadow for Alligator to put in a lot of work, not just against the Clodsire, but against the rest of the team as well.
So if we only saw 3 Clodsires in top 16, it's funny, all these Pokemon that only had 3 Pokemon, there was, in top 16, there was Dunsparce, there was Mandibuzz, there was Clodsire, all with 3, all on Balk's team. We did not see the Dunsparce there, but I just want to ask you, Clodsire was supposed to be that best Pokemon, yet we're only seeing 3 in top 16. Where do you think Clodsire is struggling here in this current meta?
I think it's just kind of struggling against the faster Pokemon, right? You see how quickly Feraligatr gets to Hydro Cannon. So even though, we talked about Feraligatr, Clodsire maybe being that standout core earlier on in the season, you can't really just ignore Feraligatr, right? We see here it's able to just shred through both a Dugong and a Clodsire pretty much. But with Clodsire, you have a lot more flexibility and play around it just because of how slow it is.
Look, I still think Clodsire is a great Pokemon, but just like you said, I think its biggest issue is pacing. That's why we're seeing so many people run Sludge Bomb. If you look at just from a coverage perspective, Earthquake Stone Edge is great coverage. Ground Rock typing, I talked about how much I like it on Marowak, but it's great on Clodsire as well. But pacing is just such an issue for it, and like you said, when you're getting into these 2-shield matchups, things like Drapion can just spam out Aqua Tails.
I think even though in this tournament we might not be seeing Clodsire have the most success, I think it's still pretty good in a vacuum. This might just have not been, kind of the right place, right time for Clodsire to shine, but down the line, I definitely don't expect it to just be going away.
Yeah, agreed. All right, I think that we are still getting set up here for our next battle. I don't know if we're standing by here with an interview, but I think we are. Let's go ahead and kick it over to the interview desk, and we have It's Axen standing by.
Thank you, Jim. I'm here with Axen right off his win 2-0 against Balk as well. How are you feeling after that one?
Honestly, the match was a little bit tricky. That Air Slash Mandibuzz was a very unique pick. I was a little bit worried because my Shadow Drapion was pretty good aside from that Mandibuzz for the most part. So playing around that was pretty tricky.
Yeah, definitely. That definitely swings that matchup more in favor of Mandibuzz for sure. But you seem like you're able to dance around it pretty well, especially with that Feraligatr too in back-to-back games, locking into that Clodsire. Now, you are moving forward to, I believe, the winner's semifinals against Lyle Jeffs as well. And you're saying this yesterday. You're like, hey, I want to win more this season too. And you're already on your way. What are you looking forward to in this next matchup? Because Lyle Jeffs is definitely not an easy opponent. You two have some history battling as well too, right?
Yeah, the first time I fought him ever was at NAIC, I believe 2023. He destroyed me there with Shadow Charizard. Then I fought him again at Worlds the year that I won. It was a very close match. I was just barely able to overcome it there. So it's going to be the best of 3. Who's going to win this one? Who's going to be the ultimate champion? I don't know. I hope it's me, but that Mud Slap Marowak is going to be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, definitely. We saw you all you face off against Shadow Domfan Mud Slapper yesterday. Is this the first Marowak you'll be facing?
Yeah, I fought a Gastrodon, I fought a Domfan. This is the first Marowak. So I know how to deal with Mud Slap, but it's going to be a very neutral game. I hope it's going to be a fun match against Lyle. And obviously, he's one of the best battlers in the world. He won 2 regionals last season. I won 0. So we'll see if I can change that this time.
Well, you did best them on that world stage, so, the bigger stage for sure. But this is still no small stage as well, so good luck to you on that one. And any final words you'd like to say before that battle starts momentarily in a little bit?
Just shout out to all the fans watching. Shout out to my mom for always supporting me here. My sister at home, if you're watching, hello. All my friends, all my teammates at Legend United. And yeah, I hope that we're going to put on a good show. All
right, sounds good. We're all looking forward to that grudge match, so back to you all, casters.
Thanks, Caleb. It's always great to hear from It's Axen, and great to hear that he's looking forward to that next matchup. We still have a couple of games left on the winner's side of the bracket in round 1 here, so we're going to take a look at those right after this short break.
Oh look, it's an Azumarill. Oh look, it's another Azumarill. Okay, I wasn't sure if you banked. Oh wait. Oh, I thought you took the one move, so I thought you were one from going down.
Locked in.
Going in. Good luck, have fun.
Good luck. GG.
Good game. Well played.
GG, man.
我的名字是叶凯，我来自香港。我的宝可梦属性应该是草系吧，因为我为人比较温和，然后有时候也会。
We see Yekai right here. He still has a smile. He has the confidence.
应该是在我小学的时候，那时候宝可梦Go 游戏刚推 A 出，然后我看案件 N 和我当时关系最要好的。我第一个比赛的印象是在 iSelf 第一次参加6选3的比赛，我感到非常紧张，然后也感到期待，因为可以通过这个比赛认识很多不同的朋友。我有在亚太区的线上比赛中达到决赛。Many people all know that I have an amazing performance in GBL, so this gives me a lot of confidence to participate in Worlds last year. But the fact that I got knocked out after 2 rounds really destroyed all my confidence, and I felt pretty upset about it.
Yekai going from last season's World Championships, not getting a single game win, to now.
我现在感觉非常的兴奋，还有紧张，还有开心，因很复杂的心情。我到现在还不能相信我赢的。我的偶像应该是来自日本的 Crescent Angels， 当时第一次看他在伦敦N 世界赛，在2022年的时候，我打出了非常好的成绩，得到了第3名。他的操作和心态都非常的完美以及从容自在。
He is your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Inadequates going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequates. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be Fire, because I like to play a little bit more aggressive to try and confuse my opponents with some of the playstyles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
But in comes Giratina. Inadequate says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the Go Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included Go in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in Liu, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just stopped at almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequates.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht Special Event.
It wins the MP! Marseille is your Special Event champion!
And also just playing at the World Championship, very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
And it looks like Inadequates is gonna take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion. It's Axen. He's a very humble, a very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the World Championships, and it has been very helpful to many new players.
Trial and error, just playing a lot, and eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your Giratina's on Lickitung, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win, but just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
Welcome Welcome back to the Louisville Regional, and you definitely cannot give up here, especially against this top competition. We saw It's Axen, a former world champion, move on with a clean victory. Of course, Lyle Jeff, a two-time regional champion just last season, also moving on with a 2-0.
Yeah, very impressive stuff, and that's a match that you do not want to miss. But you don't want to miss any of these matches because they're all incredible pairings here. We have Elum versus Trent coming up, and this is in our pre-show. We're talking about this. Two trainers that have made it to grand finals but have never won a championship yet. And they want to change that. Elum's made that grand finals twice, also got third place in Baltimore just a few weeks ago, and then Trent getting second place in Indianapolis from last season.
Yeah, in this bottom half of this winner's bracket, a lot of these trainers are hungry. Like you mentioned, Trent and Elum. Of course, Arrow as well, who has never had that regional championship, rise to occasion, the only trainer to win a regional championship every single season, but he hasn't won it this season yet, so trying to win that regional championship. And of course, I'm even hearing trainers from the loser side of the bracket just saying, like, got to get top 8, because there's championship points on the line, prizes on the line as well. But crucially, you want to get on that leaderboard, be top 75 at the end of the season. So the difference between getting top 8 and below that is huge. So like Inadequate said in that video, you never want to give up, and these trainers are wanting to move on, and that is Trent and Elum is going to be our next matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not just top 75 as well. We got a couple Latin players as well as Tomahawk UK from Europe as well, trying to get some points. I believe Tomahawk might be unofficially in that first place spot after his top 16 run, and he's continuing to move forward. He's still in this bracket so far, so trying to edge out all the other Europeans here playing in these NA tournaments. He's doing fantastic as well. Back-to-back top cuts in North America. But speaking of back-to-back top cuts, this is a back-to-back top cut for Elum as well, getting third place in Baltimore and looking to try to repeat some of that success and maybe do even better. I mean, he is on the winner side, so he has a lot of room for error and, you know, a couple more wins, and he's already in that top 3 spot again.
Let's head down to the stage. These players are ready, and the thing is for Elum, like you said, trying to improve on a really impressive performance. And then before that, actually, I believe he was top 4 at North American International Championships as well. So he's come big in these big stages at the regional championships and at an international level, and he thinks he has a decent matchup here. I was talking to him, and Trent, of course, was always leading the Toxapex yesterday, and then having the core of Shadow Kanto Marowak and Mandibuzz in the back. But I think Elum, with a night to think about it, has some ideas about how to take that down as we're getting locked in already to game number 1.
All right, and Elum is running the non-chow for Alligator, one of the few non-chow for Alligators, but I think it has a better matchup against Marowak because of it, because the Hydro Cannon hurts so much, but it could withstand the Mud Slap damage much better. And we see Trent instantly swapping over to that Dugong Say Swap. Not a clear answer for Elum on the back, and so he's going to just throw this crunch to soften it up, maybe get the debuff, but Trent is going to snuff this out and going to shield his first crunch. Do we get a debuff? No debuff, and in comes the non-chow for Alligator.
Yeah, actually going for Alligator instead of the Azumarill here. The Azumarill would have the bubbles resisted, but would have that neutral play rough, but decided to go for these neutral Shadow Claws and Hydro Cannon damage, but it's going to be really hard to chew through this Dugong as a non-Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah, but at the same time, too, that Jerwin did less than half of the health bar of that non-chow for Alligator. So on the flip side, too, it's not the best matchup for Trent either. However, Dugong is one of the bulkiest Wukong. Going to grab a shield back from Elum. So on one shield apiece on both ends, this is Azumarill definitely wants to stay far and away from that Toxapex. But looking at the moveset of Trent's Clodsire, it's also a Sludge Bomb Clodsire. So this Azumarill, unfortunately, doesn't have a lot of places to go. Obviously, it's going to be much better to Clodsire, though, than Toxapex.
And Elum has already seen that Toxapex in the lead. It's going to throw on back-to-back here on charge attack priority to make sure to keep the alignment. But for Trent, like you mentioned, you have those 2 poison types to the back, so you will have coverage versus Azumarill, and honestly, your Clodsire up energy is going to be so strong against the Drapion and the Azumarill. So how do you leverage that situation? First, you're going to soak up all this energy against the Feraligatr.
Yeah, I don't know if Trent knows it yet, but he's actually in a really good position because this is just resist a Hydro Cannon. It's only going to tickle the Toxapex. And
and going for a Poison Sting down, and he gets a 3 Poison Sting advantage going into this Azumarill, and like you said, already has the Sludge Bomb. That was a huge play by Trent.
Yeah, and this is going to be massive. Trent with the energy energy lead already in a positive matchup. Sludge Bomb Clodstar makes this matchup so much more difficult for Azumarill, even though it has a super effective Ice Beam. Ice Beam is non-stab as well, and you can see the second Sludge Bomb reach. This might even just KO the Azumarill.
I think it will barely endure to get off this Ice Beam, but just barely. But this is actually even better because now you get this Poison Sting down to start ramping up energy and actually protecting the Ice Beam, thinking that the Ice Beam is going to do more damage than Aqua Tail would do. So deciding to make that decision as you go for the Poison Sting down and secure the Poison Sting down. This is so tough for Elum, but remember, you do have the Feraligatr to try to make a swap out. It's going to be the bait. Trent's going for it. Does Elum try to make a huge call on this bait Sludge Bomb? And he shields it last second.
Last second shield, dude. That's such a tough call because Elum essentially has no health left on this Feraligatr. He knows Trent's already ahead on energy. It's such a risky bait, but he can still catch his energy on the low health Feraligatr. Does he pull the trigger or not?
Oh, and the swap.
Actually, the swap comes in from the Toxapex instead, maybe expecting the swap from Elum, but Elum stays vigilant, stays in this matchup. Crunch coming through, and there might be a potential debuff. This is not the easiest match for Toxapex, but it has
the debuff!
Debuff comes through.
Going for the Sludge Bomb once again, just like he did yesterday, but I don't know. This is going to be resistant. I don't think this is going to be enough, but you need to come out with a Crunch and an Aqua Tail because you need to be able to Aqua Tail because the Clodsire has the Sludge Bomb. Can you get there? Do you have the double? I think Elum has the double.
Yeah, Elum might have that Aqua Tail too. Trent trying to take a page out of Lao Jeff's book, but unfortunately, the health on that Drapion's just a little too high here.
Charge attack priority.
Priority Aqua Tail gonna finish off this Clodsire. Elum, even after shielding a Sludge Bomb, able to come away with a victory. Drapion closing out for him.
Shadow Drapion maybe will take Malamar's Reign as the top Pokemon. Lyle Jeffs in his interview was talking about how flexible, how strong it is in this meta, and you see it right there. Just be able to be patient enough in that end game to, even though you got baited, you just have so much pressure with your super effective Aqua Tail in the Clodsire, and then you have enough bulk to even take a Sludge Wave from that Toxapex. It is resisted, but you can take the Brine as well, finish it off, get the 2 charge attacks. Well played by Elum there.
Yeah, this is a tricky situation there for Trent because essentially Clodsire is one of the bulkiest Pokemon, right? So it's going to lose charge attack priority against a lot of Pokemon. So whenever you leave with energy on it, but you're in KO range from 1 charge attack, it's so risky because there's a chance you never get that move off. It's exactly what we saw in the end there. So all that stored energy Trent left with on that Clodsire essentially just went to waste because he didn't throw it earlier.
Yeah, because he was scared of getting swapped on by the Feraligatr. Like you mentioned, he had the Quake. He could have just thrown the Quake and then got the knockout into the Drapion because Elum wasn't throwing the Aqua Tail because he was expecting the swap from Trent. In this exact situation, he was expecting that swap from Trent. Trent did swap, and that played in the Elum's favor. If Trent made the other decision, throw the Earthquake, maybe he would have won that game.
I mean, if you look at the health on that Drapion on the end, you couldn't even throw the Sludge Bomb, and it would have been enough, right?
Yeah.
So definitely some adjustments that Trent probably wants to make after that first game. I think overall, though, that first probably 80%, 75% of the game, Trent played beautifully, right? But it was just that end game there, Elum just executing one step ahead of Trent to come away with a narrow victory.
And how do you deal with this Shadow Drapion double water? Do you bring the Mandibuzz? Because the Mandibuzz is going to have a lot of play versus Feraligatr and that Shadow Drapion. But if you line it up versus the Azumarill, you are in trouble as we get into game number 2 here. Both these trainers want to stay on this winner side of the bracket. We got the Feraligatr lead into Dugong. We don't usually see this matchup with the non-Shadow Feraligatr.
Definitely a good matchup for Trent to be in because he'd rather have this here than it being on the Clodsire. However, Clodsire doesn't have a lot of clear answers and places to go either because Malamar's going to win that matchup, and then Drapion, that Aqua Tail spam is so annoying, and without Stone Edge, baiting with Sludge Bomb is so risky too because you're just throwing resisted damage rather than neutral, where the Stone Edge could at least do something there. So it's going to be a dicey situation for Trent in that Clodsire in the back. We'll see how he plays around this matchup. As you can see here, with the Ice Shard damage adding up, that Drone will bring the Feraligatr into the yellow, below 50% HP. Let's see what Elum does here. I mean, you can't really catch. I guess you could potentially catch on the Malamar, but catching on here is not going to be the worst case situation for Trent. So he's going to just throw on great timing here.
I mean,
if a catch is possible.
A soft lock cross seems perfect for Elum. Oh, I actually decided to throw up the Protect Shield. I was going to say maybe you just side wave down with your Malamar. Both these trainers made the adjustment to bring the Malamar, but deciding to try to just bank up a ton of energy, thinking his Hydro Cannon will be useful in the back line, and he's correct, because it's either going to be super effective versus Clodsire, or Malamar doesn't really want to take a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this actually sets up Trent for a much better situation in this back-end matchup. He knows that Elum's at the double Hydro Cannon, so not going to shield the first one on the Dugong. Going to actually
see a pivot
the
here,
Hydro Cannon here.
There's the pivot.
All right, and we'll see how that goes. Drapion comes in here. Now, this is going to be interesting because if he... Oh, Elum going straight for the Aqua Tail 2 to put Trent in a really tough position. Trent knows the Aqua Tail. Does he spend a shield?
He shields it. Does he hang on? He does hang on.
All right, and then he goes for the superpower. Now, this superpower is interesting, right? Because, yes, it's going to chip down the health of the Drapion, but at the end of the day, you don't put it in Sludge Bomb range. Well, maybe. You might be actually in Sludge Bomb range. I'm actually not sure. Sludge Bomb actually might be just enough here, too, so it might be a really good play from Trent. Yeah, just going straight for a Sludge Bomb. It is resistant, but with that superpower damage...
no shield.
Oh,
this is so bad because Trent doesn't know the Malamar is in the back. He doesn't think he has fast attack pressure incoming, but the thing is, if you just let this go for Elum, you could just come in with the side waves. He's thinking about it. I'm gonna let it go. Like, I'm gonna just start side waving through this. I might even not throw another charge attack. I think I can win this with fast attack pressure here, and Trent is maybe regretting not putting up a shield because these side waves are chunking.
They are chunking. Clodsire also one of the bulkiest Pokemon as well, so if anything can withstand super effective side waves, it's going to be the Clodsire. This is going to be pretty big, but you still have to get to 2 more Sludge Bombs. Can you do it, or can you go for the fast attack down instead if you're Trent as well? I don't think he's going to be adding enough. However, Elum is going to throw moves.
He just lets it go.
He lets it go.
He knows no matter what, he's probably going to get side wave down, because even if you throw another Sludge Bomb, it's going to get Protect shielded there. So the fast attack pressure from Elum and Malamar makes quick work of Trent, and Elum takes it 2-0.
Wow, really quick work in that final game from Elum to recognize his win condition, saying, you know what, hey, if you're going to let the Aqua Tail go, I'll just side wave you down, and that's exactly what he ended up doing. He actually did end up throwing a move there, maybe realizing that he could actually get to 3 moves anyway, but either way, very dominant performance from Elum, and I guess it's true what they say, right? Clodsire kind of fallen off a little bit, and the better poison type is probably Drapion or any other poison type, really.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen both the Clodsires that were in the winner side of Top Cut already go down to the loser side. So there was only Balk and Trent that had the Clodsire on this winner side. They both lost, and they both used the Clodsire. But it does seem like it has a lot of potential, but Shadow Drapion just has so much flexibility, and then Toxapex is a better answer to protect yourself from Azumarill, which I believe Trent thought Azumarill was in the back from Elum there, and that's why he no Protect shielded the Aqua Tail, because he thought he would rather Protect shield Ice Beams than Protect shield that Aqua Tail.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible it could have been even a Alolan Sandslash in the back too, which would really been disastrous for Trent, but unfortunately just too many answers to this Clodsire on Elum's team, right? He just had really great answers in the Frowlier, the Malamar, and the Drapion was not even that great for Trent to deal with here. And we can see in this first game too, Trent quick on the swap there to really put him ahead, getting this incredible farm down, but just a little bit unfortunate on the end game execution here, and Elum able to take a mile off of that situation.
Even though Elum is not running the Shadow Feraligatr, this trio of Feraligatr, Shadow Drapion, and Malamar is really tough to deal with, because throughout the game, all 3 of those Pokemon can start getting an energy advantage and start closing out games. I mean, I know doesn't seem like there are hard closers in this meta like there have been in the past, but the flexibility and the adjustability of these closers are so strong in this meta, and Elum is one of the few teams that has 3 of them. So I feel like it really puts a lot of pressure on the opponents, especially an opponent like Trent that likes to play a little bit more in this meta with the Bulk.
That's right, and funny enough, this was actually a rematch from the Indianapolis Regional, and they both made Top Cut there, and I believe this was somewhere around the 4th and 5th place placement match, and Elum actually took the loss 1-2 against Trent in that one. So Elum probably feeling good about evening up that scorecard for sure, but Trent's not out of it yet. He'll be moving down to the loser's bracket, still has a chance to make it all the way back into that grand finals.
Speaking of that loser's bracket, of course, round number 1 of that loser's bracket did happen off stream, so let's get caught up here. Out of Pocket got a 2-1 victory versus S. James P. Tomahawk UK 2-0s Pranav. Richie, actually 2-0s Dunebug. Dunebug has been eliminated from Louisville, and then Nighttime Clasher with a 2-0, eliminating August as well.
Yeah, so a lot of 2-0s there. 2-1 in S. James and Pocket. That would have been an incredible match to see, but unfortunately, we don't have time to showcase all of them. We have incredible matches still on stage coming up. But yeah, a big upset, Richie versus Doombug as well. But Richie, he's like, hey, don't forget about me. I'm a regional champion as well. I might have 4 rings to my name, but I got at least 1 and looking to add 1 more here. And we have Rise Occasion versus Arrow coming up. Literally 2 O's all the way across the board except for the 1. Yeah.
There's been 7 series so far, and there's only been 1 victory from the loser's side. Otherwise, there was 6 2-0s and then a 2-1 in that 7th series. So I think this is sometimes what you see going into beginning of day number 2, because all these trainers have been thinking about this matchup since last night. They've been scrimming, so they have a ton of preparation, and now they're going to be facing these opponents that they're not as prepared for. Talking about preparation, how do you even prepare for what Arrow is running? Because this is just ridiculous.
Well, okay, I gotta say, if anyone is ready for an Arrow team, it's probably Rise Occasion. These two are locals. They play in local tournaments together all the time, and I believe Arrow's told me, you know, privately that he's probably taken a lot more wins off of Rise in these local tournaments than he's lost to Rise. But, however, we're on the big stage here in Louisville, day number 2 on the winner's side, so things can change in that situation. Of course, if anything's going to change, it's going to be Arrow's team, too. I'm sure it's changed many times since the last time Rise has faced it, and these two Texas locals are going to be squaring off. You can see a little friendly fist bump here. But yeah, Wild Team, Shadow Drapion, Dunsparce, Diggersby, Azumarill, Ariados in Talonflame for Rise Occasion. Arrow running Registeel, Superior, Galarian Moltres, Guzzlord, Shadow Quagsire, Typhlosion. I don't think there's any repeat on these teams. 12 unique Pokemon, kind of wild, but here we go. Ariados into Registeel, completely walled off matchup, and now comes the Quagsire into Diggersby. This matchup is actually not as good for the Quagsire as you would predict.
Yeah, and can you get that Scorching Sand debuff as well? It's 30% chance to get it. Takes the super effective Aqua Tail. The next Aqua Tail is pretty much going to knock out, plus the Mudshot damage. But if you get this debuff right here, I believe you can flip the Zero Protect Shield situation. Can you get the debuff if you Rise Occasion? No, he misses it.
No debuff, and I think he's going to let this next Aqua Tail go, recognizing that it's going to be a tough matchup to flip. And also, the more important thing is, this Registeel is a huge core breaker. It beats Ariados and has a lot of win conditions against the Dunsparce. One Focus Blast is going to do a ton of damage to this Dunsparce, even though it has the Drill Run. It's also non-stab Drill Run, too.
Well, actually, like you mentioned, this matchup is just not that bad. You could just win the Zeros without the debuff here, and then you swap in the Dunsparce, trying to get an energy advantage here, going to take some Aqua Tails in the process. But the tough part for Rise Occasion, you're not going to be able to roll out down this Quagsire, so you're going to have to give up some of this energy you're taking, and also take a lot of Aqua Tails at the same time, and then swap into Guzzlord to soak up this energy, save a little bit of the Quagsire.
This is going to be such a tough endgame for Rise Occasion because he doesn't have Switch advantage, and he swaps in his Dunsparce, which is the only real answer to the Registeel left, right? Diggersby has very little health. I don't think he'll get to another move, or definitely not a Scorching Sand at this point in time. And that being said, you have an Ariados in the back that, yes, has a shield advantage, but is only throwing resisted attacks at the Registeel. If Ariados can pull this win off, then I'm a believer.
That is why Arrow needed to save that Quagsire, because if it was just 2 shield versus 2 shield, Ariados versus Registeel, the Registeel would be stuck in these lunges, right? But now the Ariados has the opportunity, Arrow has the opportunity with Registeel to swap out and clear those debuffs and throw a Zap Cannon that will hit harder, taking that Brutal Swing there to try to get the Poison Sting down. Can you get that full Poison Sting down before the next Brutal Swing? I believe Arrow's gonna gets the full Poison Sting down, because you know you're not threatened by lock-on damage anyway.
Generally speaking, yes, but there's not a ton of health on this Ariados left, so even lockout damage might start adding up here. I'd like the play from Rise Occasion to go for the Trailblaze instead of Lunge, right? Because the more important thing is, it doesn't matter if you debuff this Registeel, it's still going to one-shot you from this range, right?
Yeah.
So, and also,
double Trailblaze.
Yeah, on top of this, Arrow can clear the debuff. So throwing Lunge makes way less sense than Trailblaze. You're staying in Ariados regardless of what happens here, right? So you want to buff up this the damage on your own Ariados and have a chance to muscle through this resistant matchup.
And somehow you want to be able to take out this Quagsire. How are you going to do it? Because as soon as this Quagsire is unleashed, it has more health than the Ariados, it has more health than the Diggersby, and Mudshot does more damage in the max out update. You are triple buffed though, but these Poison Stings are going to be resisted. Looks like Arrow is just staying in with the Registeel. You're almost at your next Lunge, your next Trailblaze. It looks like it's going to be Charge Attack priority on the Lunge here. finally throwing the lunge, and now this is going to do more damage to the Trailblaze. Will this knock out? It is resisted. No, Registeel barely holds on.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a tough situation because, like you said, right, the Aeridos is not going to do a ton of damage resistant Poison Sting. However, it is triple buff. Let's see. Oh, and the Octio is going to be reached here. I think this is probably GG's here, but we'll see if the Diggersby can potentially quick attack down. There's no energy left on this Quagsire. It is only resistant or neutral one shot. No, just unfortunately not. Both throwing neutral stab attacks, but unfortunately Quagsire just has a little bit more health for that fast attack down. That was a really tough match for Rise Negation to begin with because that Registeel lead, maybe wasn't expecting it, but it is so strong. And, you know, Arrow was saying, hey, I feel like Registeel is making a comeback, and it really is. If you look into Rise Negation's team, it's good against the Azumarill, it's good against the Ariados, it's got play into the Dunsparce and the
Drapion as well.
Drapion, it's pretty solid there. And yeah, it has a losing matchup against Diggersby, but it has super effective Focus Blast. It has super effective Zap Cannon for the Talonflame too. Yes, Talonflame's not like amazing for the Registeel, but it's not terrible. And looking at the Talonflame as well, it's Brave Bird Fly, so you have resisted charge attacks for the Registeel even if you're in that situation. So you're probably gonna have this burner shield either way from the Zap Cannon.
And this Registeel was a last-minute decision for Arrow. Arrow didn't have it on his previous iterations of the team, and then he's just thinking, okay, I think Registeel is underrated right now. The Steel types in this poison meta have a lot of possibility, and in that instance, ABA weak to it, like you mentioned, wasn't really a good way to get out of it, but Keeley holding on to that Quagsire at low health was the win condition for Arrow. Well played, and now we're back into game number 2. There it is again, 2 games in a row. It is the Ariados into the Registeel in your ABA week. Once again, you have your Azumarill in the back, so there's nowhere to swap, but maybe this time he's gonna play out this lead matchup, going for the Trailblaze here, and he has a Azumarill for that Guzzlord in the back as soon as Registeel's out of the way.
Yeah, Rise maybe making the read that Arrow brought the same exact team back, which is exactly what happened, in that Azumarill is definitely going to be a core breaker in that back-end matchup. And he recognized, okay, I was ABA weak to this Registeel last time. It didn't really work out to swap to my only counter to it in that Diggersby. So this time around, he's saying, oh, I'm just going to sacrifice the Ariados, do as much damage as I can, and this damage is still valuable, right? Because Diggersby can't really one-shot the Registeel anyway, so you put it in Scorching Sand, maybe even Fire Punch range, and it won't be too bad, right? And you can see, too, no debuff. This Ariados, even though it's only resist attacks, is really starting to add up against this Registeel, and Arrow's starting to think, man, do I shield this or what? What's going on here?
Yeah, the problem is, if you get through this Registeel, it looks like Rise is going to be able to take 1 Zap Cannon. Ariados is actually a little bit more bulky. Oh, wait a second.
Shields.
Double shields, because if he thinks he gets alignment, if he thinks it's the same exact team, which it is from Arrow, Azumarill doesn't need any shields. And actually grabbing the debuff there from Arrow, and looks like he's going to try to reach for the lunge here to get out of range of the 3rd Zap Cannon, and Arrow puts up his first Protect Shield, but I like this choice. Can Registeel flip this, though? Gets the debuff. I think Ariados is actually going to win these 2s.
Yeah, because the debuff is crucial here, because now you might be able to survive the Zap Cannon. I think you most definitely survive it, and now you can grab the 2nd shield off Arrow or just win switch right then and there. Let's see what he does here. He doesn't want to give too much energy to the following Pokemon.
Ariados is going to get to the double
here and gets the Trailblaze off, and Arrow is going to shield. Wait,
is it in range of 1 lock-on? If it's in range of 1 lock-on, it will get knocked out, but can Ariados hang on for 1 lock-on? Yes!
Oh, I guess take it down.
Range. Now,
that's huge.
Now this looks like Diggersby is going to have to take a Focus Blast. Looks like Arrow wants to pivot instantly. What is Rise going to bring in here? Rise decides to bring in the Diggersby, has to take the Focus Blast, but it's all going to be up to a Azumarill in the back. It's not over for Rise, even though this was a disadvantage to take this Focus Blast, which only did half a Diggersby. Here comes the Quagsire. Looks like Rise is going to try to throw a Scorching Sand before he heads over to the Azumarill.
Yeah, and this Aqua Tail is going to connect on Diggersby. I don't think it's enough to KO. Getting this Scorching Sand is going to be pretty crucial, because Quagsire is kind of annoying for Azumarill takeout. It's not like a winning, necessarily always winning matchup for this Azumarill. Scorching Sand is going to soften up this Quagsire, especially if you debuff it. And you know Arrow can't swap to the Guzzlord. His Switch Timer's not up yet. No debuff coming through. You can see Quagsire trying to reach a Stone Edge, but if you can bubble this down, you're in the clear.
If you just knock this thing out, you're in the clear.
Yeah,
because one Play Rough will one-hit knock out the Guzzlord. Registeel is in range of bubbles. So I don't think there's a situation where Arrow can come back here. Here comes the Ice Beam to just make sure this Quagsire is out of the battle. And now all you need to do is land 1 Play Rough into that Guzzlord, and it is GG for game number 2.
All right, Arrow's got to make the catch of his career here. Can he do it? 3-turn to 3-turn move. You can much more easily pause here to avoid a catch. Let's see if Rise does it. He is going to pause and sees the Dragon Tail come through. Knows that there's no way Arrow can swap here. Double super effective play route coming through. One hit KO on the Guzzlord, and Reggie just doesn't have enough steam left here in the tank to take out the Zuma. And wow, what a game 2 match.
What an adjustment for Rise of the Occasion, bringing that Ariados in the lead and deciding to play it out, knowing that it's going to be the exact same line from Arrow. Like you mentioned, these competitors have a lot of battles in between them. So maybe Rise of Occasion made that informed decision that Arrow would run the same exact team. It just made the backline change. That Azumarill change won him the battle.
I mean, that battle is wild. All right, okay, so like I said before, right, I wasn't really much of an Ariados believer until I watched Rise play in day number 1. I'm definitely a believer in day number 2. The lead matchup was Ariados versus Reggie. Reggie resists all the attacks, the fast attack, the trailblaze, the lunge, and he almost took out the Registeel in the 2-shield scenario. Registeel had the double shield to maintain switch advantage in the situation. He was like 2 HP, 1 HP away. Literally 1 HP away from flipping this matchup. If the Ariados had literally 1 more HP, it survives the lock on, and it gets that Trailblaze off. Just absolutely nuts that that Spider can even make that matchup so close, shields up.
Yeah, a little bit more HP weighted maybe if you make it for the Registeel matchup, but people aren't making their Ariados.
No, definitely not.
For Registeel, but these trainers are locked into a decisive game number 3, 2 locals right now with a lot of history. Both of them want to win this game.
Goodness.
And Arrow is shaking his head because he's got the superior lead into the Diggersby. Once again, ABA weak. This feels like an Arrow line. This time, Rise of Occasion is the one that's ABA weak to something.
Yeah, Rise of Occasion can't catch a good leap to save himself here. I mean, it's tough, right? With that Registeel, you're leading the Diggersby to core break a potential Registeel lead, right? But at the same time, you're core broken by the superior lead, unfortunately. Fire Punch, though, did a decent amount of damage. I think Rise of Occasion is just going to let this go, try to sweep with the Zuma in the back end, or the Talonflame with energy. Second Fire Punch is going to come through. Now, this is kind of interesting. It's going to be pretty low. I think the Superior should be able to win this pretty handily, but Arrow can't really farm up too much here. Let's see if he can do it.
And he get the full farm down. It looks like he can get the full Vine Whip down, so even if you come in with Talonflame, you only take 1 attack because the Incinerate does come through. You do take the double resisted Frenzy Plant here, but now this Talonflame does have a 1 Incinerate advantage going into the Quagsire matchup that has to come in here. Arrow is looking at the team sheets like, what do I have to worry about in the back here? Coming in with that Quagsire, can you somehow flip this? You're almost in Aqua Tail range though, so this is gonna be so hard for Rise.
Yeah, this is actually going to be... This is actually not too bad for Rise. The energy lead is nice. He forces the first shield from Arrow. Now he swaps to the Zuma. He is up a shield, but in comes the Registeel. However, a few important factors here. 2 shields on the side of Rise Occasion. 50-second timer in this new season. I think he has a chance to swap back out to the Talonflame before Arrow actually lands a Zap Cannon on this Azumarill.
Exactly. In past seasons, you would be able to bait out the Registeel, get an Incinerate down, get that energy back up, kind of like a seesaw. Actually does let the Zap Cannon go. You can take 1 Zap Cannon in this matchup here, but you also can get back to your timer probably. You get the debuff, which of course was dropped in this season of the Max Out season. You're going to be able to throw this play rough, and as soon as you take a Zap Cannon, you're going to be knocked out. Do you ever shield the Zap Cannon?
No, I think the play Rise Occasion is actually going for is he's going to shield that Talonflame. He's going to put this in Incinerate range. He knows Arrow can't lock on this down. He has to commit the energy. He's probably going to let this go and just Incinerate all the way down. Now, the 50-second timer is...
already swap.
Yeah, the 50-second timer is going to punish Rise Occasion in this scenario, but he knows the Quagsire has energy, and in comes Arrow with this Quagsire. This is such a tough situation.
Oh, wait a second. No, that was good timing there. It looked like the Incinerate, but no, that was good time by Arrow. The thing is, Quagsire does pace slower now because a Mud Shot the energy was reduced, but can you get to the double fly before the triple Aqua Tail? You need 1 more Incinerate. Can Arrow get to another Aqua Tail in 2 Mud Shots? Is he 2 Mud Shots away from winning this battle? I don't think he's 2 Mud Shots away. It looks like the fly is registered.
No!
It looks like the fly is registered.
Wait,
and it looks like a no-shield here.
shield.
Arrow lets it go.
Wait,
He lets it go.
Yeah, because he's probably going to charge that priority against the Talonflame, I guess.
He's going to try to shield this, but the thing is, there is so much damage.
Oh my gosh, he gets a double fly! And he's asking too, he's like, are you at 2? And he's like, yeah, I think so. Let's see if he can hang on to 5. Resistant damage, but Talonflame does hit kind of hard, and it is stabbed. And I
you'd
think
have
this
to
might
take an
be it.
Incinerate after also because...
Well, no, he could just throw 3 lock-ons and throw, right?
Oh, true, he could
Yeah,
throw 3. But it doesn't matter because that's
Yeah.
a knockout. Rise to occasion comes back from some terrible leads to reverse sweep this series and move on the winner side of the bracket. Arrow moving down to that loser side. Those 2 locals are kind of talking it out how that could have gone differently, but looks like Rise to occasion takes it 2-1.
Yeah, that's it was an interesting endgame there for sure, because the Quagsire did have to move. However, Arrow, with his expert knowledge, knows that Quagsire is going to lose that charge attack priority against Talonflame. So he knew that even though he didn't have the Aqua Tail there, he couldn't get the Aqua Tail off before the second fly connects, and it would just been a wasted shield for that Quagsire. So instead, trying to go for the Zap Cannon on the Registeel. But what an incredible series from Riscation. This match is under review for now, so we'll see what happens here.
Okay, I know what happened.
Okay, break it down.
I was told that Quagsire missed a mud shot, and that would have been the triple Aqua Tail that Arrow was going for. So we don't know what's going to happen here. It looks like the judges are going to take care of it, but that was the infraction that Arrow is trying to review here in this game number 3.
For sure. Well, we have our expert judges here on site looking through the footage to make ssure that everything goes through. And you know, Riscation, a great player as well, recognizing how important that lost mud shot is, so he respects the review for sure. As we take a look at this replay as well, we can see that the fly is coming through, and
he gets 4.
Yeah.
He gets 4, right? That Quagsire looked like it got 4 mud shots, which you would, because 2 Incinerates were thrown, which is a... oh wait, but did he get the 5th? He needs the 5th. Yeah, okay, he needs the 5th because he didn't throw, so he should have gotten 5 mud shots there, right?
Well, okay, so if my math is correct, right?
Yeah.
Riscation throws 1 Incinerate, then throws a move. In that process, Arrow should have got 3 mud shots, right? Because it would be 6
but he
turns.
didn't throw a move. He did 2 Incinerates and then.
Okay, let's take a look at this actually.
Wait,
so here goes 1 Incinerate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He doesn't get the 5th, right?
Yeah.
He only gets
Wait,
4.
wait.
Wait, let's run it one more time. We're gonna count.
yeah. We got time. We got time. Let's roll it back. Let's roll it back. Yeah. Count with us.
Count in the chat. How many mud shots does he get?
Okay.
He enters with nothing.
Okay.
He's dry. 1.
Yep.
2. 3.
All right. Nice and slow for us.
4.
Can't mess this up.
5.
5.
He gets 5.
He gets 5.
He gets 5. So, that's how many you're but then
no, he should get
here,
6
so
though, right? He should get 6.
Because you throw on
He should
turn
get 6,
throw on turn 10.
Yep.
So there's 2 Incinerates, there are 2 attacks that are 5 turns.
Yes.
So 5 plus 2 is turn 10. Mudshot is 2 turns. So to match that, that's 5 mudshots, 10 and 10. You throw at the same time, you should get 1 more mudshot while your opponent throws a charge attack.
Yes.
You should get 6 mudshots.
Yes, because it took Rise Occasion 11 turns to throw the 2 Incinerates, 5 per Incinerate, and then 1 for the charge attack. Now, whenever you throw a charge attack, your opponent is, unless they're in the middle of their fast attack animation, is guaranteed to throw another full fast attack, because there's no way that the game could give you just 1 turn for your fast attack when it's not a 1-turn move, right?
Yeah.
So in that situation, it's 5 mud shots for the 2 Incinerates, and then when Rise spends the final turn to throw the charge attack, Arrow should have got a 6 mud shot.
Yes, and at the beginning, I thought Arrow was the one who actually threw the Aqua Tail. So in that situation, you would do 4 mud shots and then throw an Aqua Tail, because you would throw on turn 8 out of turn 10. But then, of course, it was Rise, the one actually throwing, and it looks like he got 5 instead of 6. And if he had that extra one, if we go back to the in-game, maybe it seems like you would have got to that Aqua Tail that would have knocked out the Talonflame in the in-game. But
yeah, 1 more mud shot would have meant that Arrow should have gotten to that Aqua Tail before the double fly was reached from Rise Occasion, right? So if Arrow throws on charge attack priority on the first fly, that's good for him. Or if he throws potentially before that first fly, before the back-to-back, he wins as well, right? But because he only got to Aqua Tail right when Rise Gation got to the double fly, that's where it put Arrow in a much trickier position, had to let the Quagsire go, and of course, could not survive the double fly on the Registeel.
Exactly. And that's what the judges are talking about right now. So they will make that decision, but we just wanted to review that footage. But what a series.
What a series.
This has been. I mean,
Rise Gation can't find a lead to save his life, but still able to potentially win 2 of them. And either way, make them really close, right? I think the first game was the only one where he was, you know, trying to figure it out a little bit and realize that, yeah, the best strategy is not to swap to my only counter Registeel. And then in games 2 and 3, just decide to sacrifice the lead there, recognize that he's going to lose the lead matchup either way. But Ariados putting it super close in that 2-shield situation against Registeel. And Diggersby too, still putting work into that Superior, recognizing that you can take a Frenzy Blade and get 2 Fire Punchers off. And then Arrow, yes, had a Frenzy Plan for the Talonflame, but that energy didn't really mean too much, right? It just meant that Rise Gation didn't win switch advantage, and it put Rise in a much more, you know, comfortable position in the late game.
Yeah, that Diggersby Talonflame core was just looking really good for Rise in these latter games. The problem is that Quagsire. That Quagsire is the thing that breaks up that Diggersby and Talonflame. We saw in the zero shield situation, the Diggersby and the Quagsire is not that bad, but what do you protect that core with? And Rise just couldn't catch any leads, but at least the one lead that's bad for Diggersby is literally the Superior. And then if you lose that lead like he did, at least you get an Incinerate down into that Superior and get a little bit of energy advantage, which in this game was really useful to winning the game. We don't know if it is a definite win yet, but he did win on stream initially. So he was able to manipulate even those negative matchups, losing 3 straight leads, 2 Ariadoses in the Registeel and then 1 Diggersby in the Superior, but somehow whittling around that.
Yeah, I mean, the even more crazy part of that is he not only did he lose 3 straight leads, he was also core broken by 3 straight leads. He was ABA weak to it, right? Yeah. So, like, typically, if you lose the lead, but you have 2 answers for that lead in the back, you can go ABB style, swap to one, then still have the second one to handle the lead later, even if you don't win switch advantage, or if you win switch advantage, even better. But unfortunately, Rise was caught in a terrible position where he's losing the lead and can't swap to anything logically because he's going to lose a back-end matchup too. So, as you saw in game 2 and 3, he just stayed in there to try to muscle through. Looks like, yeah.
And I don't think Rise would usually run ABA weak leads because I feel like he's informed by Arrow's decisions, because Arrow is a trainer that always seems to be running ABA teams, and he's like, okay, you're gonna run ABA, I will run ABA as well. Looks like we will have a rematch in game number 3.
Yeah, and you can see the players talking through, and I think based on our expert counting in slow motion, our analysis might have been what the judges came to as well, but we don't know for sure on that. But what they have ruled is a rematch for game number 3, which, you know, based on our mud shot counting, I think is the correct call. So before we go into game number 3, let's look at a recap of these talented trainers. We got the Los Angeles Regional Champion, the Knoxville Regional Champion, the Milwaukee Regional Champion for Rise Again, and second place finish at North American International Championships at Columbus. A very decorated veteran on that left-hand side. 3 championship titles from regionals and a second place at international. Arrow, though, also has quite the accomplishment as well. 2 finalists, 2 second place finishes in San Antonio and Fort Wayne, top 16 in Baltimore, most recently, actually, just, you know, a couple weeks ago, and then also top 16 at London EUIC Europe International Championships last season. So both trainers very accomplished, and you can tell from these battles too, right? They're super close, and no 2-0s here in this match.
And it always seems like Arrow is one of those trainers that shows up in the big moments, in these big tournaments. Right now, we think this could be the most stacked top cut ever. And of course, Arrow is on that winner's side of that bracket and just got a crucial rematch where he just got reverse swept, and now he has a chance of moving on this winner side of the bracket. How can Rise bounce back? It must be a roller coaster of emotions from, you know, winning, feeling relaxed, to then having the lock back in, and these trainers are literally locked back in for this decisive rematch of game number 3. Once again, it's the Ariados into the Registeel, but this is back to Rise's first game strategy. Say swapping the Diggersby, there is no Azumarill in the back.
And this was the game that Rise Again lost as well, pretty decisively to Arrow. Let's see if he can play it a little bit differently. He decided to run that game 1 line back again, and Arrow running the game 1 line back again too, which is definitely going to spell disaster Riscation because he's playing it out exactly the same way as he did game number 1. Let's see if he changes anything in particular. Do we get debuff? No debuff again, so it's deja vu, Butters.
You know, the only thing that I think might be different, I don't think Arrow will pivot. I don't think Arrow will pivot after winning lead. I think he will win lead with Quagsire, but I don't think he'll pivot because if he expects Azumarill in the back, he doesn't want to lose the alignment.
The thing is, it was actually Rise that pivoted last time.
No,
so he
the Quagsire pivoted out, and that's how Quagsire won the game in the end because he held on with this little health. He pivoted out just like this. He pivoted once again. He's not expecting the Azumarill in the back, and he is correct. There is no Azumarill in the back, but he pivoted into Registeel into this Ariados.
Wait, I thought Rise swapped first.
In the first matchup.
Yeah, he just did now too, the Ariados.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying in the beginning, Quagsire also pivoted, but I
see.
Arrow wouldn't do it, but he did it in this game because he is not afraid of the Azumarill in the back, and he's right. There is no Azumarill in the back.
There's no Azumarill for sure, but the thing is, you have the Quagsire, even if there's a Azumarill, for Arrow to kind of chip it down a little bit, especially with shields here. And you see Risation trying to rely on this Ariados. After seeing how game 2 went out, he's like, you know what? This Ariados can put in some work even into this Registeel. Goes for the Trailblaze first, now goes for the lunge. I like this sequence from Risation, right? Because he buffs his attack first, this lunge is going to do more damage, and you're still going to throw the lunge before the Zap Cannon comes through. And in comes Arrow, bring in the Quagsire, going for the Stone Edge. This is a huge call, and Risation going to shield us up. He's playing it differently than that first game. Can he find the win condition in this third, or technically fourth and final game potentially? Going for the lunge here against Arrow. Arrow knows he's going to get outpaced at this point before he gets another Stoner, so he's going to let this go.
Yeah, doesn't go for the Trailblaze, doesn't ramp himself up. Maybe thinking he's going to swap here, but he doesn't swap in time. Now the Zap Cannon that is not debuffed by lunge is going to be landing into the Ariados, so it looks like it's going to be all up to Dunsparce here because the Zap Cannon is going to knock out, so it's Dunsparce versus the world. But the thing is, you're down a Protect Shield here. Arrow has the Protect Shield and the Guzzlord in the back.
Yeah, and he still has a shield remaining. You see the fist pump as well, too. He's one Focus Blast and a couple Dragon Tails away for cleaning this up. Can you make a catch, maybe? But no, not able to. You know, he has patience. He's waiting for that roll to come through. He's ready for this Guzzlord to clean up here. Huge Focus Blast landing, super effective. Riscation knows this is a tough situation. Tries to swap to do something in the last second, but not able to do it. And Arrow getting the redemption he wanted in this rematch game, and he's going to move forward in this winner's bracket 2-1 against Rise to Occasion.
Arrow and the Guzzlord take down Rise to Occasion in that decisive game 4, because it was a rematch of game number 3. It was a mirror of game number 1, but this time Rise did not bring the Azumarill like he brought in game number 2 to win the game. If he had the Azumarill, Arrow would have actually been in a lot of trouble in that in-game because the Azumarill could have done a lot versus that Guzzlord, even down a shield.
Wild series there, Butters. What is the probability that you play not just 3, 4 games in your APA week, and all 4 of them for Rise to Occasion? He just could not find the lead he needed in those games, but still making them really close, finding win conditions here at various points, but just Ariados was just not enough. And I love the adjustment that Arrow made in this final game. This was, I think, game number 2. But in this final game, Arrow played it differently too. He said, you know what? I'm going to throw the Zap Cannon. I'm not going to shield the Registeel. You're going to shield. And I know at this point, Zap Cannon is not enough to KO you. So I'm going to clear the debuff, bring in Quagsire, throw the Stone Edge, grab the final shield, have the Zap Cannon to actually be able to one-shot the Ariados now that he's cleared the debuff. Really great place from Arrow. And I mean, in the end game, he was so far ahead at that point too, right? Really great maneuvering in that mid to late game, and then just, you know, having the focus spots. The Guzzler didn't really even need to do anything in that game for him.
Yeah, exactly. That's why game number 1 was actually so close, because that Registeel just stood in there and took so much of that damage and eventually took lunges, and Arrow just kept that Quagsire for the end game. But that pivot to then switch, throw the Stone Edge, clear the debuff, that was super impactful, and that was the reason Registeel was able to hold on to land that Focus Blast. And once that Focus Blast was landed, the game and the series was over. Arrow moving on, but of course, Rise Occasion not eliminated quite yet. He's going to be moving down to the loser side of the bracket.
Definitely, and you know, he's willing to battle through any gauntlet he can. And I feel bad for any of his opponents he's got to face, because that's a star-studded player you got to face off. But Arrow, with his unconventional wild team of Reggie Seal, he's got Typhlosion. I mean, Typhlosion's not even the spiciest thing out there. He's got Guzzlord. He's got all the random picks there, able to move forward in this winner's bracket. He'll be facing off against Elum in, I believe, the winner's semifinals down the road.
Well, what an epic win for Arrow. Let's hear from him himself. So let's go down to the floor with Sophia.
Thanks so much, Butters. I'm here with Arrow after an incredibly hard-fought series against Rise. Arrow, how are you feeling?
I feel really good. Brain's kind of moving a million miles a minute right now. Feels good to get that win. It was a hard fought, and I was glad to see Ariados in the lead 3 times into my Reggie.
Yeah, I think that was maybe fist bump number 19 of the stream or something, but...
I'm aiming for 100. 100, yeah. We're aiming for 100 today. Hopefully, the grand finals, I'll count them out, but we'll see.
All right, well, we need a lot more matches from you to get to 100. You mentioned that you're really happy to see Ariados in the lead. How do you feel like the Reggie performed for you in that series? I know we didn't get to see a lot of it yesterday.
So I think I talked a little bit with Tomahawk about this. Reggie was on my team for mainly day 2, because that's when the top of the meta tends to rise, and that's what I was targeting Reggie, bringing Reggie with. And versus Rise's team, I noticed that my Reggie could beat literally any of his Pokemon in the zeros. So I ran that line 3 times. I just did not think Rise had the ability to beat that line.
Well, it was a great meta read, and you know, we'll see how the rest of your day 2 matches pan out. I think you're actually up against Elum next in those winners round 2 matches. How are you feeling about that?
So the funny thing with me and Elum is we always end up in the same bracket and just never play. So I'm really excited to finally get to play him. He's one of my friends from a long time, and it'll be a lot of fun to play him up on stage. He's going to be quiet. I'm going to try to talk to him. It's not going to work, but it'll be fun.
All right, well, it's always fun for us to watch you. And then, you know, looking ahead just to the rest of the season, you've come really, really far at a lot of regionals. You've top cut in IC, you've top cut Worlds. What are your goals for the rest of the season?
So my current goal for this season, just as a starting goal, is to get the travel award for EUIC. I feel like that would help me throughout the entirety of the season. But goal is always to win a regional, and I feel like I have a good shot at that today.
All right, well, best of luck to you in this regional. And as for UIC, I mean, you've top cut both of these North American regionals, so I think you've got a good chance. Any last words, any shout outs you want to give before we let you go and prepare?
I got to make sure to give a huge shout out to Caboose. Came in clutch with a lot of different things, and all the scrims last night at the BTW house, which was the people I'm staying with, they helped me formulate that line versus Rise, and it seemed to work really well.
All right, well, thank you to all those people. Arrow, I think we're going to let you go and, you know, prepare for your next match. Caleb and Butters, back to you.
All right, thank you, Soph, and thank you, Arrow, for his excitement and all the fist bumps that are to come as well. I gotta say, too, you know, I feel like, me personally, I've always been a critic of Arrow's team. Sometimes, like, man, that's just not going to work. But regardless if you love or hate his teams, you got to give it up to him. He is probably the most successful trainer in running the weirdest stuff. And, like, he doesn't run the same weird stuff, right? Like, this is not like Valor Ash running Talonflame for, you know, 5 seasons straight. This is someone that's running a different, completely different team every single tournament from week to week. And he often makes, you know, quick work out of it and makes top cuts, numerous top cuts with it as well. So very impressive. It shows really the depth of knowledge on his, not only his matchup understanding, but also his boldness to even take risks and go for these, you know, very unique teams.
It's exactly that, because that's what we feel like, why isn't he changing? Because we see him in these tournaments, he's always changing his teams, but then there's often times where he keeps running the same ABA weak lines over and over again, and it's that stubbornness to be like, hey, Arrow, maybe flip it up a little bit, run an ABB. But in this situation, he kept with those same exact lines that Registeel lead because he believes in his lines. Yep. And when he believes in his lines, he thinks that is going to be his win condition to win the battle. And that's exactly how it worked out here today. So I actually have to give him credit for that stubbornness. Sometimes it feels frustrating that he doesn't change it up when his opponent found the answer. But when it's the flip side and when he's found the answer, it's really hard to deal with.
Definitely. I mean, I would say he's not even just stubborn, he's persistent, but he also demonstrates high IQ, right? As we saw in that final game, he played the same exact line into Rise Skasen, but he played it differently as well, adjusting to Rise's differences as well to, you know, just continue his advantages throughout. But enough about Arrow 2. We'll see more of him later on the broadcast. We got Gordon the Flash versus Nighttime Clasher here. This is losers round 2, so definitely an important matchup. Nighttime Clasher was able to defeat August off stream, so has already defeated one opponent today and looking for more in Louisville. And Nighttime Clasher, I believe, one of the highest championship points in the entire world, but definitely in North America as well last season, looking to continue that trend this season, maybe looking for another regional title as well. He has a regional title in Europe, not yet in North America, but he's looking to change that against Gordon Flash here too. Gordon Flash has made top cuts as well, hasn't gotten that regional title yet, but definitely looking forward to it here. And he's got that Arctibax, that spicy team. However, Nighttime Clasher, another Shadow Marowak user.
Yeah, Shadow Kanto Marowak has the Galarian Moltres as well, and this is not what you would see for Gordon the Flash to open this matchup. That Arctibax into the Azumarill, actually not pivoting out of it quite yet, maybe trying to bank up some energy and swap on a play rough here. Looks like if he tries to go for the swap, maybe will he go for it? There it is, trying to swap onto the Dugong, but Nighttime Clasher was patient with it, but then decided to throw the energy anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think softening up the Dugong is important for him because he doesn't have clearest answers in the back, right? Even Aridos might potentially have to shield in this situation if he comes in late. So wants to soften this up and put this potentially in this Trailblaze range. And now getting to this first Trailblaze, Gordon Flash going to have to let this go. And it's not going to take out the Dugong. It's going to put it quite low, though.
Yeah, and actually decided not to throw the Icy Wind when you could have thrown it. Decided to try to go for proper timing, but you would actually probably rather have that debuff with the Icy Wind instead of one Poison Sting extra that doesn't change a ton. Now this Aridos is going to be able to ramp up his attack to one stage once again because he ramped it up before, got debuff. Now he's at one stage attack boosted.
Yeah, he's back up there too. The Aridos, Arctibax has energy though, so I think Gordon Flash is going to overfarm a little bit. Great overfarm here to come away with some extra energy before throwing. Now the important factor is Zoomer doesn't really have any energy. I think he has one bubble extra worth of energy. It means that Arctibax at least has an energy advantage here, and now he's going to swap over to the Drapion. Drapion is actually a decent core breaker for this back-end matchup because it doesn't have Nighttime Clasher doesn't have the clearest answer, right? Toxapex is not amazing into the Drapion, only resists poison jabs, whereas Drapion is just getting so fast to these neutral crunches. And you can see too, not shielding a potential play rough. However, the Ice Beam still does a decent amount of damage, and what's more important is that as long as you can put this in Brine Rage, Nighttime Clasher might be in a good spot, but he is swapping in Toxapex into Drapion with a decent amount of energy.
Yeah, almost fully loaded. You might get to the triple crunch at the same time that this Toxapex gets to the brine, and that would be huge, especially if you get a debuff on this crunch. Can you land that debuff? No, doesn't get the debuff, and actually will get outpaced on that brine, so the brine is going to be coming through first. Now, how much energy can this Arctibax actually come out of this matchup? Can it ever? Actually, it looks like Gordon the Flash does go for the Protect Shield on the brine, trying to keep Drapion around, and then swapping into the Arctibax because the timers are misaligned, and able to throw this Dragon Claw and still hold on to a little bit of Drapion. Gordon the Flash is somehow not out of this.
Yeah, this is going to be a really clunky back-end matchup because the thing is, you have only resistant bubble, so obviously if you land a move, it's great. However, the Arctibax has a decent amount of energy. I gotta assume that Gordon Flash is probably going to shield here, trying to chip down this Azumarill somehow. He's trying to figure it out. You know, he's like, I don't really want to spend my final shield here, but I gotta do something because the Drapion doesn't have too much health left. If you can land a Avalanche, it's
oh, again, throwing it into two shields just like he did against Out of Pocket yesterday. Out of Pocket tried to call it. Nighttime Clasher is also, no, last second shield, and that was the right call because you protect shield on the Avalanche. I think you would have lost the game if you no protect shielded that Avalanche. He's going for the back-to-back. Can Nighttime Clasher call it 2 times in a row? He does!
Huge shields from Nighttime Clasher, but now swapping over to the Shadow Drapion, and the crunch is going to connect. The main important factor is, can Nighttime Clasher bubble this down? I don't think he can throw a move and get to a move on the Arctibax. He is in a tough position.
Oh, he's going to try to go for the jab down. No!
Oh, wait!
Can he get one more bubble? One more bubble?
He
no,
needs Aqua Tail! Oh, and Gordon Flash pulls out a miracle in the end here too. Really great management of energy. Going for the hard-hitting back-to-back Avalanche. grabs the shields from Nighttime Clasher and still finds a way to carry it with that Shadow Drop Beyond.
What a win from Gordon the Flash, leading the Artifacts into the Azumarill and just dancing around with that Artifacts over and over again. And guess what? Artifacts was the Pokemon that took both of the Protect Shields out of the game for Nighttime Clasher with the back-to-back avalanches, and then closing it out with the pivot from the Shadow Drapion. Because the timers were misaligned, Nighttime Clasher kept staying in with his Azumarill, as you can see here, staying in with your Azumarill, and then this pressure somehow between the Dragon Breath and the avalanches just got both the shields against the Fairy type.
I agree with you, Butters, right? Shadow Drapion, best poison type in this meta, maybe even best dark type in this meta as well. I mean, just look at how much work it put in for Gordon Flash. And I love his play there too, right, with Avalanche. Because he goes to the Avalanche, it's a win-win situation for him. He gets the 2 Avalanches, and you either shield them both if you're Nighttime Clasher, or you risk tanking a move that puts you in Dragon Breath / Poison Sting range. However, Gordon Flash, recognizing he had energy still on the Drapion, the moment he grabs the shield, you throw a Resistant Crunch. I mean, you're throwing only resistant moves at the Zero, but it's just adding up so fast. And here we see the Shadow Marowak into the Toxapex, one of the worst matchups Gordon Flash can ask for. And again, we see the Dewgong now into Aerials, but the difference here is that there is no play rough that landed on the Dewgong first. And you can see, just like last time too, Gordon Flash going to go for the good timing rather than throwing the Icy Wind right away.
But if this just plays out like last game where you kind of just do a little damage and then come out, it's going to be so tough to overcome because these are hard counters that you're going to be aligned into. You're going to be Toxapex into Shadow Kanto Marowak and then Artifax into Azumarill. You need to find some way to get around these matchups because if you're just locked into both of those matchups, and here it is, here's a Protect Shield from Dewgong to try to do exactly that, either get back to your timer or try to flip this in the ones.
I actually, looking back on it, I like the way that Gordon Flash is playing this matchup out because originally I'm thinking, why don't you just throw the Icy Wind before getting hit by a move? But the thing is, if he's going to shield a move, he's going to shield one that's on, you know, because he's going debuff after buff, so it's still going to be a regular hard-hitting Trailblaze anyway, right? So he's shielding the same amount of damage either way.
Wait a second, he's ramping up here instead of lunging. I think Gordon might be able to Ice Shard through. He's surprised too. Can he get the Ice Shard through? I think he gets it. And that was a crucial mistake. Nighttime Clasher could have lunged there. He could have lunged instead of ramping up with the Trailblaze. Now suddenly Gordon the Flash has Toxapex into Azumarill. That might just be over for Nighttime Clasher.
I mean, I think the Shadow Marowak is going to be pretty useful for the back end. It's going to have to carry Nighttime Clasher for sure. You definitely don't want to shield this Azumarill at this point in time. I don't think Nighttime Clasher is going to do it either. He's trying to think, man, what do I do? What's in the back here at this point too? Because he knows this Azumarill is going to be useless against Toxapex. I like the play. He's trying to swap over to the Marowak. Unfortunately, doesn't able to do it. But now he's going to strong pivot over here, and in comes the Artifact. Wait, hold on. This is weak to Rock Slide, and Rock Slide's going to one-shot it.
I don't know if it will. Rock Slide is so
it's
so weak now. You need to be able to get to this Dragon Claw because you need to be able to get a protection down. Can it knock out the Artifact?
Oh, not quite.
It can't. And the Dragon Claw is reached, and that is crucial for Gordon the Flash because he needs to get a protection. Nighttime Clasher's thinking about it. What will do more damage, a Dragon Claw or a Brine? I think a Brine will do more damage. So he lets it go. And now, can you get to the Bone Club and Mud Slap damage up? I think you actually get to double Bone Club. He throws the Bone Club on good timing. It all comes down to if he can get to double Bone Club here and be able to knock out. But remember, Azumarill is still around with so much health.
Oh my gosh, this Marowak has put it in work. This thing's ridiculous, and he gets to the back-to-back. Oh wait, not everything to do with the poison jab comes down. However, Azumarill has a ton of energy. You need to grab a shield and somehow get to the Sludge Wave. Nighttime Clash is going to shield up, knowing that the pacing on the Toxapex is still too slow. I don't think Gordon Flash can reach a Sludge Wave still. He's still a number of poison jabs off, but the play rough is going to come through. Resisted is coming through, but resistant damage might just be enough. And Nighttime Clasher even up the series, and he does. It's 1-1.
Wow, the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. I thought Nighttime Clasher made a crucial misplay by throwing the Trailblaze on his Ariados instead of the lunge, but deciding to get that shield advantage with the Shadow Kanto Marowak was a secret weapon there, able to take out the full health of the Toxapex enough to knock out with the play rough in the end and also take out the Artifax. Well played by Nighttime Clasher.
I mean, I think if he went for the lunge, that game would have been easier for him.
It would have been over.
But he just wants to flex how good Shadow Marowak is, and also great matchup understanding, right? He's like, you know what? This Dragon Claw, probably not going to take me out. I want to save the shield for the Brian or force him to try to poison jab me down. Save the shield for the Azumarill is fine too. And almost gets to the other Balk because he's going flash, not liking that damage.
Caleb, that's the strength of Mud Slap there. I thought there's no way if he doesn't get to the double Bone Club that he's going to put it low enough that Azumarill can take it out. But just with the Mud Slap damage, he was able to get it low enough because that thing just shrunk the Toxapex. That was insane. How little health did that Marowak have going into that matchup? It was like 15% health going into that matchup, and it almost knocked out an entire Toxapex at 15% health. Talk about a hard counter.
Look, I know Shadow Marowak wasn't very high in usage coming into Louisville day one. I think that might change for the next regional. I know our co-caster Zionic calls the Lola Marowak the GOAT, but this is the GOAT 2.0. The Kanto Marowak is here to play here and keeping Nighttime Clashers tournament dreams alive. It is 1-1. We're on game number 3. The winner will be knocked out of the tournament. Or sorry, the loser will be knocked out of the tournament. Winner will be moving forward. And we have the Malamar into Azumarill. Finally, Gordon Flash finding a good lead.
Oh, wait a second.
The Say Swap Gyarados looking kind of strong here.
Yeah, counter swapping Shadow Drapion at a Poison Sting disadvantage into an Gyarados is not necessarily going to work out for alignment here because now you've already debuffed the Shadow Drapion. You don't really care about this first attack. Never mind, Nighttime Clasher does care about that first attack. First attack is Protect Shielded because he knows he's going to get to another lunge before the next crunch is available. And suddenly, the Shadow Drapion is going to have to throw up a Protect Shield, but it can't get through the Gyarados.
I didn't even realize this until now because Nighttime Clashers won the past 2 leads in both games. But Say Swap Gyarados, Gordon Flash doesn't have an answer to. There's literally nothing I think that can muscle through this if Gyarados just Say Swaps and you come in on even energy with shields up. Nighttime Clasher has such an advantage in this situation. You can see to maximize and getting extra energy throwing when the Aqua Tail's reach so that he could at least throw on charge type priority. Gordon Flash not even throwing that Aqua Tail. And now Nighttime Clasher has flipped switch advantage and he's in a much better position. And also he still has energy on this Gyarados and the Gyarados going to continue to its onslaught on this Azumarill.
And he has his own Azumarill for Artifacts in the back line. And you throw
and
the
a Malamar too.
And a Malamar. And there is a 1 Protect Shield on Gordon the Flash, but this Artifact
oh my gosh, don't do it to him. He gets to another one. But Gordon Flash forced to throw the Ice Beam. He's like, I had enough of this damn spider. However, Nighttime Clasher has a full health Azumarill in the back. And of course, the Malamar to boots. And that superpower is going to do a ton of damage to this Artifacts.
Yeah, and this Artifact is going to see that backline pretty soon as you throw the Play Rough into the Azumarill. It's just going to be so tough. The Artifacts did do well in that game number 1 to get through an Azumarill, but with the Azumarill at full health, it's just not going to have any play. Malamar is in the back, and Nighttime Clasher was able to hard win this game with an Gyarados Say Swap. Like you said, no answer whatsoever, and Nighttime Clasher just has full control of this battle.
He's going to go for the bubble down too. Gordon Flash trying to do whatever he can to soften up this Azumarill. However, he knows what's waiting for him too. He's already seen the Malamar. And I mean, if Archibald can pull this one off, it's going to be a miracle. But actually letting the Play Rough go through, maybe expecting the Icing Bait, I'm not really sure. But that's going to be super effective damage. And now Malamar can just go straight for the side wave. And Nighttime Clasher finding a win condition here on the backs of the Gyarados. This spider is too good.
It really is. And Nighttime Clasher survives here in Louisville to move on to losers round number 3 and get closer and closer to that top 8. I believe he is almost there, or he might already have just secured that top 8 for Louisville. But what a run from Gordon the Flash with that Artifact from second place in the challenge on Friday to top cut on the winner's side to then almost beating Nighttime Clasher as well while losing 2 straight leads in a row. What a tournament performance from Gordon the Flash.
Yeah, that Gyarados, unfortunately, was just too tough for his team, right? And, you know, I mean, we saw Gyarados against a Registeel early in the Rise versus Arrow matchup, but when you don't have any answers, any real answer to Gyarados, it is way harder, especially Gyarados with the energy lead, right? It's say swapped in, and you don't really want to stay in with the Zoomer to chip it down, because then you just give Gyarados even more energy, right? So it's Gordon Flash was just unfortunately caught in a really tough position into a tough team composition as well.
Yeah, well, the thing I really like about Gyarados is it does really similar things to Shadow Drapion, but as you saw in that matchup, it can just beat Shadow Drapion. So it's doing the Shadow Drapion stuff, but then also you have the coverage of the Trailblaze to throw super effective charge attacks. Plus, if you get a head-on energy against a Shadow Drapion, it feels hopeless there. And Shadow Drapion was what Gordon the Flash was banking on throughout this entire series and the entire tournament run, and just couldn't do anything against that Safe Swap Gyarados, which was in every single battle for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher is coming from the loser side too, so he has a much longer road ahead of him, but he has the persistence to do it. And you can see this Gyarados almost get to another move here, and that Shadow Cancel Marowak clutching it in for him in game number 2 to close out that narrow match. And then, of course, game 3, it was all about the Gyarados. It was all about the safe swap Gyarados, and Nighttime Clasher was just pulling so far ahead at that point.
Well, that was too close for comfort. If Nighttime Clasher did throw that lunge into that Dugong, he would have not gotten Ice Sharded down, and then he would have won that game comfortably. Gordon the Flash almost won that game number 2, almost 2-0 Nighttime Clasher, but somehow he found his way back, and this is how he found his way back with this Pokemon right there. Artifacts was the spice pick for Gordon the Flash all tournament long, but this time we just got overwhelmed by the top 2 usage Pokemon in day number 2, which is Malamar and Azumarill.
That's right. I mean, I think we're not Nighttime Clasher. The Gyarados is still probably his MVP though in that specific series, but we're going to see more of that Gyarados coming up later in this tournament. We got some on Nighttime Clasher, some on Rise Occasion team as well, and honestly, it looks pretty good. It looked even good into that Drapion too. I mean, hey, maybe Drapion's not the best poison type, but I take it back.
Hey, well, it maybe isn't the best dark type then too, because Malamar is the best dark type. But
look,
man,
Drapion's your pick, not mine.
Hey,
I don't care, right? Like,
hey, these games have been absolutely fantastic. We are getting through this loser side of the bracket. We have a lot more to come. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back really soon.
Did you get a move? Nah. Okay. I missed a turn and I'm... Rude. My bad.
Hello Pokemon trainers, Homeslice Henry here to showcase the amazing moments from the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championship. With a massive meta update mere days before the competition, over 160 competitors descended onto the Baltimore Convention Center. The prize, becoming the first regional champion of the 2025 competitive season. Day 1 was action-packed. Seasoned competitors Arrow and Bopper blazed through the competition with Shadow Typhlosion, while newer competitor Murphy burned a path to Day 2 with Shadow Alolan Marowak. On Day 2, Elite made quick work of the winner's side of the bracket to earn a spot in Grand Finals thanks to his Shadow Machamp. His opponent, Wadaj, who he defeated 3-1 in the winners finals, went down 0-2 in the series, then proceeded to reverse sweep to force a bracket reset. In the bracket reset, it all came down to a decisive Game 5, where Wadaj was able to secure victory thanks to his trusty Clodsire.
Wadaj coming in, sludge bombing the Mandibus. He is your Baltimore Regional Champion!
Think you have what it takes to be the next regional champion? Head to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Playing Pokemon Blue, that was like a big part of like kind of growing up and getting introduced into the Pokemon world. I used to spend many hours playing that on long car rides. Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling, in Pokemon Go, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh regional finalist, NAIC top 8, which sent him to Worlds, where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and outplay them. My favorite moment from competitive play Pokemon history was actually the very first EUIC. Pokemon Go on that big stage was just sort of like eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship.
Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it!
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I've started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs, the community that I'm a part of. They're motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axen, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got into VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people, and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't played before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
Back everyone to Championship Sunday. Here we are making our way here through our loser side of the bracket now. We just wrapped up our winner side of the bracket. Wholesome underscore here, joined by Soph Toph. Soph, how are we feeling today so far after we've made our way through the first winners round? We still have this loser side, which could very easily be a winner's bracket in any other tournament.
Yeah, it's incredibly stacked. We were saying earlier, almost every trainer here has won a regional championship or made it to the grand finals before. And I think at this point in the tournament, there's, I believe, 11 trainers left. Every single one of them has won a regional or at least made the top 2 before.
Absolutely wild. Well, I think we did just see Nighttime Clasher, a former regional winner, have victory over Gordon the Flash in a very close matchup. It was actually very interesting to see some of those signature Pokemon like the Artibax versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but a Pokemon that I don't think has gotten enough attention that we're seeing a lot on display here has actually been the Ariados. We've seen it featured a lot early on here in Championship Sunday, but it's a Pokemon that actually benefited not from one, but from 2 buffs. Poison Sting for its fast attack, as well as Trailblaze for its charge attack. So talk a little bit about what makes it such a dynamic Pokemon.
Well, I mean, you said it right there. It has 2 incredibly fast charging attacks. Getting all that energy generation means you have a lot more options in terms of the typing effectiveness of what you get to throw. It also can either debuff the opponent or boost your own attack, and especially in matchups where the opponent doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure, you can really start spamming out those attacks. I think we saw Rise almost, 2 shields through a Registeel, even when all the attacks are resisted, right? So I think, Ariados is certainly very strong, but we have some really exciting matches to look forward to. I think we have Balk versus Richie on the stage. Again, 2 regional champions from the 2023 season, I believe. So, I'm definitely looking forward to that match as well.
Yeah, just peeping these teams. I think we actually already saw Balk a little bit earlier, but Richie actually running the team of Toxapex, Talonflame, Diggersby, Feraligatr, Superior, and Alolan Sandslash. Keep in mind, though, this is the non-shadow version of Alolan Sandslash. I think we're starting to see a little bit of a shift here with Sandslash, more towards the non-Shadow variant. Are there any matchups that stick out to you specifically for non-Shadow that are any better, or is this just something that we're thinking is a little bit of a coincidence?
I think it might be a little bit of a coincidence. Yes, you do live attacks like Fire Punch, Scorching Sands, Earthquake a little bit better than the Shadow variant, but I mean, overall you're doing less damage as well, so I'm not sure if it's a net gain necessarily.
Well, both of these trainers have a lot of experience, and actually experience in the North American circuit specifically. Richie, despite being from Mexico, has actually played quite a few tournaments here in the North American circuit. We're not waiting any longer here, though. We're going to be having a battle of the ground Pokemon. It's Balk versus Richie. Quagsire into Diggersby. Diggersby a positive matchup there, and actually this is going to bring out the Dugong from Balk, but it's going to be counter-swapped by Richie with his own Toxapex.
Toxapex is resisting all of these Ice Shards here, but you do take super effective damage from the Drill Run. You're just doing a little bit more consistent damage as a Toxapex in this case.
Yeah, Drill Run comes through, super effective damage, but you need 3 Drill Runs to knock out. Meanwhile, these Ice Shards are doing next to nothing from a fast attack pressure perspective. Richie already at this Sludge Wave here. This will do some nice neutral damage. Not going to be enough to knock out, but we'll put it in range where he's going to be able to either Poison Jab down, maybe invest a shield, or simply just go for a Brine a little bit later on.
Yeah, taking a look at the backlines, I'm liking how this matchup is looking for Richie. I think Dugong is one of Balk's strongest Pokemon, not just against the line of 3 that Richie brought, but against the entire line of 6. And, you know, once it's going to be pretty much neutralized by the Toxapex, I think either one of Richie's Pokemon have a lot of play versus the Feraligatr Clodsire core that we see from Balk.
You know, Brine may not have been enough there. I think that you actually did need to go for the Sludge Wave here, which is obviously way more than the remaining HP that's still left. But this does set up a huge farm down now for Balk without any residual energy on the side of Richie. Actually wants to get out of that matchup and bring in his own Feraligatr. This is Feraligatr on Feraligatr action here, but Richie is significantly behind in energy.
He is, but he did get a lot of Poison Jab damage, so he might be able to neutralize this Feraligatr with just 1 Hydro Cannon as opposed to 2. Oh, but he is actually getting very low, and Balk actually catches a Hydro Cannon on Clodsire earlier. I think we saw this a little bit earlier in Balk's match, you know, taking Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr, maybe getting like a lot of Poison Sting damage in return, but I actually think in this case, Richie's going to be able to reach another Hydro Cannon. Actually, he continues to farm, and Sludge Bomb coming through for Balk here. Richie actually lets it go.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised there. I would have liked to have seen a charge attack priority and take out this Clodsire. Maybe wants to try and go for a fast attack down, maybe try and catch a move on his own Toxapex a little bit later on. Switch Clock should be coming up here for Richie. I think Diggersby looks very strong, and that's exactly why Balk wanted to preserve that Shadow Feraligatr, knowing that he's going to need some answer to it. So I like the play by Balk.
Oh, actually a nice catch from Richie here, catches an entire Earthquake. That could actually be pretty decisive once this Toxapex goes down. Again, Diggersby has a lot of energy. You resist the Shadow Claws from Feraligatr, so that could be huge. Definitely have to throw a move at that Clodsire eventually, but Feraligatr coming back in, I think this is almost Scorching Sands range as well.
Yeah, this is definitely very close to Scorching Sands range, and you're in such a huge energy advantage now. You already have a second Scorching Sands ready to go, plus some residual energy. Balk gonna have to use both Protect Shields here. He needs to get to 3 Hydro Cannons. Remember, Richie still has both Protect Shields remaining. He's putting it all in on this Diggersby, and this Diggersby actually, I believe, still can hang on versus a Hydro Cannon as well if he really wants to no-shield, just like we're seeing.
I think he got the attack drop on that very first Scorching Sand, so definitely going to be able to take this Hydro Cannon. I mean, probably is the hardest hitting charge attack, but at this point he has 2 shields. It's looking fantastic for Richie here.
Yeah, everything going the way of Richie for sure, not only with the attack debuffs, but that huge energy advantage, the shield advantage as well, and that catch. I mean, everything that we're seeing from Richie is just absolutely amazing here. Game number 1, looking everything going in the direction of Richie.
Yeah, Feraligatr going to go down here. There is still just a little bit of a Clodsire in the back, but I think maybe just a Fire Punch is going to be enough to close it out for Richie here.
Yeah, so a tough lead matchup there for Balk for sure, right? He has his Clodsire lined up into Richie's Diggersby, so from the get-go things were pretty tough, but Richie making every single play along the way to ensure that he has a Game 1 victory and put him one game away from moving to the next round of losers.
That's right. As for Balk, he needs to win this next match, or you know, he's going to be sent home. We are on the losers' side of the bracket here in the double elimination tournament. You talked about that moment in the game where I think Richie let his Feraligatr go, maybe had the opportunity to throw the Hydro Cannon at the Clodsire. I think at that point, actually, Balk's Feraligatr was looking pretty threatening, so I wonder if Richie was, you know, maybe worried that if he threw energy there, his own Feraligatr would have gone farms down, and then maybe he actually would have gone swept, kind of the reverse of what we saw happen.
Well, Soph, I think what people see in Diggersby, I mentioned this earlier, is just consistency, even in bad matchups like something like a Feraligatr. Typically you can hang on versus one charge attack, and you can pressure a lot of damage with Scorching Sands. So whether it's going to be something like a Superior, whether it's going to be a Feraligatr, whether it's going to be a Fighter, Diggersby normally has some sort of play where it can make those matchups a lot more awkward. And Richie with an energy advantage, with a shield advantage, then also making this beautiful catch that we see on our screen right here. He did everything right.
Yeah, it looked like he did actually win by a pretty big margin at the end there, so not sure if the catch was necessary, but I mean, like, it definitely can't hurt, right? You go 65 energy down the drain, you get rid of your pretty much useless Toxapex at the end there. So really nice play from Richie. And just taking a look at these accomplishments, again, both of these trainers have won a regional championship in the past. Balk winning one of the last tournaments of the 2023 season in Milwaukee. He's had a couple of top cuts since then. And then in Charlotte, I think earlier in 2023, Richie was the victor.
Yeah, absolutely. Both very accomplished trainers on both sides. Richie bringing that core that we just see so regularly of Diggersby plus Toxapex. You can see Diggersby has some threats, particularly that of like Dugong, for instance. And you know what counters that very nicely was that Toxapex, able to get to both of those sludge waves. All right, well, hey, this is win or go home for Balk. Richie one game away from moving to the next round of the loser side of the bracket. However, he's going to have his Alolan Sandslash aligned here versus this Dugong. Doesn't really want to take these drill runs, but will be able to hang on no problem, at least from one.
Yeah, battle of the ice types here. I think, like you said, the drill runs are super effective coming from the Dugong. So I think Dugong does have a little bit of an advantage here, but again, looking at those backlines, I think Richie's Feraligatr, oh, he actually brings it right in to catch a drill run. This is actually going to do a decent chunk of damage. So I don't know. It's actually going to be tricky here. I wonder if Balk even comes in with his own Feraligatr.
Yeah, okay, that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. So despite being a little bit of an energy disadvantage, you have such an HP advantage as Balk's Feraligatr. I do like Richie throwing right away, making sure that Balk is not able to get to that first charge attack. Going to either lock in some significant damage or get this Protect Shield. Balk seeming to really want to protect this Feraligatr in both games using that first Protect Shield.
Well, in Richie's case, he actually adjusted and brought the Toxapex this game, which is going to be a great way to sponge the energy coming out of this Feraligatr matchup. He does let it go, and I expect him to just bring the Toxapex back in.
I think that Richie understands that Dugong is so likely, especially to be as an answer to his Diggersby. No Diggersby this time, which is very interesting. And I think that's also a great answer to Feraligatr as well. So just like you're saying, it's going to be that sponge for all this energy. You can tank 2 of these no problem. Might even be able to tank a 3rd one. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the full farm down. I think that he should be able to, though.
I think he should be able to, and I think that's what he's going to go for. He's probably not, not going to expend any shields here. Going to put all of it on the Alolan Sandslash. He still has 2 shields left, and does have a pretty nice matchup against the Clodsire. Can take an Earthquake because it's that non-shadow variant, and then you also resist the Ice Shards from Dugong. So it's really just going to be all about charge attacks in this endgame.
I think what's holding Toxapex back from being basically the best Pokemon in the meta is just how bad Brine is. You can see even super effective, it doesn't do really any damage there whatsoever. We're now going to be seeing the realignment of our lead matchup, which is going to be the battle of the Ice-type Pokemon. Their fast attacks are both double resisted. However, like you said, the Dugong will actually be doing super effective damage with its drill runs. Actually, Balk opting to go down 2 Protect Shields at this point.
Yeah, maybe realizing that this Dugong is his best way of getting rid of the Alolan Sandslash. Richie actually choosing to let this go. Remember, he doesn't have any fast attack pressure from Balk, or he doesn't feel any. So he can just save all of his shields for those Earthquakes coming through from Clodsire. Although at this point, I imagine that the Clodsire might just be going for Sludge Bombs.
Yeah, very important call out. So both of the both of the fast attacks from Balk's Pokemon are double resisted by this Alolan Sandslash and relatively bulky. They will add up over time though, so you have to be conscious of that. And now with your HP so low, it allows Balk to go for really any charge attack he wants, in which case it's going to be this debuffing Icy Wind charge attack.
Yeah, if you're Richie, actually you're getting pretty low here. I imagine what you want to do is land a charge attack, either of them, on the Clodsire, and then maybe reach a Brine with the Toxapex.
Yeah, I think that he may actually still have a Brine stored, if I'm not mistaken. It was close to 100 energy when he swapped out. He's 1 away. Here comes the Clodsire. How much energy did that Alolan Sandslash have? I don't think it exited with a charge attack.
I don't think it did either, but he probably wanted to clear the debuff. Brine coming through here, and actually, importantly, the Clodsire is out of Brine range here, so it can overfarm quite a bit before throwing an attack. Might even go for, oh, it's actually an Earthquake, but it's a charge attack priority.
Yeah, I think that for Richie, though, all you need to do is get to 1 charge attack on your Alolan Sandslash. You're not going to get poison stung down, and even if you come out of that matchup with 100 energy as Balk, you're not going to be able to outpace do 2 charge attacks. So we see the Alolan Sand Slash able to get to this drill run here. Richie throws his fist in the air here. He knows that he's going to be locking in a Game 2 victory. He won Game 1. This is going to be a clean 2-0 series sweep. Richie will be moving on to losers bracket round 3. That's going to be it for Balk, however.
All right, well, congratulations to Richie. Again, entered day 2 on the losers side of the bracket. Has already won multiple rounds. Here's some cheering in the crowd from all of his fans. Balk, on the other hand, like you said, is going to go home, but, you know, did come in on the winner's side, so he has a lot to be proud of already.
Yeah, absolutely. I think game number 1, honestly, was the most impressive game for me for Richie because he was just making every textbook play. He's making the catches, he's making the reads, he's prioritizing the Pokemon that he needs to prioritize. I think game 2 was a little bit closer there, and probably a tough lead, actually, if you think about it. Dugong into that Alolan Sand Slash. Yes, you do hang on versus 1 drill run, but a little bit better for that Dugong, I'd have to say.
Yeah, so this is a replay from game 1 again. Richie's able to kind of, you know, take control of the game with the Feraligatr, and then, you know, of course, eventually close out the game with Diggersby. I think in the game 2, you know, we eventually also saw him, you know, making use of the Feraligatr. He catches the drill run from Dugong onto his own Feraligatr, and that means that this Alolan Sand Slash has a much easier time cleaning up the Dugong in the end game.
Yeah, and I think that Richie always had a plan for that Shadow Feraligatr. Game number 1, it was the Diggersby, up energy, up shields. In game number 2, he was able to get tons of energy with the Toxapex. Toxapex, like you said, being one of those great answers to those water-type Pokemon. He got that full farm down in game number 2. And despite Brine not being the best charge attack, it did enough to get that Clodsire into range where the Alolan Sand Slash could just sweep the game, and game number 2 did, in fact, go to Richie.
Yeah, exactly. That was actually a really nice adjustment as well to bring the Toxapex into the game, right? He saw kind of just how scary the Shadow Feraligatr could have been in game 1. Of course, he did end up winning that, in part, I think, because he didn't let his own Feraligatr get farms down, but, you know, nice adjustment to bring an even harder counter to Feraligatr in that Toxapex in game 2.
It was a little surprising to me, actually, that he benched the Diggersby after game 1, considering how strong that it was. We were seeing it sweep almost the entire line, even in some of those bad matchups. But I love the Diggersby specifically because of its normal subtyping versus something like the Feraligatr. You're only relying on your charge attacks. The Shadow Claw damage is essentially moot on that Diggersby. So a little surprised that he benched it, but he adapted very, very well, especially with that Toxapex still being brought to counter the Feraligatr.
Yeah, he might have thought it was a little bit redundant because he did still have the Shadow Feraligatr, right, which was able to handle, well, I don't think it actually did in the second game, but, you know, able to handle the Clodsire. You don't necessarily need double coverage for that. What he needed more coverage for was the Feraligatr, so worked out for him.
Okay. Well, guys, we're having a great tournament here. There's so many events coming up in the next couple months, though. We want to make sure that you guys are aware of all the goodness yet to come here. We just had our Mega Mawile raid day, which was really great. We also have a community day coming up here as well. November 2024, it will be Mankey Community Day, taking place on Sunday, November 10th. That'll be from 2 to 5 p.m. local time. Make sure that you guys stock up on those shinies, those XL candies as well. You definitely can use Annihilate in the Master League, but what's so interesting here, Soap, is that the new featured attack Rage Fist will be available not only on Annihilate, but also on Primeape as well.
That's right. So for those of you interested in PvP, getting that attack and evolving all your existing Mankey, you know, not just the ones that you catch during Community Day, is kind of going to be the primary target. But, you know, that's all the way in November. There's even more exciting events in October to look forward to. This is actually just in a couple of days, the Magnetic Study. We're going to have Magnemite, Plusle, and Minun, the adorable duo featured, and all of those 3 are available in their shiny forms. And actually, as part of the event, there's an even higher chance to encounter shinies of those.
I'm still missing one of those shinies, so I will certainly be playing Soph.
Wow, that's great to hear. I think I'm missing also one of those shinies.
Okay, well, very cool. Well, I'm looking forward to some of these next matchups here. We're still on the loser side of the bracket. We finished winners round 1, so we have to go through some of these loser side of the bracket to see who we're going to be, who's going to be making it to that losers finals. I think our next match is going to be Trent versus Tomahawk. It's the battle of the Mud Slappers, actually. When you look at Tomahawk's team, a lot of the team is built around that Gastrodon, which I think is the only Gastrodon that we saw the entire stream, whether it was day 1 or day 2. He has lots of Pokemon on his team that are trying to dissuade the usage of grass-type Pokemon. That Shadow Skarmory, the Galarian Moltres, even I believe there was a Toxapex on his team as well. Now, that said, Trent's team also has a Mud Slapper, but it operates a little bit differently because it only has that mono ground typing. It's the Kanto Marowak, but I can't wait to see these trainers face off.
Yeah, and they've had some different paths to get here. So Tomahawk actually entered on the losers side of the bracket. I believe he dropped to its Axen yesterday, and then today he had to beat Pranav off stream in order to make it to losers round 2. As for Trent, I think we just saw him match up against Elum, where he did lose, but again, he's still in the tournament since he came in on the winner side of the bracket, now up against Tomahawk.
I was talking a lot to Tomahawk about his team just because I find it so interesting. I think the Pancham is a Pokemon that we haven't, or sorry, the Pangoro is a Pokemon that we really haven't been able to see too much on stream, but it has lots of play into Pokemon. Close Combat is just such an efficient move when you look at damage to energy perspective that even in resisted situations, it can really pack a punch. But that said, I think what's really more interesting is the Gastrodon and then that Shadow Skarmory. Really, no one is bringing Skarmory in these tournaments. It's had its fast attack nerfed, it has charge attacks nerfed, and with Shadow, you still put out a lot of fast attack pressure, but you're typically only going to get to one charge attack in any particular matchup. But let's find out. We really have to see how this plays out on the field. Game number 1 here, losers round 2, Trent versus Tomahawk.
All right, Tomahawk wrecking the shiny Galarian Moltres into Trent's Clodsire, and this is kind of an interesting matchup. You see Tomahawk chunking away with those sucker punches. Really you want to be going for those Brave Birds, and actually catches the first attack on the Skarmory. It is a Sludge Bomb, and this is double resisted.
Yeah, one of the best things about Skarmory is actually just its typing here, and it completely walls off all the energy from this Clodsire. So I expect to see Trent overfarm a little bit of energy, then maybe swap into his own Pokemon, but doesn't really have a great answer if you think about it. He is running he's running double ground and then a Toxapex into the Skarmory. That is not what you want to have versus Skarm.
Yeah, the Earthquake does do a nice chunk, so maybe just hoping that, the nerfs to the fast attack and charge attack of Skarmory are good enough to let him stick in this matchup. Attack coming through from Tomahawk, and Trent lets it go, maybe hoping that it's a Sky Attack, although I think they're actually the same energy, so there's pretty much no reason for Tomahawk to ever be throwing Sky Attack.
Yeah, that's what I talked to Tomahawk about. He said they're both the same energy now. I think it's 10 Steel Wings to get to either charge attacks. Just throw Brave Bird. There is no fast attack pressure here, despite the Brave Bird debuff. These poison jabs are still doing next to nothing.
And Switch Claw coming up, so if Tomahawk is concerned about the poison jobs adding up, he could actually come back into his Moltres. Something else we were talking to Tomahawk about is, a lot of these Pokemon, look at all 3 of these Pokemon on this team, right? 2 Brave Bird users, 1 Close Combat users. He can pretty much always just nuke and dip into the next Pokemon. Looks like the Brine is going to finally knock out this Skarmory though, but look at how much work it put in.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even know that Tomahawk is going to have to use this Pangoro. I think that this Galarian Moltres may be able to just sweep here. You've got ABA Flyer into 2 ground type Pokemon, ABA ground. So obviously favorable matchups here, favorable typings for Tomahawk. But again, it goes back to that just strong typing for Shadow Skarmory. I don't think that Trent really had an answer for it with this team of 3.
That's right. I don't think Tomahawk actually saw the Kanto Marowak quite yet, so he does end up bringing in the Pangoro just to finish things off. He's at quite a bit of energy here, making sure Trent doesn't catch the Night Slash, but it is going to come through and KO this Toxapex, and then Tomahawk, I think, is going to see the Marowak and realize that he has this one.
Yeah, the Bone Club is really strong move, but what it's not strong against is going to be things like Galarian Moltres, where it's going to be double resisted. You do have great coverage with the Rock Slide as well, but you're not in a good position here as Trent. You're going to need to probably get to 2 Rock Slides to knock out that Galarian Moltres, and you still need to take out this Pangoro here as well. Meanwhile, Tomahawk's got tons and tons of energy. Trent needs to make a call, lets this Close Combat go, but that is going to be a ton of damage. And look at all the energy now on the side of this Galarian Moltres. 1 Rock Slide actually isn't even enough to knock out here, but nonetheless, Tomahawk puts up the Protect Shield, should be able to just Sucker Punch down.
Yeah, I think if there was any play for Trent there, he needed to try and call a bait from Tomahawk, which is, I think, why he let the Close Combat go, but really, really tough team for Trent there. I mean, he didn't bring really anything that even was neutral against Skarmory, right? He brought the Marowak, the Clodsire, and the Toxapex. You have to imagine that he's going to be looking to the rest of his team now, Dugong, Malamar, and Mandibuzz, but I do want to give a little bit of spotlight to Tomahawk's team. We talked already about him having a lot of Pokemon that have these debuffing nuke attacks, right? With the Brave Bird, the Close Combat. But something else that he mentioned to us, which I found really interesting, is that there's no type that does, let's see, there's something on his team that resists every type of attack.
Exactly. So throughout his team, there's not a single. He can find at least 1 Pokemon that will be resisting every type of damage. So that's a very interesting balance that he's created within his team. And if you really look at it, that Gastrodon has so many bodyguards, right? Especially because it's only really going to be weak to grass type damage. And obviously, doesn't want to get go against any sort of flyers, but when you have Skarmory that can be that bodyguard versus the grasses and versus other flyers as well, I just love the composition and balance that he has on this team.
Exactly, and I think this is the replay of the sludge bomb catch, and you see Trent, not too happy about that. And one of the things that the defensive coverage on his team allows him to do, him being Tomahawk, is just to make these kinds of catches, right? You always have something that resists the attack coming through, so that just gives you a little bit more flexibility to try and waste the opponent's energy.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I don't think Trent was expecting the Shadow Skarmory in game number 1. His team was not prepared for it. Let's see if he prepares for it in game number 2. We're actually going to be seeing Tomahawk bringing back the exact same line of 3 here. It's the Galarian Moltres, the Shadow Skarmory, as well as his Pangoro. Different team here from Trent, though. He's actually swapped out the Clodsire, bringing the Dugong instead, and Toxapex lead.
And this is a decent matchup for Toxapex. Just because you are so bulky, you're not quite as worried about those sucker punches. But from Tomahawk's side, I bet he's happy to see that the Pangoro isn't lined up against the Toxapex itself.
Nice bait there from Trent, able to bait with just the Brine charge attack. Tomahawk not wanting to mess around here whatsoever, going straight for this Brave Bird. We saw a Brave Bird and dip in the past. We're going to be seeing it again. Toxapex able to withstand and actually opts to stay in. Could throw that, could throw on charge attack priority there, but instead Trent is able to catch yet another Brine, this time into the Skarmory.
All right, well, this is kind of nice for Trent, actually, though, because he, now he can bring his Dugong onto the Skarmory, which means that the Kanto Marowak is able to avoid it, and the Dugong is able to avoid the Pangoro.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what Trent wanted, to be honest. I think that he brought the Dugong specifically for this Shadow Skarmory. When you're able to outpace the Shadow Skarmory to moves as well, you can get an Icy Wind off before it's able to get to its hard-hitting Brave Bird. Brave Bird may still do a big chunk of damage here, but you've done so much to already neutralize the Shadow Skarmory that you're setting up your Shadow Kanto Marowak to potentially sweep. Trent doesn't want to mess around, though. Still shields and will be able to get an Ice Shard down on his Dugong.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's pretty safe to shield against Skarmory in general, just because Brave Bird and Skytech are the same energy, both 55, quite expensive. Here comes the Pangoro, though, but the Dugong already has an Icy Wind here, and Pangoro, not the tankiest Pokemon out there. The Icy Wind does about half of its HP.
Yeah, and you're not in a position as Pangoro, as a Karate Chop user, that you can just fully farm down this Dugong. It's too bulky, and your Karate Chops are just not doing enough. Trent trying to catch a charge attack, but all you're doing is just funneling more energy now into Tomahawk's Pangoro. But look at the HP. I think 1 or 2 fast attacks from either Pokemon are going to be enough to knock out. Maybe you just sacrifice your Dugong here, but no, actually brings in the Marowak as well. This would be a huge no-shield. Tomahawk, I believe, is at 100 energy, Soph.
I think he is, but I think if you're Trent, you know that your Dugong still has a lot of play against the Galarian Moltres in the back, so if he had to pick a Pokemon to sack, okay, he's actually not sacrificing it. He's going to shield up this Marowak. This is a pretty safe shield. You know Tomahawk has the energy for close combat. It's not getting to get to another attack, so, maybe just hoping that he's going to force the Moltres to throw here, and then try to get to an Icy Wind or 2 against the Moltres.
Yeah, at this point, I think that you have to hope that you can maybe sucker
or Ice Shard down?
Yeah, well, he does have Icy Wind. I don't know if it's worth throwing. I think you just simply want to go for fast attack pressure, knowing that that Brave Bird has been locked in. That's exactly what happens. The Dugong looks so strong there for Trent. So if you mentioned it really well, the Shadow Marowak really was just there to maybe absorb a charge attack and ensure that that Pangoro gets knocked out. But after that, it was really just the Dugong show. Had great play in the middle matchup as well as the late game as well.
Yeah, I think forcing the Moltres to throw and debuff itself was really nice, because then, you could just Ice Shard down, and if you weren't able to, you could try and outpace to some charge attack. So, Trent kind of opening up some doors, and I think actually in that matchup, it's not like you think that Dugong is particularly advantageous against Skarmory just from a typing perspective, but this is where those nerfed moves on Skarmory really come into play, right? You just suffer in those neutral matchups.
Well, you talked about one of the struggles that Clodsire has just around its pacing, that it feels so slow to get to moves. You look at the Skarmory and the least expensive charge attack that it's going to get to, like you said, 55 energy. That is 10 Steel Wings, 20 turns, so that's a long time. Again, the situation here is that Tomahawk cannot throw the Ancient Power, has to throw the Brave Bird, going to be debuffing his defense, which simply allows Trent to just go for that Ice Shard down. 4 Ice Shards is all you need, and unable to reach the Ancient Power. Tomahawk unable to take the victory there, and we tied the series up. Trent 1, Tomahawk 1.
All right, well, Tomahawk did rely on the same 3 from the first game, so we'll have to see if he makes any adjustments. We did see Trent make an adjustment by bringing that Dugong, but, while they're still locking in, let's take a quick look at these accomplishments. Tomahawk with at least 2 Grand Finals appearances in regionals and special events, which are a bit more common in Europe. As for Trent, he was in the top 2 at the Indianapolis Regional Championship just a couple months ago.
Yeah, no, he's had tons of success in every season that we've seen him in, and he's really trying to get that regional champion title. We're taking a look now at this first game, and what a lead for Tomahawk. Despite these Steel Wings being resisted, you're going to be absolutely walling all of these fast attacks. Yes, Brine does hit for neutral. It's just not a very efficient move. You're in a pretty flexible position as Tomahawk where you can just overfarm a lot of energy. Ideally, you do want to land a Brave Bird here, though.
Yeah, I think if you're Trent, ideally use charge attack priority the Brine with the Brave Bird so that it does just a little bit more damage, but I think Poison Jab is generating energy just a little bit more quickly, so Tomahawk not quite forced to throw yet. This is actually a Sky Attack, so I was saying earlier there's almost no reason to ever Sky Attack, but I guess this is it, right? You don't want a Brave Bird, and Trent actually did throw, I believe, on charge attack priority there.
Yeah, Tomahawk knows that he's at 2 Brines and that Trent's most likely going to be throwing back-to-back there, so just like you said, you don't want to be throwing energy and putting yourself in a situation where this Brine becomes more dangerous than it should be. You're actually able to get to the second charge attack, and you can probably even go for a Sky Attack if you really want, and maybe go for that farm down. Safer play here to win the Zero Shield matchup, though, is simply go for this Brave Bird. That's going to deny farm for your opponent as well. So I like the way that Tomahawk is playing this lead matchup out.
All right, well, looking at his backline, it's pretty polarizing. Can't imagine that he's going to switch out. He's probably just going to be happy to get his Moltres onto the Marowak. The good news for Trent, though, he did get just a little bit of energy, at least going to be able to maybe reach this rock side before he switches out.
Don't let your eyes fool you here. This is not a fire type. These Bone Clubs as well as these Mud Slaps are both going to be double resisting here due to the flying typing. Now that said, Ancient Power is going to be resisted. You absolutely have to land these Brave Birds. But with all this Sucker Punch damage and chip damage from the earlier matchup, does give Tomahawk some flexibility to maybe just land this and then go for a fast attack down with either of his Pokemon.
A nice call from Trent there. Actually banked a move, I believe, on the Kanto Marowak. Brings in the Dugong. It's meant by the Pangoro, but you are up a shield here. I think post-combat pretty much one-shots. Huge Ice Shard sneak there as well from Trent.
Yeah, getting that additional Ice Shard is going to allow him to pace a little bit faster to 2 Icy Winds. I think it's smart just to shield the first charge attack, knowing that it is going to be the hardest hitting charge attack undebuffed at this point. Tomahawk can withstand one of these Icy Winds. Does not want to, though. Pangoro, not known for its bulk, really needs to land one of those close combats, and it's going to be building energy very quickly thanks to Karate Chop, but Trent already at the next Icy Wind.
Another Ice Shard coming through for Trent here. This is just a Night Slash, so, obviously you want to be shielding the close combats, but I think as the Dugong, you can still maybe farm maybe one more Ice Shard before Tomahawk gets to another charge attack. We do see Trent throwing the attack here, and now it's actually a drill run, maybe afraid that the Icy Wind wouldn't take it out, but he really, really needs to get at least Ice Shard damage, if not an Icy Wind off on this Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, the Moltres has energy coming into this matchup. You need to be throwing on good timing, though. Yes, and you throw just before the Dugong is able to...
Does this take out?
It's going to be very, very close. So if this is going to be non-stab Ancient Power here, it doesn't have that same type of attack bonus, and it does knock out, it looks like, though. You now need to withstand the next charge attack, but you're not going to be able to. Like you said, Trent having a very nice swap out earlier in that middle matchup, has the Rock Slide stored. I think it should do just enough damage to knock out that Galarian Moltres, and Trent will take the 2-1 victory versus Tomahawk.
Wow, incredible. Shadow Marowak taking out the Galarian Moltres. This is the coverage you were talking about earlier, Wholesome, and this is maybe what makes Marowak the best Mud Slapper in the game. You have that beautiful rock ground coverage, and that allows you to have play against the Galarian Moltres. I think it reached multiple rock slides against it in that game.
Yeah, when you're thinking to yourself, okay, what do I need to have coverage for as a ground type Pokemon? Realistically, you want to have something that's going to hit neutral versus grasses, but you also need to be able to fight back versus those flyers that are going to be double resisting your Mud Slap, which is the key tool within your tool belt as a ground user, a Mud Slap user. So having that key rock slide coverage that you can paste to in 5, then 4 Mud Slaps, absolutely vital. And I think the key moment was when he swapped out with that charge attack, saving that for later, and it worked out very, very nicely from Trent. I am thoroughly impressed by that Game 3 gameplay.
As am I. I mean, just taking a look back through that series, this game 1 was just so dominant for Tomahawk. You start with this catch on the Skarmory here when the Clodsire is just about almost at 100 energy. And, Trent, not only does he get this Sludge Bomb caught, right, but he's pretty much triple weak to Skarmory. And it was just such a lopsided game number 1, but really, really nice comeback. Nice adjustments from Trent, bringing the Dugong in games 2 and 3.
I think Trent was just not expecting that Shadow Skarmory. He's thinking, okay, you're just not going to bring it. I just won't prepare for it. He adapted in game number 2, was able to take the victory, and then game number 3, I think, was fully ready. For me, it was the Dugong bring. Once you're bringing Dugong in game number 2, it opened up an entire new element to the way that Trent could play these games, getting debuffs, forcing shields, and in some cases, farming down Pokemon like Skarmory or like that Galarian Moltres. And I just love the play from Dugong and the response from Trent.
Right, and even in that game 3, we saw the Dugong locked against the Pangoro, right? But I think, got a couple extra turns here and there, and also was up a Protect Shield, crucially. And that kind of just allowed the Dugong to come out of that, again, force the Moltres to throw, and then let the Marowak kind of do its job right there at the end with the Rock Slide.
Well, I could see the disappointment in Tomahawk's eye. I know that he was hoping to move on from that round. He had a tough, obviously, Saturday versus It's Axen. It's Axen saying, I want to send home Tomahawk. Well, Trent did that for you, It's Axen. There you go. But definitely, you know, you could tell that you could see the disappointment on his face. I think that he had a very unique team. I think he felt very confident about his team, just unable to get that Game 3 victory. It was very, very close. He had a good alignment, just like you said, the Pangoro into the Dugong. But Dugong, with its bulk, just able to withstand and put in so much work for Trent.
That's right. I mean, Tomahawk is an incredibly talented player. I don't think this needs any explanation, right? Top 12 at Worlds, you know, numerous Grand Finals finishes, and then coming to these North American regionals and top cutting both of them is pretty insane as well. But I think maybe just the lack of bulk, maybe the polarizing nature of the matchups on his team kind of caught up to him. And, you know, that's kind of what you might expect in such a stacked bracket, right? Trent, on the other hand, I think will be moving on to the top 8. So, you know, in the money, getting all that CP, it's going to be great.
Let's go, baby. All right, well, we're going to shift gears here. Actually, we have some cool upcoming events. We talked earlier about the Community Day for Mankey, but sooner in this month, in the month of October, Saturday, October 9th, we will have our Yamask and Galarian Yamask Research Day as well. Kofagrigus as well as Runarigus that you can evolve those into. Opportunities for Shiny as well, and both of these Pokemon have play in the Ultra League, so make sure that you guys are farming up those XL candies as well.
Absolutely. If you're, you know, interested in the Ultra League, you can definitely try that out when it comes into the rotation in the Go Battle League. And speaking of the Go Battle League, there's actually going to be a special stream coming up featuring 2 of the top 3 trainers from the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. That's going to be Marto Galde and Anadequins. Really exciting to have that guest appearance from Pokédaxi as well, a very, very popular content creator, and me.
And Soph, that's right. Yeah, many of those trainers still in that pursuit of that legend rank. Soph Tove on the desk here, already legend, if you can believe that, here in the Go Battle League. So congratulations to her. Guys, make sure that you tune in, though, because there's also Twitch drops on the Go Battle Day. Fast TMs, charge TMs especially, as well as that rare Candy XL. You guys have been asking for those opportunities to get those charge TMs. Now you finally do.
Yeah, just 7 of them, though. So, you know, you can't stop, you know, raiding and doing those rocket grunts and trying to get those charge TMs.
That'll be good for maybe one moveset on my Poliwrath, I think.
On my Talonflame.
Exactly, exactly. All right, well, make sure that you guys do tune in and also follow the channel as well.
That's right. I mean, we love hearing from you on our socials. You know, throughout the stream, we always try to pull some of your posts and see how you're enjoying the stream, you know, who you're cheering for, what other things you might be enjoying while you have the stream on in the background.
I don't think we pulled up any tweets yet, but make sure that you guys use that hashtag #PlayPokemon when you are sending in your posts so that we can feature them here on the broadcast. I think we have some more battles coming up for you guys. Taking a look ahead, I think our next matchup is going to be Rise to Occasion versus Out of Pocket. What a battle that we saw earlier with Rise to Occasion versus Arrow. They're teammates, they scrim together, they know each other very well. I was not expecting the Ariados versus Registeel matchup on my bingo card coming into the Louisville Regional here, but we saw that play out in all 3 games, Soph.
That's right. Ariados, a very strong Pokemon. You know, we talked about it a little bit, very spammy, very flexible, but I do want to just spotlight these 2 trainers a little bit more. When you think about the best trainers in the world, maybe just in North America, let's say, these 2 names absolutely come up, right? Out of Pocket, NAIC champion this year, top finisher at Worlds for the North American trainers, I believe finished in the top 6, has won a regional before as well. So Out of Pocket just having an outstanding start to 2025 season as well as the end of the 2024 season. Taking a look at his accomplishments, once again, like I mentioned, top 8 at Worlds, won Peoria in 2023. Also, of course, NAIC champion. That's the big one, right?
That's a pretty big one.
Right, and our NAIC champions tend to do pretty well at Worlds. And then Rise to Occasion, on the other hand, obviously, No Slash, we've said it so many times on broadcast, the only trainer to win a regional in every single season so far. He's also been top 2 at an IC. So these are really 2 big titans here fighting it out on the loser side of the bracket. And I actually think it's their first time playing in the championship series.
That'll be very cool. And, you know, Soph, it's not all just about what you've done, but what have you done lately? And both of these trainers have had success lately. Like we said, Rise winning the Los Angeles regional, the last regional for North America in the previous season. And like you said, Hot Pocket winning the last tournament of the entire season besides Worlds, the North American International Championship. So both of these trainers definitely had the momentum on their side. Both had, you know, some success at Worlds as well. And it's great to see them back here. But that said, very quick turnaround here. So if we actually had, I think we actually had some tweets for you. We'll have to save them for later, okay? We're moving over to the stage here. I think these trainers are getting ready here. We certainly want to spotlight both of them, Rise to Occasion versus Out of Pocket. They're actually running very interesting teams here. We saw Rise actually running that area dose so regularly into Arrow's team. It seemed to be that, I don't know if it was the answer to Registeel, but it was the answer that was on the field at the time. We talked about how strong that it's been and how much that it's been featured. The buff to Poison Sting, the buff to Trailblaze, introducing new elements that where in those extended matchups has flexibility to hang around for a long time, either debuffing your opponent with Lunge or buffing your own attack with Trailblaze.
Yeah, and if you look at Ariados versus Out of Pocket's team, I'm actually expecting Rise to bring the Ariados quite a bit. It does super effective damage to Diggersby, Malamar, Azumarill, and Dugong. And the other two Pokemon are Drapion and Toxapex, which you're still doing neutral damage against, and you're also a poison type yourself, so you resist their fast attack. So definitely expecting a lot of Ariados gameplay. Maybe even pair it with two very bulky Pokemon. So you can kind of double shield Ariados.
We talked about these accomplishments, but Rise, 3-time champion, 2022 Milwaukee, 2023 Knoxville, 2024 Los Angeles, and also the runner-up at the 2023 NAIC championship as well. Out of Pocket, though, top 8 in Honolulu. Also had success in New Orleans. He was the NAIC champion. Pittsburgh, top 4, Peoria regional champion as well. These are two titans of North America, and I cannot wait to see them face off. They are still locking in here, but one of the Pokemon I think that we saw highest usage or close to highest usage for day 2 was that Malamar. And I think one of the biggest core breakers to Malamar and a lot of other Pokemon that are complemented around it is that Ariados. So you expected to see the Ariados. I'm expecting to see Ariados here as well. It looks like these trainers are actually having to re-lock in here, so we may need just another second to get them fully locked and loaded.
Yeah, Malamar versus Ariados is a pretty interesting matchup. Obviously, the Malamar gets one hit by the Lunge from Ariados, but if you have 2 shields up, your Psy Waves are super effective, and they actually do quite a bit of damage to Ariados in return.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's one of the greatest strengths of Psywaves is that there's a decent amount of Poison-type Pokemon in this meta. You look at the Clodsires, you look at the, well, Drapion might be resisting that one due to its Start typing, but look at the Ariados as well. Those Psywaves add up quick. Let's move into our game here. So losers round 2, it's Rise to Occasion versus Out of Pocket.
All right, we do see the Ariados, but it's actually in the back. Rise does lead the Azumarill into the Drapion from Out of Pocket. These are super effective Poison Stings, but they're all going to be resistant charge attacks.
There's a lot of play for this Diggersby on the side of Out of Pocket. It can be a good answer to that Drapion not only, but also to that Ariados as well. They even fight back a little bit versus that Azumarill, but these trainers are opting to stay in this match. Again, Drapions are only running the Aqua Tail Crunch typically in this meta, so unable to hit for super effective with the charge attacks, but you can see how much damage these Poison Stings are doing, and maybe do we see a debuff here? Not this time.
You mentioned the back line for Out of Pocket, and I'm not sure how much switch advantage is going to matter this game, because it looks like all of these Pokemon have pretty flexible play, but quick switch from both trainers. Out of Pocket brings in the Dugong. It's actually met by the Ariados from Rise.
Yeah, great timing by Rise. They're able to throw this Trailblaze just before Out of Pocket is able to reach that first Icy Wind. The Drill Run will do slightly more damage, but this is kind of a balancing act. Okay, you're going to be buffing your attack. I'm going to be debuffing your attack, bringing me back down to neutral. So Rise really wants to try and ramp up this attack as much as possible, but Out of Pocket's Dugong will be keeping it in check.
All right, Icy Wind coming through here, so, reducing the little buff from the Trailblaze, but I think Rise can farm just a little bit more energy here, throws the super effective Trailblaze, gonna be boosting that attack once again.
Assuming there's a no shield here, Rise will exit this matchup with a little bit of energy and +1 on the Ariados' attack. You now bring in the Drapion here, and tons of energy ready to go. Don't want to probably invest at this point in the Ariados. Just going to let this one go. And actually a little bit of an undercharge there from Out of Pocket, trying to keep it around with a little bit of HP, get maybe 1 or 2 more cheeky Poison Stings. Unable to do so, though, and this is going to bring back in the Azumarill on the side of Rise and actually catches what could have been a player up, but is instead the Ice Beam here. It'll be super effective into Out of Pocket's Diggersby.
Yeah, this is probably where Rise wants that energy to go, but actually brings in the Drapion into Diggersby. The Diggersby is actually now with the Ice Beam in double Aqua Tail range, and the Drapion is already up a shield.
So many trainers, when you ask them what the best Pokemon in the meta is, they keep saying Shadow Drapion because it has answers to almost everything. It can handle almost any type of Pokemon, depending on whether you're willing to invest some Protect Shields here, which is exactly what Rise to Occasion's doing. He has it a shield advantage, and despite shielding a bait here, he is very close to another Aqua Tail, which is going to threaten to knock out this Diggersby, one of his hardest answers.
All right, nice overfarm here from Rise, throwing just before the Scorching Sands is reached. Out of Pocket really needs to deal some damage onto this Drapion, though, so he is going to actually shield up this Aqua Tail, and the switch clock is coming up for Pocket, so he can just throw this Fire Punch, maybe try to pull the last shield, and then switch into his own Drapion if he wants to.
Yeah, but you need to either land a Scorching Sands or 2 charge attacks from your Drapion here. I think that you actually have a decent amount of energy, but you're not at 2. This first Aqua Tail will come through. Rise has his own switch clock up now after this Aqua Tail, can bring back in his own Azumarill, but I believe it's only at 1 bubble. You need to be very conscious of the switch, or not only the switch clock here, but the energy counts as well.
Yeah, Aqua Tail coming through here. I think Rise is happy to just fully charge this Aqua Tail. It doesn't even take it out, but I think the Diggersby is actually, actually brings in the Azumarill. I think the Diggersby is very, very low on energy, already threatened by these bubbles, already threatened by the Ice Beam as well. Rise is able to reach it and take this first game versus Pocket.
Yeah, Azumarill looking very strong there. Fortunate for him that he was able to get 2 Ice Beams into this Diggersby here. A lot of super effective damage, but a lot of Aqua Tail spam there from Rise as well. The Drapion has been so great for him this entire tournament. I think Ariados did everything that it needed to as well. While it had a pretty limited function, the one thing that it needed to do was take out that Dugong, and it did that. It gave him the switch alignment, and the rest was on the back of that Azumarill and Drapion combo.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the turning point in the game. Remember, Rise came out of that matchup with a little bit of energy, which kind of forced the Drapion to throw energy, and he also had a shield advantage going to that last matchup, Drapion versus Diggersby. So even with those Fire Punch baits, Pocket wasn't really able to come back from that.
Okay. Well, I'm very curious to see if Rise ends up switching his team out. He actually has a lot of flexibility here. I do like that Ariados in pretty much every situation here. I expect him to bring that back. Complemented pretty well by that Diggersby. He could shake things up and try to maybe bring the Talonflame to try and catch something off guard, but I don't know exactly how much play it's going to have, except for something like maybe the Diggersby. Going back to our game number 1, though, we did see a catch attempt there. That Dugong was brought in and was met by the Ariados. Eventually, we saw, I think this was a catch, trying to go for that play rough catch, instead catching the super effective Ice Beam.
Yeah, maybe nice patience from Rise. When you do those 3-turn bubbles, it's so easy to just be spamming your charge attacks, but, waited to see maybe what symbol could have been coming in the top right corner. I talked a little bit about the mid-game. I think Pocket kind of got behind when he hard swapped the Dugong, but I think, in a way, he was probably happy to have the energy from Drapion go somewhere else.
I could see Hot Pocket bringing the Malamar this game. I think that it has lots of play into Rise to Occasion's team, but we're going to be seeing a battle of the bunnies here. We have got the Diggersby versus Diggersby. Looking at the back here, I think this Ariados has tons of play yet again and is actually avoiding probably the best answer in that Diggersby.
All right, well, this is an interesting mirror matchup. It honestly kind of just comes down to who can hit those attack falls on the Scorching Sands. Looks like Rise also does win charge attack priority, so he's going to have the first crack at that. Doesn't get it, though. Now here comes Pocket's Scorching Sands.
Yeah, for the trainers at home, Scorching Sand, I believe, carries a 30% chance to drop your opponent's attack by 1 stage. We did not see it in either situation here, so I think these trainers are probably going to be going for another charge attack priority here. The Scorching Sand's ready to go. Out of Pocket, I believe, knows that he loses that charge attack priority, so just over-farming a bit, knowing that he could get debuffed here and doesn't want to just throw his energy debuff.
Yeah, that's right. He actually is reaching for the Dugong here. Doesn't get the attack drop, but, maybe, again, this is actually similar to what we saw in Game 1, right? Dugong looks really safe into Rise's team, but it's actually met by the Ariados here. Nice timing from Rise, also able to get out the Trailblaze before the first Icy Wind debuffs him.
So we didn't see Rise invest in this Ariados in game number 1. He just let it take all the charge attacks and didn't really want to preserve any of its HP with Protect Shields. It would not shock me, actually, here if Rise thought, okay, maybe this is an opportunity where I do use the Protect Shields. This is different, though. Out of Pocket now using the Drill Run, the harder hitting charge attack, rather than the Icy Wind. That means that Rise still has a 1-stage attack buff currently on his Ariados.
Yeah, but the other thing you have to remember is that Pocket actually, banked all the energy on the Diggersby. So if you're Rise, you don't necessarily want to go down shields here because you could just get hit by that Fire Punch later. But actually, Pocket choosing to invest in the Dugong this time, shielding it up and throwing this Icy Wind.
Doesn't have a ton of residual energy here, so if Rise ends up letting this one go, I think he's still going to be able to outpace, but interesting, actually uses the Protect Shield. I think that you're 2 Ice Shards away from getting knocked out. Rise able to get to this next Trailblaze. Out of Pocket does not want to use that second Protect Shield. Going to lose this matchup here, and yet again, Ariados has been able to preserve the alignment that he was looking for, but this will translate to a fast attack down, and I don't think you're going to be able to get to another charge attack. I like the farm down there by Out of Pocket.
Yeah, 3 bubble advantage, and actually Rise has only his own Azumarill in the back to answer him, and, depending on the exact bulk of Rise's Azumarill, 3 player-ups could be enough.
Yeah, and don't forget, Out of Pocket still has a charge attack stored on his Diggersby as well. I think he's at 7 quick attacks. He has the Scorching Sand loaded, can throw a Fire Punch if he really needs just to get something out of the way as well at low HP. But I think that 3 bubble advantage could be key in this Azumarill versus Azumarill matchup here, Soph.
It could be, but actually I just realized that both trainers do have the opportunity to switch out into their own Diggersby as well. So, they're not necessarily going to give their opponents any opportunities to, for example, farm them down. Play rough coming through here from Pocket. Still going to need another charge attack to take out this Azumarill. Still 1 shield up on both sides as well.
Yeah, the difference here is Rise has a lot more of an HP advantage on his Diggersby. Out of Pocket, though, has all that extra energy, so there's still openings for both of these trainers to try and find some interesting win conditions. This will be the next play rough coming through. This will not be enough to knock out of Pocket's Azumarill here. Will we see a quick swap? Maybe try to catch a play rough? In fact, I actually think we just saw Out of Pocket trying to pull off what Rise pulled off earlier, throwing a Ice Beam, expecting the catch, but no, this is going to be resisted damage here, and this actually might really throw things in the favor of Rise.
Yeah, I wonder if he was also thinking that one single Scorching Sands wasn't going to be enough, so he's going to have to throw this anyways. Rise is able to put up the shield here, though, and still has a lot of energy on this Azumarill, so gonna throw it here. Pocket has to decide whether he wants to shield this or save it for his own Azumarill.
I still think Pocket has an energy advantage versus Rise's Diggersby, so if he brings it in right here, he can still get to the Scorching Sands a little bit earlier. We did see the attack drop on the Azumarill a little bit earlier. In fact, Rise may be able to simply just go for Fire Punch. Maybe it's not enough, though. This is still an interesting situation.
Yeah, I think if you're Pocket, your only hope is to somehow hope that this Diggersby gets low enough and it doesn't have energy such that you can maybe bubble it down and take out Rise's Azumarill, but Scorching Sands coming through. This is definitely going to knock out Pocket's Diggersby, and there's still a lot of health on Rise's Diggersby. I don't think this is bubble down range.
Yeah, Rise, I think, needs to get to the Scorching Sands. Fire Punch may be enough. He actually goes straight for it. Yeah, this should be enough, despite the resisted non-stab damage here. Azumarill only had a sliver of HP. Pocket, after throwing that resisted Ice Beam into the Azumarill, all things went wrong for him after that.
Yeah, Rise actually takes that series 2-0. Again, a battle between two of the greats from North America. Really nice play from both sides. Again, maybe, you know, we saw a lot of bulky Pokemon. It wasn't the most flashy plays, but I think we saw a lot of technical precision there, right? We saw some attempts at catches, you know, maybe knowing the damage ranges of some of those Pokemon. I think we also saw maybe Pocket waiting a turn at one point in the match, going for a catch. So really, really nice play from both sides. It did actually end up going in Rise's favor, but I don't want to discount Pocket at all. He's a fantastic trainer.
A great tournament run by Pocket, and I don't know the exact numbers, but I want to say it's like 8 out of the last 9 tournaments that he's top cut, including an NAIC victory, top 8 at Worlds as well, in fact.
Exactly. Yeah, I think he's made day 2 at every single tournament he's played this calendar year, except for one, which was Orlando, and he was like 1 game off of making day 2 there, so.
Absolutely wild. Just absolute consistency. And I know we had talked with Pocket back in, I think it was in the early 2024 season, where he was struggling a little bit right at the beginning of the season, but he's really come on strong in the second half of last season and carried that momentum here into this season as well. Looking back at game number 1, we saw the Azumarill actually, I think this was throwing the Ice Beam, and yeah, Diggersby trying to catch what would have been the play rough, but instead was that super effective Ice Beam. I think Out of Pocket tried to pull the same move on Rise in game number 2. Did not work that time, however.
Yeah, look at this Aqua Tail coming through here. Didn't quite take it out, but Rise able to take it out with just 1 bubble and then, you know, close out with his Azumarill. So, you know, it was really just kind of the Azumarill show for Rise, both of these games. This is that second game where I think at the end, you know, this is like, I think we talked about this is like a pretty tricky situation for Pocket. Maybe there was still a little bit of play, but, you know, just not enough health left on the Azumarill here.
Yeah, you can see the frustration for Out of Pocket, just thinking, okay, what could I have done differently that game? Rise taking a clean 2-0 victory. Very impressive stuff from Rise. I mean, despite a tough matchup there versus Arrow, a very long match, right? That's exhausting to have to go through 3 games, not only 3 games, but also a lengthy dispute process as well. He was able to recover and maintain composure here in his match versus Out of Pocket.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, again, when you have such high-skilled players, I think just even really small advantages come out in your favor. So I think, you know, for Rise, getting the Ariados on the Dugong, both of those games kind of just put him a little bit ahead. And, you know, when you're as good as Rise is, just being a little bit ahead is sometimes all you need.
So let's take a quick moment to really look at that Dugong, because we've seen now in consecutive matches, Dugong being one of those Pokemon that actually has a lot of play. We saw it with Trent earlier, I think being his key to victory versus Tomahawk. Maybe it wasn't quite as important for these trainers here, but I think Dugong certainly has a spot in this meta.
I think a lot of Pokemon are weak to ice in the meta. If you try to build a team of 6 yourself at home, I recommend you try it out. You might end up with like a grass, maybe a Clodsire, maybe a Flyer, and all of a sudden you're already triple weak to ice. You can't even add, you know, a Dragon in there or something. So I think that's why a lot of players are looking at Pokemon like Alolan Sandslash, Pokemon like Dugong, like you just mentioned. So I definitely think ice has its place in the meta.
All right, well, so we've got 2 tall, talented trainers standing by here, ready for an interview. We're going to kick it over to Butters, who is standing by with Rise to Occasion.
Thank you so much, Wholesome_, and congratulations to Rise to Occasion, who has officially top 8'd here in Louisville. How does it feel to bounce back after a couple of rough tournaments for your standard, at least?
Yeah, it feels good. After Baltimore, I was top 32 after losing round 1. So to be back in the top 8 is always awesome, and lots of amazing players still left here.
Does it feel even more important this season because of the way that you can qualify for the World Championships, the top 74, the leaderboard, but also these travel awards that you can be earning for the international championships as well?
Yeah, I think with the new system like top 75 from NA qualifying, there's a big jump as well in the points the further you get. So getting as far as possible is definitely important with the new system.
Absolutely, and Ariados helped you get far in that battle. Obviously, when you faced Arrow, it met Registeel.
Arrow matchup, in case there was like any confusion in the Twitch chat or anything, I was debating whether I wanted to concede or not during the dispute because he missed a mud shot, which probably would have let him get to the Aqua Tail in the end. It happened earlier in the game, so I decided, I was like so torn, like do I concede, do I not? And I decided just to play the rematch because it happened early in the game, so basically that's an explanation of what happened there, if there was any confusion, but Ariados. It's really good. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so good, especially because Shadow Drapion seems to be the poison type, the flexible poison type of choice. And I feel like, especially if you get one poison sting ahead of that Shadow Drapion, it feels like it's just such a good matchup with that Ariados. How do you feel like in terms of the strongest poison types right now? Which would you say is the strongest poison type in the meta?
It's tough. Obviously, Clodsire is high in usage, but I think when you have a Pokemon that's so high in usage, people are trying to counter it. We saw Tomahawk with that Shadow Skarmory, by the way. It's countering that Clodsire. I think Ariados, Drapion, can't go wrong with either of those two. They're probably the safest two poison types right now.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to Rise to Occasion once again, and don't go anywhere. We're going to see some highlights, but we're going to be back with some more top 8 action really shortly.
Chris, maybe we should like try for Lucky Friends since we're like even best friends like the past like few years. It'd be a good idea. Good games. Oh man.
Inadequates, the king of Utrecht is going to take down Logan Rock and continue his Worlds run.
I must say, I felt very confident coming into this tournament, but to make it actually this far into the grand finals at the World Championships is unreal.
Inadequate's one of the most consistent trainers in Championship Series, but he does it in a completely unique way.
The team that I brought to this event was actually a team that my friend Scafo had made, and it included parts of Pokemon that I already was very familiar with and that I liked, mainly Giratina Origin, my favorite legendary Pokemon, and Wigglytuff, a Pokemon not so famous with everyone, and I complemented it with Pokemon like Clodsire, Lantern, Skarmory. They just did very well and felt very safe in the meta, so I could protect Giratina from the #1 usage Pokemon Lickitung, but other than that, it has been working very well for me.
The fact that he's able to pilot this Pokemon with so little room for error at this level is what makes him probably the best team reader I've ever seen in Championship Series.
Inadequate has a very polarizing playstyle, choosing some Pokemon that people would consider a little bit rock, paper, scissors.
I always try to maintain the same strategy, but once you sit there in your chair, you're always like, maybe I shouldn't do that at all. One thing that I've learned throughout playing many tournaments is to always stick to your plan. I'm pretty notorious for coming back from a game loss, simply because after the first game, I have a good feeling of what my opponent uses, and then I can adapt, predict them, and take 2 games back.
And there it goes. Inadequate's reverse sweeps this series.
The most difficult match that I had in Top Cut was against Marto Galda. He had a Whimsicott, which basically core breaks my double water Pokemon of Poliwrath and Lantern, and on top of that is also quite good into my Giratina Origin. The way I tackled that was to take risks. That paid off a couple times. It's also a strategy that Yekai in the Grand Finals used against me, so sometimes if a matchup is looking really rough, sometimes you gotta take a risk.
All their fates are on the line with a fast attack, and Giratina Origin does it!
Inadequate Inadequate pulls off an impossible endgame there.
The experience at the World Championships is absolutely amazing because it's where everyone comes together. It's an experience like no other tournament, and it's just great to see my friends or anyone from other continents and see what they can do. That is something I really like about the World Championships, and for myself personally, to see all the support back in the audience is amazing. I would do it every week if I could.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers! This is Will Dunphy. The 2024 World Championships took our breath away. Let's take a look back at the epic competition in Hawaii. Trainers from across the globe touched down on Oahu's sun-kissed sands, ready to battle it out for the title of Pokemon Go World Champion. Inadequence displayed incredible skill and resilience with his signature core of Wigglytuff and Giratina origin form.
Inadequate says no, no, no!
While Yekai sliced through the winner's bracket with his Skarmory.
Skarmory fires off the Sky Attack, looking for the Steel Wing down.
Fans cheered as Martel Galde and his Whimsicott charmed spectators both far and wide.
Marto making trophy moves!
After an incredible day 2 of heart-stopping battles, only 2 trainers remained standing on Championship Sunday. The Hong Kong hero Yekai took to the stage, met by the do-it-all Dutchman Inadequence. Our 2024 Grand Finals were officially underway. In Game 1, Yekai Skarmory caught Inadequence's Wigglytuff out of position, giving Yekai the momentum that he needed to turn the tide of the battle. In Game 2, Yekai made a thrilling swap into his Charjabug, clearing the way for his Skarmory to fire the Brave Bird and claim a Game 2 victory. In Game 3, Inadequence's Poliwrath toppled Yekai's Skarmory, and he gained additional ground by pivoting to Clodsire. Yekai eventually succumbed to Wigglytuff, giving Inadequence his first win of the series. In Game 4, Inadequence would send his Skarmory to face Yekai's Skarmory, and that choice would eventually align Giratina origin form against Lickitung, giving Yekai his decisive victory in the Grand Finals.
And it's official! Congratulations to Yekai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Yekai became our Pokemon Go World Champion, a storybook ending for his 2024 season. A brand new chapter of the Championship Series is set to begin. Write your own Championship Series story by going to Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you on Victory Road.
We're back for Championship Sunday in Louisville, and we're back on the winner's side of the bracket because we have the winners semifinals between Lyles Jeff and previous world champion It's Axen. I'm Tua Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
And this is a grudge match for sure. The first time Axen faced off against Lyles Jeff was at 2023 International Championships for North America, and Lyles Jeff's 2-0 decisive victory to knock out Axen, who was the reigning international champion at the time. Axen got his revenge at World Championships 2-0 there, and eventually, of course, got the World Champion title, and now they got settled the tie right here.
Yeah, and of course, it's kind of a different story in terms of last season. Lyles Jeff came off a hot last season, winning 2 out of 3 regionals in a span last season, and then of course It's Axen had already qualified for the World Championships last season because he was the 2023 World Champion, so he kind of took it a little bit easy. He already had his qualification in the bag, so he didn't compete as much, wasn't maybe as motivated during the regional circuit, but now he's more motivated than ever. He wants to get back on top, and to do that, he needs to go through Lyles Jeffs.
Yeah, and these, even though they may seem like they're rivals, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of friendship between the two of them too. I've seen them stream together before, do some Go Battle League together, so they're definitely on friendly terms, but they're also fierce competitors, and they want to keep moving forward on this winner's side. Winner of this will guarantee a spot in the top 3 as well as the winner's finals.
And it's kind of hard to deal with that Shadow Kanto Marowak without the Azumarill for It's Axen because it looks so neutral against everything. You do have the Shadow for Alligator as well, but we're just locked into our winner's semifinals here. And this is a great lead for Lyles Jeff, picking up the Malamar into Diggersby.
And here we have the superpower, but the tough part here is once you superpower, the Diggersby Scorching Sand starts to really threaten as well as a quick attack. Axen actually going forward first, maybe hoping for that 30% chance debuff. That could also make this matchup a little bit better for him. And we get the debuff, that's huge. Actually, but swapping in with the Feraligatr now to absorb this energy. Lyles Jeff throws the superpower, more damage as well as more energy efficient. So going to throw that move and chunk down this Feraligatr quite a bit. Go for the back-to-back superpower now.
This probably won't be enough, but Axen actually decides to protect shield on the second one because want to keep your Feraligatr a little bit healthy for whatever maybe counter swaps in. Can you get the Shadow Claw down? No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like the superpower. No, actually gets the full Shadow Claw down. Now the Shadow Feraligatr is loaded with energy, but it usually doesn't go anywhere against Toxapex. It's Axen is one of the few trainers on Feraligatr to run Crunch.
He might be the only trainer to be running Crunch in Louisville, but it is going to be useful in this particular matchup, and now brings in the Feraligatr. First Crunch, no debuff. Second Crunch coming through. Even without the debuffs, these start adding up, and Axen is now able to
pivot Diggersby.
Wait, swaps over to Diggersby. This is interesting, and now brings out the Dugong.
And he hadn't seen the Dugong yet, and this is bad for the Diggersby. You would rather have your Toxapex into this Dugong in the in-game, but deciding to hold on to the Feraligatr at low health to maybe catch something later or maybe swap off a debuff. But actually a first shield for Lyles Jeff in this game. Doesn't get the debuff though.
I actually don't hate this pivot from Axen because the main thing is he wants to chip down the Dugong. He knows that his own Toxapex is fine in that mirror matchup, right? Because you just resist everything that's being thrown and you just have more health. Whoever has more health typically wins that matchup. What you really need to do is start taking out this Dugong though, because that's the main threat remaining for Axen's team.
And gonna land this Scorching Sand. It is debuffed. It's not gonna do that much damage. Wow, that does so little to the Dugong. There is no debuff once again, so looks like Dugong's gonna get the full Ice Shard down here, and that is just brutal, but at least this Dugong is in range of Sludge Wave, but it's almost at the double drill run. Protect shielding on the first one, that's smart, because usually you're gonna throw the super effective one first, so you don't have to protect shield on an Icy Wind later in the game.
That's right, but Lyles Jeff's already ahead on quite a bit. Entry is going to outpace this Toxapex squad by quite a bit.
Oh,
tries to go for the catch, but doesn't do it, and now just gives Lyles Jeff even more energy. Back-to-back drill run already loaded. This makes Axen's life much more difficult.
And Axen kind of already saying good game, like this one is over. The back-to-back drill run isn't going to do it, but if there is any energy remaining on Lyles Jeff Toxapex, which I believe it did bank some energy, it might be able to come in after this drill run and combo play and finish off the Toxapex. Yes, it is going to be able to get to that Sludge Wave and land it. It's going to be resisted once again, but this is the Lyles Jeff special. It's throwing Sludge Wave into opposing poison types.
Yeah, definitely going to do more damage than the resistant Brine for sure. Like I said earlier, whoever Toxapex has more health typically will win that matchup, and Lyles Jeff's originally didn't have as much health, but thanks to being patient there and not throwing the drill run right away, able to get to extra energy on the Dugong and really whittle down the health of Axen's Toxapex. Now, looking back at that match, what do you think about that Diggersby swapping back in? Do you think?
I think he regrets that.
Yeah.
Because he then switch locked it into Dugong. It was the Malamar lead. Dugong was the third Pokemon. He didn't know Dugong was the third Pokemon. So he switch locked the Diggersby with a Feraligatr that was at almost 0 health. Right? At that point, it wasn't getting to another charge attack. The only thing that Feraligatr could do is catch a charge attack, which, of course, later in the game, it did fail to do so.
Yeah, definitely. I think I agree with you in many fronts there. And I think between these two players, too, both are characteristically don't really make a lot of mistakes,
and that was
right?
the miss right
there. Yeah, and I think for Axen, that's a totally fine catch attempt because at that point in time, he's already behind. He needs to do something, right? Because if he just stays in that matchup and plays it linearly, he still loses it, right? So at least try to do something with the Feraligatr and maybe make a catch because either way, it's going to be hard. You're either trying to catch a Sludge Wave later or trying to catch a drill run. You know, might as well try to go for it, especially when you're using a 2-turn to 3-turn. It's easier to catch usually when you're that 2-turn user.
Yeah, and at that point, you had already seen the Toxapex from Lyles Jeff's as well. So if you save that Diggersby in the back, let your Feraligatr go down, and then come in with your own Toxapex into the Dugong, then you probably would have had a lot better time in that in-game. But, I mean, hey, hindsight is 20/20. He thought that he could get a swap later in the game or maybe clear a debuff, make some plays. I don't blame him, especially with this 50-second timer. But that is something that he's probably regretting, especially how he actually ran the Diggersby Toxapex core, which is probably the strongest core in the meta right now, and then put the Shadow Feraligatr. Might as well keep that alignment, right?
Yeah, that's definitely right. And no Clodside to really put any damage into that Toxapex. You do have the Diggersby though. And here we go. It's going to be the Shadow Kanto Marowak versus the Shadow Feraligatr. I'm really curious to see how this matchup goes because yes, you have the super effective Hydro Cannon, but you need to land it. If you don't land it, you're just throwing neutral Shadow Claw, and you can see that the neutral Mud Slap is just way more oppressive. Axen's Ralgator already under 50% health.
I swear, I don't know if this is true, but I've seen some Shadow Kanto Marowaks win the ones versus Feraligatr, but it seems like this Feraligatr is just going to get to the next Hydro Cannon. Does Lyle Jeff try to swap on it? No, and it actually is going to be the Feraligatr getting that first. Maybe with a Mud Slap advantage, you can win the ones, but you could definitely win the twos, because you could probably just Mud Slap down and get alignment, and it's Axen realizes that, pivots out to the Malamar, but how are you going to finish off this Marowak? It has a bunch of energy, it still has a good amount of health, and more bulk than you expect.
And yeah, and the thing is, I think Lyle Jeffs is going to swap out, does swap out after laying that Bone Club, and now threatening to be in Aqua Tail range for Axen's Malamar, forced to throw the superpower, and now definitely in Aqua Tail range after debuffing. I think just wants to get off this damage and see what he can do later. But this is definitely going to be an uphill battle for Axen, because there is that Dugong lurking in the back as well. Axen knows he can't shield this because he's going to outpace from this super fast Shadow Drapion in this dark head-to-head matchup. Drapion's usually going to come out on top. Diggersby has a lot of work cut out for itself.
And you have to go for a quick attack down, and Lyle Jeff is going to get the double Aqua Tail by that time. So if you let these two Aqua Tails go, you're going to be so low. If you shield one, then there's Dugong in the back. It's Axen is in a terrible position. He is down 0-1 right now. If he loses this game, he is dropping down to the loser side of the bracket, and that's what looks like it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think people, especially before this season, would have expected a Shadow Kanto Marowak to be able to beat Feraligatr when shields are up, but that's exactly what happened there that put Lyle Jeff so far ahead in this matchup. Yes, he's down a shield, but it doesn't matter. He has so much health on his remaining Pokemon. There's still the Marowak in the back, and you can see Axen going for that crunch. Going to be huge in this matchup. Again, just like the Toxtrix matchup, but I don't know if you can close this gap. Can you finish this?
You need the debuff. You need the debuff. You didn't get that debuff.
Able to do it.
Your only chance was to get the debuff so you could do enough Shadow Claw damage plus quick attack damage to then get the quick attack down before the double is available. Because you didn't get the debuff, Axen knows it. The double is available, and Lyles Jeff is going to win this series 2-0.
And it looks like Lyle Jeff is 2-1 in the all-time record against these two in their official tournament matches. Funny enough, it's been a 2-0 every time. 2-0 for Lyle Jeffs at NAIC 2023, or 2024, I think. No, 2023. And 2-0 for Axen in Worlds 2023, and now 2-0 here in Louisville for Lyle Jeffs.
I mean, he said get ready yesterday because Shadow Kanto Marowak is so hard to deal with, because if you don't bring the Azumarill, if you're Axen, then even the Feraligatr will lose the twos. And at that point, it had to pivot out, and that Marowak was really healthy. It had 45% health, had a Bone Club stored. It was hard to finish off. I feel like it's such a force in the meta, especially with its coverage. You can win the twos, and then it's hard to farm down. You can throw rock slides against things that are good to ground. What a pick from Lyles Jeff, and now he is in the winners finals.
Yeah, and Axen definitely struggled a little bit against the Mud Slappers yesterday against Khaleesi Fitz's Shadow Dawn fan. He's faced some other Gastrodon, I think, off stream with that was a Mud Slapper as well. But Lyle Jeff's just one step ahead of those previous opponents. Also, Shadow Kanto Marowak just looking so strong in this meta. As you can see here, too, that Feraligatr was weakened so much. Oh, this is actually the first matchup here. And I thought Axen was actually in a pretty good position because Lyle Jeff was not able to get that final move off. But the pivot here that Axen had was crucial to set up the Dugong versus Toxtrix matchup that really put Lyle Jeffs ahead.
And it feels like pivoting is really strong in this meta because things like Shadow Drapion, you can kind of just pivot into everything. And it feels less strong into Lyles Jeff's team in general because you have that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Plus, if you're Axen running the core of Toxapex Diggersby, you might as well take that alignment. And if he took that alignment, maybe he would have taken game number 1. But he's not out of it yet. Axen is dropping down to the loser side of the bracket. It's still top 8. He still has a chance to make it back to the losers finals, even back to the get all the way to the grand finals.
That's right. And he's done it before, I believe, in Portland in 2023, and you know he could do it again here. And it's going to be Axen waiting to see the opponent between Rise and Trent. Winner of that will face off against Axen. We got Richie and Nighttime Clasher waiting in the losers bracket as well, but we're covering more winners bracket matches here. Winners semifinals. It's going to be Arrow versus Elum coming up next, and winner of that, just like the last series, will guarantee themselves a spot in the winners finals, a top 3 as well, and a pretty good chance of winning this whole thing.
And Arrow anticipated this matchup, so he often is in the bracket with Elum but doesn't face him, so he's excited for this. I'm excited for it too. Elum, coming off a 3rd place finish in Baltimore, has a chance to then get to the winners final, have a really good chance at the Grand Finals. That is our next matchup. And remember, Aero made it all this way with a ridiculous team. He wants Registeel to be put back on the map because he thinks it's super strong versus top cut meta, and it has seemed pretty strong so far here on Championship Sunday.
It really has. As these players are getting set up, let's take a look at some tweets and hear what people are chatting about on X here. We see Chia saying they even made packs with random special Ditto cookies at Play Pokemon. That's awesome. People here in the Airbnb, that's
well done.
An Airbnb experience. I've never been to Airbnb that well.
Those look good. Those look thick. Those look like some good-sized cookies right there. That looks absolutely delicious. I'm a fan of the Pokeball one as well.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what else we got here. Heroes of Geek, loving the casters' Pokeween dedication so much, we decided to join in on the fun of the Louisville Regionals. We got our own Pokemon headgear and are playing a game of who will win, betting a pack of trick or trade on each match.
You could have participated in that one. You had the headgear yesterday as your costume, right?
I sure did.
Yeah, it's a good competition there. I think they got you beat because they have a couple more options, but at least you did have the Mimikyu option.
That's true. Larry always with the optimism here. And we got Maddox here saying, Louisville time, always a blast to play the game we love and catch up with the community. Best of luck to everyone competing today. We'd love to see it from Pokemon Go, from VGC and TCG as well. A huge crowd here in Louisville.
Yeah, you can really hear the crowd today too. The Louisville crowd has been absolutely fantastic. It's getting towards the end of the day here where trainers are trying to make their trophy moves, trying to get those regional medals and trying to qualify for the World Championships. Get it done. Get it guaranteed early on in the season so you don't have to fight for positioning top 75 in your region. Which trainer will be that champion? My pick, it's Axen. It's already dropped out. Your pick has been eliminated, so it looks like it...
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, it looks like Lyle's Jeff is looking really strong, but of course, on the other winner side, we do have Elum and Arrow. They're about to battle next.
Yeah, and I think for these two trainers, there's a lot more on the line than just Worlds qualification, because I think they're both at the level where they're confident that they'll be top 75 at the end of the season, right? They're confident. They go to numerous tournaments, regionals, internationals, right? Both previous Worlds qualified competitors, but the difference here is that
Caleb, we got a trade.
Oh, we got a special trade. Okay, let's go. I think I don't know if they're. I assume they're probably lucky friends. Let's see what's going on here. Trading a shiny Shinx and a shiny Eevee. Maybe not the trade I would go for, but hey, definitely cool shiny suit if you're a big Shinx or Eevee fan. Let's see how this is gonna go.
I didn't realize this was for best though.
Think it's gonna be 100% on either side?
Could be a Shundo here. Is it gonna be the Shundo?
Oh wait, no, this was just a regular trade.
Oh wait, yeah, wait a second. This is a regular shiny.
For the best friends. Let's go. Okay. Now they get to battle each other as best friends, not just OG.
Yeah, that's great. They could have been best friends after game number 1, but whoever lost that would feel a little bit upset about hitting best friends from the winner. But
you know, you have some competition here, Butters, because to my knowledge, Elum and Arrow have known each other for many years, and it's actually surprising that they just hit best friends.
Yeah.
And they're probably coming close to you in the record of being the slowest gifter like you.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm actually friends with Arrows. We're not best friends yet either because he's a slow gifter. I'm a slow gifter. The only thing is they probably have like scrimmed against each other. That's how they get the friendship. But
that's right.
All that practice is going to pay off for one trainer here because let's look at these teams because on Arrow's side, absolutely wild. Registeel, the only Registeel in Top Cut. I don't even know if there was a Registeel registered in day number 1 with our 160 competitors, but it has looked really strong in this poison meta, and it looks pretty good here too. You don't really have a terrible matchup that you're super scared of. Registeel seems very safe in the Elum's team.
Not only that, but this Typhlosion looks really safe too. It has win conditions against everything on Elum's team except for the Azumarill. And even Azumarill is going to take Super Effective from the Thunder Punch. If you're not full health on the Azumarill or you're down shields, that Typhlosion can do a lot of damage. I think Registeel obviously looks good, but I expect that Typhlosion is coming into almost every single game for these two competitors. As you saw their accomplishments too, both trainers have made 2 Grand Finals appearances. Neither have won the regional. And what I was saying earlier is even if this didn't auto-qualify them for World Championships, they both desperately want their first championship win here at the regional. So you know there's a lot on the line for both of them.
And Shadow Typhlosion always wins the ones against the Shadow Feraligatr. Is the double Thunder Punch enough to knock out the normal Feraligatr? I think it has to be at this point because of how much damage the Incinerate will do. I think the Thunder Punch will probably do half the health of the Feraligatr, but we're gonna have to wait and find out. You're already at the double Thunder Punch here. We're gonna see if Arrow throws on charge attack priority to try to knock out. Will there be a pivot? I expect a back-to-back Thunder Punch right here from Arrow.
And I think he might go for the optimization instead. No, goes for the back-to-back Thunder Punch, and we see both shields coming up from Elum. And the main thing here is, yes, even though it's slightly bulkier, the non-Shadow Feraligatr, it's not doing nearly as much damage as a Shadow would in the Shadow Ball damage. And so now Arrow is content on letting it go, has the Guzzlord to just Dragon Tail this down potentially, and has the Registeel to sweep.
You're going to have to take an Ice Beam in the process, but you're going to also have to take out this Malamar. I mean, you're going to have a really easy time.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, he's going to have a really easy time versus that Azumarill, but the Malamar is going to be a little bit tricky if you want to close everything. If we know Reggie can get real clunky in an in-game situation, so at least you do have a little energy here. Probably Azumarill is going to come in to try to soak it up, forcing an instant pivot from Arrow.
This is an amazing team read for Arrow because he recognizes that, okay, Malamar's the only thing that's going to be a huge problem for me in the back-end matchup, so I need to save at least one shield for this Malamar, and that's exactly what he does.
Great focus
I like this. I like this play a lot too. Arrow, he's one of the original people to recognize that in certain matchups, it's better not to go for that Zap Cannon. You just go double Focus Blast to take him out too. It's a little bit cheaper energy as well.
Oh, here comes the bait on the foul play. Does Arrow try to protect shield thinking it's... No, and he calls it!
Oh
he calls the foul play. This could be the game-winning decision here. Now you're going to be able to protect shield. This is going to be the superpower, and you will outpace to your Focus Blast before the next superpower is available. Can Elum get back to his timer and get out of here? He can't even get out. He's stuck in this situation. It looks like Arrow's actually going for the Zap Cannon in case Azumarill comes in, but the timer was not remaining, and now it's going to be a half-health Registeel versus a full-health Azumarill.
And this is going to be interesting for sure. There's some energy on that Guzzlord as well. Can the Azumarill muscle through here with some play rough and bubble damage? I don't think so. It's half-health Registeel. Registeel will have to get to a Zap Cannon and maybe a Focus Blast. Maybe probably double Zap Cannon at this health range because Azumarill pretty healthy coming into this matchup here. First Zap Cannon is going to connect. Focus Blast go pretty
got the debuff, actually.
Gets the debuff huge, especially at the nerf. And you see Elum recognizing that, you know what? Play rough's not going to take it out. I can't bubble down. I'm going to go for double Ice Beam is the win condition here. Can he pull this off? It's a real question. Guzzlord still has some energy, and he does get to both moves, actually throwing the play rough here instead. Maybe thinking Arrow might catch a move. I don't know, but this definitely will knock out the Registeel.
How many brutal swings can this Azumarill take? It doesn't
wait,
knock out.
Take it out.
It doesn't knock out. Can it still actually get to a Focus Blast later? Now you're at the double brutal swing here, and this brutal swing is going to be not very effective. It's actually not a super strong attack. It does have less energy now. How much damage is it going to do? Resisted Azumarill. That's not enough, but it's really close enough. And plus the Dragon Claw or the Dragon Claw later, or Dragon Tail later. This brutal swing looks like it's going to be able to knock out. Looks like Arrow is going to be able to take game number 1.
Huge no-show from Arrow and that Registeel and Malamar matchup too. Like really great decision from him in that situation. And again, like Zapkin too, it's going to do the same amount of damage as Focus Blast would, but it's more energy intensive in that Malamar matchup. And with Zapkin having a lower chance of debuffing now, it just doesn't make sense to throw that, right?
Right. You just want to pace and get your attacks off as quickly as possible so you don't have to worry about the Azumarill getting back into the matchup. You just want to get this Malamar out of there as quick as possible. And wow, what a close in-game. Even though Azumarill was in such a bad position, it got kind of close to getting through the Guzzlord, to getting to one more charge attack and finishing off the Registeel. But because of that debuff, didn't do enough damage. And then Guzzlord rarely gets to knock out Azumarill, but today it does.
Arrow's team is just bonkers here, right? You never see Registeel these days. You rarely see Guzzlord. Typhlosion is pretty rare in this particular tournament too. I mean,
and those are the 3 he ran.
Yeah, those are the 3 he ran. I mean, he has Galarian Moltres, which it seems more meta than over half his team already.
Yeah.
He has a Shadow Quagsire, which, you know, outside of Latium doesn't really have a lot of usage here in North America. And because of that, how does someone like Elum prepare for a team like this? It's so hard to do. And of course, that Typhlosion playing so well for Arrow in that matchup. Again, Elum just has very limited options to deal with that Typhlosion, and that Registeel being such a core breaker for his team allows him to just put Elum in tough positions where he has to run risky situations. He has to try to fight for alignment in a lot of situations too, because he knows if he gets that Registeel on top of his Azumarill, he just has no play.
And once again, both these trainers trying to get their first regional championship. Both trainers have been so close. Elum has even been so close this season, getting 3rd place in Baltimore. Can he reverse sweep, get back in the series, make it all the way to the winners finals? This is a fantastic lead to do so, leading the Shadow Alolan Sandslash into the Guzzlord. Say swap Typhlosion, swapping into the Azumarill before you can land an Incinerate. Looks like Elum's gonna be able to keep the alignment here.
And this was actually a really risky line from Arrow, because if Elum led Azumarill, he would have been in a much tougher position. Drawing the Azumarill out here is not ideal for Arrow, but still it's much better than seeing the Azumarill in that lead matchup. I think we might see a shield here because he can't really Dragon Tail this down with the Guzzlord. And also on top of it,
you're ABA weak to Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yes, with the low Sandslash.
You're ABA weak to it. So once this Typhlosion is out of the game, you don't really have a good avenue to take out that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You have Superior Guzzlord in the back, and this is a Protect Shield from Elum, just going to try to keep the alignment here. It doesn't really matter the alignment for him, but here comes the Thunder Punch. I don't know if this is enough.
I think it might be enough to KO the Azumarill, but Elum does not want to find out. And now this gives Arrow a slight window of opportunity at least, because he knows he needs at least a shield advantage to somehow take out this Alolan Sandslash. This Guzzlord needs to put in work. He knows he can't shield. He needs to save the shield for that Guzzlord, for that Alolan Sandslash, but can he do it?
Oh, and actually pivots and doesn't decide to throw a Leaf Tornado or any cheeky play like that. Just goes straight into the Guzzlord here. Yes, you have Brutal Swings now that you can reach a little bit easier because it is lower energy now, but you're already going to take this super effective Ice Punch. You're only going to get one Brutal Swing off before you just get Powder Snow down, and that's the Brutal Swing right here.
This is unfortunately a really tough matchup for Arrow. I think he's pretty much conceding, letting that first Ice Punch go, knowing that he not only gets just like outpaced, but there's just not much he can do at that point in time. And, you know, going to be a really great line read from Elum in this second game. I mean, I think overall Elum has a team composition disadvantage, but finding a way against Arrow, and Arrow going to the old ways there, going for a risky ABA line, and unfortunately not paying out in game number 2.
At least you are going to be able to take out this Shadow Alolan Sandslash and see the 3rd Pokemon that is on Elum's team, most likely, unless the Azumarill can get to something. But you should maybe try to swap out. There is the Malamar, so now you see the 3rd Pokemon, and Arrow gives a little bit of a chuckle there. You don't just have enough reach. Even if you throw the Frenzy Plant there, it wouldn't quite knock out. So Elum is going to comfortably tie up this series 1-1, and that's the thing with Arrow's team. Yes, you can be ridiculously strong, kind of unbeatable with your alignments, with your matchups that people aren't prepared for, but then if you do a risky ABA weak to a certain Pokemon, lead into the wrong matchup, you're just kind of in so much trouble.
Yeah, I think Arrow there could have been okay if he had like a Registeel instead of Superior in the back, but yeah, it was interesting too, because even the safe swap Typhlosion able to still grab a shield advantage off the Azumarill, which is Elum's only reliable check to the Typhlosion. And the fact that he had to go down a shield when you counter swap a safe swap Typhlosion with that Azumarill says a lot about how strong this Typhlosion is. I think for this game number 3, Arrow just needs to better position his Typhlosion and maybe build a little bit less risky line, but I don't know, it's Arrow. He might just build the same, he might run the same team back, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, run it back. Game number 1, he led that Typhlosion, and then maybe he thought that Elum was gonna keep the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back for game number 2. So keeping that ABA weak to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, hoping to align it in that backline, just didn't quite work out for Arrow. Now, Arrow suddenly felt like he lost so much momentum just from that one battle because of how comfortable that victory was for Elum. So is he getting in his head a little bit? It looks like he's actually just waiting for his opponent. He's already locked in. He is confident. He always knows what he wants to bring. He just tries to keep rolling with it. If he loses a game, that does not deter him. Like you said before, he is persistent.
That's right. He's not going to let anything slow him down. Here we go. Game number 3 in the winner semifinals. Winner will move forward into a top 3 finish, and he gets the lead he wants. He gets Superior onto Azumarill, and he actually dropped the Typhlosion this game.
And it looks like you can also throw a Frenzy Plant before the foul play is available, but look at this play. This is so risky here. And it's called by Elum. Elum, no shields on this Leaf Tornado. It doesn't do that much damage, doesn't get the debuff, but he does get the debuff.
That debuff is huge, and here's the thing. I think Arrow recognizes that there's a superior counter back, so he's going to just try to win this matchup out because he has the Registeel for the Azumarill, so he doesn't need the superior in that matchup, and now goes for the harder hitting Frenzy Plant to secure the knockout. Does Elum decide to shield here? He does, making the correct shield call, but at this point, it's still really tough because he's debuffed, and Arrow has the Leaf Tornado now, and he's closing on Leaf Tornado range.
You can maybe get the double superpower, though. Does Arrow decide to shield this one? Is he at the back-to-back here? I think maybe he was one side wave off. I think he might have been one side wave off. Can he get there? No, he was one side wave off. So now this means this Leaf Tornado is going to come out from Arrow, and he can keep the alignment. Elum's ABA weak to Arrow's team with that superior and the Registeel there. You are going to get that Powder Snow down, but you have the Shadow Quagsire to come in and keep the Registeel in the back for the Azumarill.
All right, Arrow finding the matchup he wants. This matchup is still not the easiest for Quagsire, especially after that Mudshot nerf. However, Elum is still in a really tough predicament here. Can he find a way around this? They're on shield parity as well, so this is not a great spot for Elum to be in. Recognizing that Octo's going to do a decent amount of damage, needs to save the Zolong Sand Slash. Maybe leave with the Drill Run, I'm not really sure, but he hasn't seen the Registeel yet at the same time, right? So he might think
it could be Shadow Typhlosion in the back.
Yeah.
And here is the Azumarill. There is the Registeel. Elum kind of knows it now. He says GG, but he's going to play it out. It's not over yet. He is down the shield, though, and the Zap Cannon is already available. And remember, both of these Pokemon are switch locked in this matchup.
And man, that Leaf Tornado superior coming in
another debuff
for Arrow. The debuff comes through as well too. Insult to injury, not even needed here. I mean, you can see Arrow's all smiles as well. He's going to get at least another top 3 finish after this specific game. Let's see if Elum can pull off an absolute miracle. I don't think it's possible because I think the Quagsire has another Aqua Tail ready already, and Arrow still has a shield.
Yeah, you could just combo play if the Alolan Sandslash comes in, maybe just Focus Blast that and then go for the Aqua Tail, but going for the Zap Cannon here. And now this Registeel is at least energy dry, but I believe the switch timer is available for Arrow, so if the Sandslash comes in, you could pivot Quagsire, but decides to come in here, stay in here, and now actually you are at the double Drill Run, swapping on, I don't know if Charge Attack priority did register, but it looks like it doesn't matter. It looks like Arrow just wants to sack the Quagsire, which was his intention.
Yeah, I like this play too, because either way, Elum has to either throw the NG or get hit by an Aqua Tail, and here, Elum coming in, and could not get to the Ice Punch bait and the Drill Run. Arrow gonna close out game number 3 in this winter semifinals with the wildest team here, and he's moving on to the winners finals in a top 3 finish at the very least.
And he will face Lyles Jeff, who is awaiting him in a best of 5 series and a confident team composition line. Elum was the one that was ABA weak to Arrow's line. He ran the Azumarill, and the Azumarill in the lead had nowhere to go against the superior, and then in the back, it matched up against the Registeel. But how about that Leaf Tornado play? All tournament long, we're like, why do you even run Leaf Tornado? What is the point of it? But literally, if it wins you one game, maybe it's worth it, because you're not really using Aerial Ace that much anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's not a lot of fighters in this specific meta, and you're not doing that much more damage to a Mana Buzz with Aerial Ace instead of Leaf Tornado or Frenzy Plant. So I think there's a lot of people that tend to use it, and I think it works out quite well. I think Galaxy-Bolton was the first person to make it work really well last season in Europe, and winning a regional with that. But I think there's a lot of utility in that Leaf Tornado, especially with that chance for a debuff. And here we see the Azumarill almost trying to close out this matchup against the Registeel, but unfortunately the Guzzlord just had too much energy here in the end to muscle through this tough matchup against the Azumarill. Game number 2 was all on Elum, though, having the advantage throughout the matchup, and of course, game number 3, Arrow played it really well, having 2 answers to that Azumarill, recognizing that Elum was probably going to bring it for that Typhlosion. That Typhlosion put on so much bench pressure to the point where Arrow
just inside Elum's head and saying, you know what, I know you're going to bring the Azumarill, I'm bringing the Registeel, I'm bringing the Superior, 2 hard-winning matchups, and I'm bringing the Quagsire, the 3 best Pokemon he could bring into a Azumarill composition.
Yeah, and it's smart. I mean, this is a seasoned trainer knowing that he showed Typhlosion in the lead, showed Typhlosion in the back, and now just drops the Typhlosion, brings that Registeel in the back, of course the Shadow Quagsire, and then that was like one of the few times in this entire tournament, this entire season, that it felt a little bit like last season with that Registeel into the Azumarill, but you almost never see that anymore. Congratulations to Arrow, who's moving on, but Elum's not out of it yet. He did drop down to the loser's side of the bracket, though.
That's right. Well, big congratulations to Arrow, too. I know he's hunting down for that first regional title. I don't even think he cares too much about the World's qualification at this point. He just wants that first place medal. We'll see if he can do it here. Stay tuned, though. We're going to take a quick break before we get back in the action.
I'm locked in. Good luck to you.
GG.
Good luck, dude. Good luck.
I'll just show you.
I mean, you can always hit that top left button.
Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Triple Cross gets the knockout. It's gamer on the same day.
History from Dunebug. Show them what you got.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to poison and fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a fighting and poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resistant. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in day 2 of the Louisville Pokemon Go Regional Championships. We are slowly but surely narrowing down the field and getting very, very close to crowning our Louisville Regional Champion. My name is Softo, and I'm here joined by the amazing Wholesome_.
Thank you, Soph. Yeah, we have our winners finals locked in. We just saw Arrow taking the 2-1 victory over Elum, and then we also earlier saw Lyle Jeff with a 2-0 victory over its Axen. So yeah, taking a look at this bracket here, you can see that journey. Lyle has not dropped a game here in Sunday. I think he only lost one game in Saturday as well, so he is on an absolute tear, taking down a very tough opponent in Gordon the Flash, as well as a former world champion who is on his own tear, It's Axen. But It's Axen and Elum, they're not done yet. They're going to move to the loser side of the bracket, where they're going to be facing off versus the winner of these next couple matchups.
Exactly. So up here, we're going to have Rise to Occasion versus Trent. The winner of that will be playing It's Axen. And then the other matchup still to come is Richie versus Nighttime Clasher. The winner of that will be playing Elum. And I believe once we hit losers round 4, that's actually going to be our top 6. But for right now, all of the trainers left have already secured their place in the top 8.
Yeah, congratulations to them. That is where the cash prizes start, and a lot of championship points for them as well. I think they're going from top 16s, 160 to top 8. I think it's in the 200s at that point. So yeah, congratulations to them. And it's really hard to just identify an underdog at this point, because everyone is just so accomplished here in this top 8. Trainers have all made the grand finals at this stage, but for some trainers, they are trying to get that first regional champion title.
All right, well, one of those trainers who's still hoping to get their first regional title is going to be Trent. He's about to face off versus Rise to Occasion. We've seen both of these players at this point several times throughout the broadcast, not just today, but also yesterday. For Rise, I feel like the main story with Rise has really been the Ariados. It's been shining a lot for him. I actually think it still has a lot of play into Trent's team. He is facing off against Clodsire and Toxapex, which could be a little tough, but I think still a lot of flexible play. On Trent's side, I mean, I think a lot of Trent's team has a lot of play. What do you think, Wholesome?
Well, you know what? I want to double-click on that Ariados on Rise's side. I just feel like it's a must-bring. It does great into that Malamar. It can hit super effective versus tons and tons of those Pokemon. And in situations where you have to watch out for fast attack pressure, normally it's only going to be neutral. On Trent's side, I do still like that Shadow Kanto Marowak. It's going to do very, very nicely into the Dunsparce. It's going to do pretty well into that Ariados, just maybe needs to shield one time to secure that matchup. Very dominant into the Shadow Drapion. Needs to watch out, though, for the Talonflame and Azumarill. Still has ways to combat that, though. Let's find out, though. We're in losers round 3. This is Rise to Occasion versus Trent.
All right, fantastic lead for Rise. Does get Talonflame into the Shadow Marowak. You do resist the Mud Slaps here, but you do have to watch out for Rock Slide. Probably going to need to use a Protect Shield. If Trent, oh, actually he baits with Bone Club here, saving, I believe, 10 energy.
Yeah, nice job here. I think this is now going to allow him to, if he wants to shield, for sure, get to that next Rock Slide. You can see that those Bone Clubs are starting to add up and actually going for a catch there. Very nice play. Trent able to catch this fly on his Clodsire. The Ariados is probably, I mean, there's two Pokemon. None of these Pokemon really are that bad of an answer to the Ariados. So, well, despite having a lot of neutral play, I think Trent still has answers to some of these Pokemon.
That's right. Rise does bring in the Diggersby here, and this is a pretty nice matchup for Diggersby. I expect to see Rise go pretty much all the way up to 100 energy before taking out the Clodsire with the Scorching Sands. And if you look at the 3 that Trent brought, actually the Diggersby has a lot of play versus the entire team. So, you know, depending on how this all plays out, I think it could be pretty difficult for Trent to get rid of this Diggersby.
Yeah, well said so, but it's going to come down to, does Rise recognize how strong his Diggersby is, and is he going to protect shield it? Because like you said, has strong play into all 3 of the Pokemon. Oh, and actually a little cheeky Sludge Bomb here that Trent is able to get off here. This is going to be resisted, but it'll still do some damage, maybe putting this Diggersby now into range where 1 charge attack can knock out. I don't think so quite yet, though. This, this Marowak probably needs to protect shield if it wants to hang on. It's going to be very close to knocking out.
All right, well, the good news for Trent is he is, well, now they're on even shields, I believe, but he does have a Toxapex in the back. Oh, but actually, nice play from Rise, trying to almost snipe the Marowak here with a fly, forcing Trent to use his final Protect Shield.
Was that a charge attack priority, so that was really interesting to see there. I think it may have actually been. Yeah, it was. I think throwing 1 quick attack, swapping, and then immediately throwing the fly there. Very, very highly impressive skill tech play there by Rise.
That's right. That's pretty much the ideal play, right? Wasting the opponent's energy, forcing them to use a shield as well. I think Rise is just going to go straight for this Brave Bird and then think that the Talonflame has done a nice job here. Going to send it to bed, but remember, Rise still has a full health Ariados in the back, as well as a little bit of the Diggersby.
Yeah, the Ariados now is actually in range where 1 Trailblaze is probably going to be knocking out both these Pokemon. I think with the Poison Stings, you can probably knock out the... For sure knock out that Shadow Kanto Marowak. It'll be pretty close to knocking out this Toxapex too.
Brian coming through here. Rise is happy to let it go. And Brian, you know, just doing about 1/3 of the health on Ariados. Probably going to go straight for this Trailblaze. Like you said, you want to start boosting up those Poison Stings. Probably looking to finish out this game with the Ariados. So, you know, you just want to boost yourself for the rest of the game.
I don't know, the switch clock goes up. Yeah, it's not. But even if you catch, it's really not the end of the world. You're just trying to boost your attack. You have the Protect Shield. You don't even have to use it right here. You can let this one go. You're not going to get Poison Jabbed down. I think you just want to save that Protect Shield in case Trent has a Bone Club stored on his Pokemon, which he does not. He does get to the Bone Club. This will strip away that final Protect Shield. Keep in mind, there's still that Diggersby on the side of Rise, but I think that this Ariados is going to be able to probably clutch this.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much good game. I think Rise, you just you hit the Trailblaze here, take out the Marowak, and then I think you can just fast attack down the Toxapex with the Poison Stings.
Yeah, this is going to be double boosted at this point. I think you could even go into your Diggersby if you want an even safer play here, but no, double boosted. You can see these Poison Stings looking like poison jabs, able to take out the Toxapex in game number 1, going to Rise.
All right, well, the story for Rise has absolutely been that Ariados, and no different here in game 1 of Losers Round 3. He does take that 1-0 lead over Trent, so, you know, just 1 game away from moving on to the top 6. Trent, on the other hand, has to figure something out.
Look, Diggersby looked very good there, and it was still available in the back there for Rise if he needed it. Didn't have to get too much mileage out of it, but I think it was the Talonflame play that was so impressive to me. The way that he was able to throw 1 fast attack, then swap and throw his fly on charge attack priority versus that Marowak, to me that was the defining moment that showed a very high skill ceiling for Rise, and his ability to execute was second to none.
Absolutely. Well, here's the last Sludge Bomb that Clodsire is going to get off. And you see right after this, I think you get the Diggersby versus Marowak matchup. I think this is just the end of the game there, but I think really the flashy play of the game, at least. I mean, maybe it was kind of a straightforward game from Rise after he got the Diggersby onto the Clodsire, but I think the flashy play was that charge attack priority catch that Rise did, right? Catching the Bone Club on Talonflame, winning charge attack priority, getting off the fly, and then, of course, letting the Bone Club go.
I think Trent needs to bring that Malamar in game number 2. I think that is just too good into Rise's team. Does it have some answers? Sure. There's that Azumarill on the side of Rise. But I think it needs to be a response to not only that Diggersby, but to the Ariados as well. Let's move into game number 2. Another response to the Diggersby is the Mandibuzz, but last thing it wants to get lined up against is this Azumarill. Great team read by Rise.
Oh my goodness, and Trent also brought the Malamar you were just talking about, but that doesn't do that well against Azumarill either. This is looking like an uphill battle for Trent, but right now we're still locked into this Dugong versus Ariados matchup. I feel like we saw this matchup a little bit earlier from Rise versus Pocket as well. Trailblaze coming through here, and I think we know that this is a pretty nice matchup for Ariados.
I'm trying to think what Trent's strategy is here, because he is ABA weak to this Azumarill. He has 2 Dark-type Pokemon. Realistically, the Mandibuzz can hit for neutral, at least with its Aerial Aces, but I think you may actually be trying to go for a farm down here with your own Malamar, and then just try and Psywave a lot of that HP away from the Azumarill. Will Rise recognize that, however?
Yeah, I think you're right that Malamar is probably going to be the key here. He knows that the Mandibuzz doesn't do that well versus Azumarill, so I think the job of the Mandibuzz here is just going to be to finish off this Ariados and then hope that Malamar can pull off a miracle in the back. But I'll tell you what, Malamar may be able to 2-shield through the Azumarill, but you don't leave with a lot of health.
But I think the play for Rise is to bring the Diggersby into the Malamar eventually so that you're forced to throw those superpowers, debuffing yourself, especially if this Mandibuzz has been taken off the field by this Ariados.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I've seen Malamar do some amazing things, but yes, you have to debuff yourself versus Diggersby. I mean, I'm expecting Trent to maybe save this Mandibuzz or have a little bit of it left at the end of this. Like, he's not going to be locked into the Malamar forever. But, I mean, I think it's looking pretty uphill for Trent right now. And now he brings in the Malamar, so Rise has seen the entire team.
I think he tried to switch to that Azumarill, but was unable to do so. So, okay, this is a little bit interesting now. You don't actually bring in the Diggersby, so that means that Trent doesn't really have to throw these superpowers. He can just go straight foul play. Is this resisted damage? Yes, you know, but you're not debuffing yourself, so your sideways will continue to add up at a pretty fast pace.
Trent hasn't actually seen the Diggersby yet, so he doesn't know just how critical the energy from this Malamar is. Rise is getting a bait with this Ice Beam. I mean, Trent knows this is pretty much his last Pokemon, definitely needs to preserve it here, so does pull that shield, and I think Rise is probably just going to stay in here, maybe pull the second shield, and then maybe at that point you switch out into the Diggersby.
Well, the fact that Rise wasn't able to switch means that his switch clock is still up, so if he wants to switch out of this matchup at some point, he can. Rather than be stuck in this Azumarill matchup where he might get Sidewave down, he can actually just swap into his Diggersby at any point. I think he wants to throw one more charge attack, however. Yes, indeed, here comes the Ice Beam into the Malamar. This is going to strip away the second Protect Shield from Trent's Malamar. It is completely exposed at this point. You just need to land one charge attack, and that should be enough.
Yeah, maybe it would have been nice for Trent to try and make a catch there on the Mandibuzz. He still has an opportunity to do so here, but actually just going to throw this superpower. I don't even think 2 superpowers KO, because after the first, you're already debuffed, and also Rise still has a shield. Does shield out the first superpower, though.
Yeah, Trent actually now immediately brings in this Mandibuzz, but I'm worried that, okay, you just tank this Dark Pulse, you farm all the way down, you have a Scorching Sands ready to go. While it may not fully KO that Malamar, I don't think Malamar is going to be able to get through the remaining HP of this Diggersby, let alone the Azumarill.
Yeah, Rise does overfarm a little bit here. Throwing the Fire Punch, that Snarl is not going to come through. And I think, like you said, Rise just needs to get to a Scorching Sands versus the Malamar. I think you're still out of superpower range at this point. Yes, it is super effective damage, but Diggersby is very, very bulky. This is non-stab damage coming through from the Malamar right here.
Yeah, I don't see any win condition here for Trent at this point, which is going to be a tough pill for him to swallow here. He needs to get 3 charge attacks, but Rise, all he has to do is get to this one Scorching Sands here. And Diggersby was so great, but what was so smart here by Rise is anticipating the adaptation to bring that Malamar, maybe even that Mandibuzz from Trent, and he brought the Azumarill. Game number 2 goes to Rise, and he is still alive in this tournament. That said, Trent, that is going to be the end of his tournament run, but a very impressive run, especially with that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, another top 8 to add to Trent's resume. I think he actually has, there's a list of the trainers who have the most top 8 finishes, but no regional win. And I think Elum and Trent and Onion Frank, who is also at this tournament, are right at the top of that list. So, you know, Trent, definitely no stranger to the top 8. And, you know, he did a great job at this tournament, making it so far. But unfortunately, that was the last battle that we're going to see from him in Louisville.
I'll add one more to that list. I believe Arrow as well. So, yeah, lots at stake here for these trainers. Very hungry, you could say, for that regional win. Lyle has won. Elum wants to get that victory. Arrow wants to get that victory. Trent obviously wanted to get it, now out of the tournament. We could see Rise, though. What a story that would be. A 4-time regional champion in 4 separate seasons.
Well, he still has a lot of chances to try, but yeah, Rise still in the tournament, as well as it's Axen, of course, who has a bunch of titles on his resume. Just taking a quick look back through that series, I think game 1, maybe pretty straightforward from Rise's side, right? He got the Diggersby on the Clodsire, came out with a ton of energy, and then I think that Talonflame switch that we talked about really just sealed the deal for him, at least in the first game.
Well, Talonflame was just such a smart bring in game 1. You're expecting the signature Pokemon, the Shadow Kanto Marowak. There you go. It's right there in the lead. And you have your Talonflame ready to go. You're resisting those not only Mud Slaps, but the Bone Clubs as well. And then when you pair that tech play as well with the one fast attack CMP tie on your fly, forcing that final Protect Shield, it was just so beautiful in game 1. Rise in game 2, I think, just really out-team comp Trent. It was one step ahead with that Azumarill, ready to completely counter both of those dark types on Trent's team.
Yeah, we talk sometimes about, you know, the different skills or components that you need to come out victorious in these series. The first game, I think, was all about that technical skill, right? The over-farming, the swap and catch, like you were just talking about. And then in game 2, I mean, I'm going to be honest, that game was pretty much over from the get-go, right? It was all about the line read from Rise. Like you said, kind of realizing that Trent was going to adapt to Azumarill, or sorry, not adapt to Azumarill, but adapt by bringing Double Dark, and Rise in turn adapts with the Azumarill.
Yeah, you're just thinking to yourself, okay, well, what is going to be my answer to this Diggersby maybe? And yeah, you've got a good answer in that Mandibuzz. You've got a pretty good answer there in that Malamar as well. I was a little surprised to see the ABA strategy and bringing it in that particular combination. Maybe if it was an ABB strategy, could have lured out an Azumarill or just, you know, maybe tried to handle it as best as possible in the lead, but there was just really no flexibility for that. He brought in his only Azumarill answer in the swap, and then he had nothing left in the back part of the matchup.
Yeah, pretty tough to deal with Azumarill when it's a really bulky Pokemon, and when bulky Pokemon are core breakers, it's pretty hard to come back from.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was our losers bracket that we just saw there, round 3. We have another round 3 matchup. It is going to be Richie versus Nighttime Clasher. Both of these trainers do have a regional win to their name. Richie running that Talonflame as well, and we saw a lot of action from his non-Shadow Sandslash as well, the Alolan Sandslash, that is. Nighttime Clasher, on the other hand, another trainer with that Shadow Kanto Marowak, running a very similar team, actually, to what we just saw from Trent.
Yeah, taking a look at some of these picks here, I feel like the Dugong is going to be pretty key here for Nighttime Clasher. That's going to be one of the nice answers to the Alolan Sandslash. Obviously, you know, you resist the charge attacks from Feraligatr, you're dealing super effective to Diggersby, Superior, sometimes the Toxapex. So I like the Dugong a lot from Nighttime Clasher. On Richie's side, you mentioned the Talonflame. I actually think it has a lot of play here as well. The Clodsire has Sludge Bomb and not Stone Edge. Obviously, you know, you need to watch out for the Toxapex, but for the most part, I mean, neutral Incinerates do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I want to clarify here. I think he is actually running the Galarian Moltres and the Ariados rather than the Mandibuzz Dugong there. So a little bit of a different team than what you're seeing on your screen there. The Ariados has been so interesting to see, and actually I think it has a decent amount of play into Richie's team, especially versus that Superior. Can do nicely versus the Diggersby as well, but there's plenty of ways for it to fight back, especially with 2 Pokemon that have access to Fire-type moves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the Ariados for Nighttime Clasher, yeah, thank you for the correction, Jen. But I don't know, it has a couple walls on Richie's team, so it might be a little bit risky to bring. If you get it locked in against an Alolan Sandslash or a Talonflame, it's going to be a pretty uphill battle for Nighttime Clasher, I'd have to say. So we'll have to see whether he decides to take that risk.
Well, we did have, I think, 4 of those Pokemon correct there, and then the Mandibuzz versus the Galarian Moltres, I mean, it's the same typing on that, but they operate very differently. I think that the Galarian Moltres, I have to give a little bit of an edge just because it has a different dynamic. Not only can it hit with its charge attacks, it's decently bulky, I guess, but it's just that fast attack pressure that just gives it a completely different dynamic compared to the Mandibuzz, which has essentially 0 fast attack pressure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a key pick for Nighttime Clasher, and in turn, that pretty much means that Richie is forced to bring the Alolan Sandslash, maybe the Toxapex as well, just because the Galarian Moltres just has so much play into the rest of the team.
Okay, well, so if we are moving into game number 1, this is win or go home for both Richie as well as Nighttime Clasher. We're going to be seeing the Talonflame from Richie faced off versus the Malamar. Malamar sideways absolutely add up, and you are able to pace to these foul plays a little bit quicker than the first Fly or Brave Bird.
Yeah, pretty neutral matchup here. We'll have to see what charge attack Richie decides to go for, but foul play coming through from the Malamar. Richie actually puts up an early shield here, maybe realizing that the Talonflame has a lot of play against Nighttime's entire team. There's no flying type resist, actually, so throwing the first fly here, this is going to do a lot of damage to the Malamar.
Yeah, and there's no Azumarill on the side of Richie, so this ABA Dark strategy is a lot more viable compared to how it was for Trent. First Protect Shield has been used by both of these trainers. Nighttime Clasher throwing the second foul play just before Richie's able to reach that next charge attack. I think this is actually enough to knock out, but no, we see the Protect Shield used by Richie, wants to invest in this Talonflame.
Yeah, oh, actually, I was going to say probably going to overfarm just a little bit more, but throws the fly right away, doesn't want to give Nighttime Clasher the opportunity to switch out, and Nighttime Clasher actually shields, so all 4 shields being used in the lead matchup here.
I think that they're expecting that switch alignment is going to be very, very important, and Nighttime Clasher actually going for the superpower here, knowing that it's slightly less energy. Not only does he know that it'll knock out, but it'll also debuff his defense, meaning that'll be less of a farm for any Pokemon that is brought in here. I think only 2 quick attacks.
Yeah, Richie actually brings in the Diggersby. I would have thought the energy on Alolan Sandslash might be a little bit more impactful, but here he comes. Now he still has the energy advantage against the Shadow Kanto Marowak. And Wholesome, I know you're an expert on Kanto Marowak. Tell me how much this Ice Punch does.
It's going to do a lot. It's not going to be enough to knock out. That's the one thing that Alolan Sandslash has going for it, is that it does outpace, but this is the non-Shadow variant, so Kanto Marowak is going to be able to hang on. Kanto Marowak is actually surprisingly bulky despite its Shadow typing. Actually loses charge attack priority, for instance, to the other Mud Slapper, Gastrodon.
Well, that's going to be quite unfortunate for Richie here. Doesn't hang on after that Bone Club, and now you have a Diggersby not going to be doing the best against the Galarian Moltres that Nighttime Clasher has in the back. You also get off this Bone Club as a little parting gift, and I think Nighttime Clasher has this. You mentioned that he probably recognized the importance of switch advantage. I think that's exactly what we see here.
Well, I think Galarian Moltres is just so important to have that switch advantage. If you get it lined up versus the Alolan Sandslash, that's pretty devastating. If you get it lined up versus the if you get it lined up versus the Diggersby here, that's best case scenario. So, this is still ongoing, but at this point, I think all Nighttime Clasher needs to do is get to this Brave Bird. This will be enough to knock out. Shields are down at this point, and a very clean game number 1 for Nighttime Clasher, but I love the way he played that lead matchup, recognizing the importance of switch, seeing that Richie's willing to invest shields. I know that I can win this matchup in the 2 shield, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, it can be pretty scary to go down 2 shields in the lead, particularly if you have something like the Galarian Moltres in the back. Not the most glassy Pokemon on the field, but also certainly not the tankiest either. Taking a look at Nighttime Clasher's team, again, we see that Shadow Kanto Marowak that we've seen featured so prominently throughout this tournament, again, on Trent and Lyle's team as well. We've also got the Ariados and the Moltres, which, of course, just closed out that second game. But, I mean, I think when you think about the dynamic of these teams, Nighttime's thinking that Richie's always going to bring the Alolan Sandslash. I always have the Galarian Moltres, so I think it makes sense to think that switch advantage would be key.
I think the one thing that Nighttime Clasher would have to fear, getting an energy advantage in that shields down scenario, would be the Shadow Feraligatr. If you're able to get 2 Shadow Claws maybe, and then you'd be able to outpace any of those Pokemon to a charge attack. For instance, you could get to your Ice Beam versus that Galarian Moltres, or just land a Hydro Cannon into that Kanto Marowak. Let's move into game number 2, though. So it's the Battle of the Birds. We have Talonflame into Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, Richie going once again with the Talonflame lead, this time met by the Galarian Moltres instead of the Malamar. But this is interesting because Galarian Moltres actually has access to double super effective Ancient Power. Not sure if it's quite enough to take it out from here, but would certainly put the Talonflame extremely low. Richie wants to preserve it, so he does put up the shield.
I think it would take out, and yeah, Richie wants to make sure that he...
Oh, the boost!
Ow, wow, that is a very unlikely boost, but a very fortunate boost here. I think you're going to need a Brave Bird to knock out at this point, and Richie is going to be throwing in the Fly, which does not knock out thanks to that defensive boost, and I think you will get to this Fly just before the Ancient Power. Richie could go for a double shield farm down. That may be exactly what he's looking for. He will come out of this matchup with a lot of energy, and nothing in the backline from Nighttime Clasher is going to be appreciating a Fly or Brave Bird.
That's true, but you do get stuck in those Incinerates if you try to throw another attack, and it looks like Richie's just tapping the middle of the screen, probably going to throw an Incinerate into whatever comes in. Looks like Nighttime Clasher actually does bring in the Kanto Marowak. These Mudslaps are resisted, so Richie's going to be able to throw both of these charge attacks right here. I think this is a Fly coming through, and the next attack will almost certainly be a Brave Bird. Nice call by Nighttime Clasher, though.
Well, nice call by you earlier yesterday when you said that, hey, these energy attacks stack very nicely, but actually needed one more Incinerate there, so, and able to get to that final charge attack. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing the Brave Bird. Just like you said, there's no point in not throwing it. And it would actually mean, actually it allows him to hang on. So maybe Richie can use that Talonflame as a sacrificial swap at some point.
All right, Bone Club coming through here. Richie did bring in his Shadow Feraligatr here, and that Bone Club does about half of Feraligator's health, which is pretty crazy. And actually, it's a charge attack priority on this next attack, so Nighttime Clasher does let the Marowak go, but now look at how low this Feraligatr is. All it did was take a Bone Club and some Mudslaps.
Yeah, okay, but look at this Malamar right now. It's going to be able to get a farm down. Switch clocks are not up at this point. I don't think Feraligator is going to get to another Hydro Cannon. It's going to be very close, but no, look at this. Richie does have the luxury. He could have waited out a Switch Clock, yet he did not. Instead, just immediately brings in the Alolan Sandslash. It's going to be taking double super effective superpower.
Well, it's looking very good for Nighttime Clasher. The superpower actually one-hits the Alolan Sandslash. Just one more Psy Wave to close out that game. Nighttime Clasher with a 2-0 sweep, moving on to the top 6.
I would have liked to have at least seen Richie wait out that Switch Clock. And maybe 10 seconds wasn't enough for that Switch Clock to come back up, but I would have at least liked to have seen that there. Maybe there's some play for you to catch that superpower. That would be a permanent debuff there against that Malamar. Maybe you could have gotten a Powder Snow through, but maybe you just would have still lost CMP on the second superpower anyway. So it was a tough spot for Richie, but congratulations to Nighttime Clash. You're looking very strong in a 2-0 series sweep there versus Richie.
Yeah, taking a look back through that series, I think this is just that first game where it was pretty tough for Richie, a losing swap there, but maybe he would have had a little bit better of a chance if he had farmed down the lead matchup with the Alolan Sandslash instead of the Diggersby, right? I mean, the energy from Alolan Sandslash pretty much goes anywhere. Maybe you can reach 2 Ice Punches against the Marowak. I'm not sure. That was, maybe the only condition. Don't even know if it's possible, but that was game 1. Game 2, of course, like you just mentioned, I don't know. I think you still lose here even if you make a catch.
Yeah, I think you have enough energy, and like we said, I think you would have had to have snuck through a Powder Snow and then outpaced to that second superpower, but there was no Powder Snow to go through there. You just throw your superpower right away, and that's it. So yeah, I think you could see after that farm down of the Feraligatr by the Malamar, you know, both trainers end up nodding their head. They're acknowledging what's going on there.
Exactly, and I think, you know, Malamar is a one-turn fast attack user, right? You got that side wave, so pretty flexible. I think Nighttime Clasher is also pretty experienced. You probably wouldn't allow a catch versus the 2-turn Powder Snow.
I don't think so, yeah. That's a really, really tough spot. But nonetheless, a very impressive run yet again by Richie. He made his way all the way to top 8 from the loser side of the bracket as well. Some very impressive wins that we've seen, and a pretty cool team, too. So congratulations to him. Nighttime Clasher now is going to be moving on to losers round 4, I believe, where I think he's going to be facing off versus, it wasn't Trent, it was Rise that just won. So I think it's going to be, no, I'm sorry. They're going to be facing off versus the winners that had dropped down.
Yeah, it's Axen and Elum.
Exactly. So I'm curious to see what that next matchup's going to be. So if I think I can actually look, it's Axen will be facing off versus Rise to Occasion, which means that Nighttime Clasher will be facing off versus Elum.
I think that's right. So yeah, so the losers bracket kind of combines with the winners bracket this late in the tournament, right? But you know, Nighttime Clasher actually came into this tournament on the loser side, so we haven't got to hear much from him, but I think he's actually on the floor right now, ready for an interview.
Here with Nighttime Clasher, right off his win 2-0 against Richie, a former regional champion as well. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Like, I felt like those were some of the most clean games I played all weekend, and it seemed like the KWAC was really strong, so get ready.
Yeah, the Kanto Marowak looking really strong. The rest of your team pretty wild too, but obviously very good in this current meta. What would you tell yourself a year ago if you said you would be winning 2-0 in Top Cut with a Galarian Moltres, Shadow Kanto Marowak, and a Malamar?
So a lot of people would say, like, these are some of the most difficult Pokemon to find, and I'm just glad that I found a use for them. This is like a crazy meta, and I'm super glad I got to use Galarian Moltres. Especially, I got one from a trade last week, and it was super good, $14.99. So I just felt like I had to run it.
Yeah, definitely. I was following your journey on trying to hunt down the Moltres. I think you were walking a couple hours every day trying to look for it, but looked like the local trade was the one that came clutch for you too. What are you looking forward to in the rest of this tournament? I know you said that you're trying to beat the allegations that you're washed. I don't know who called you washed, but do you think you've beat them?
So I think it was Out of Pocket who originally said I was washed. Very unfortunate after a lot of EU tournaments that maybe not have gone my way, but right now we are so back.
That's right, that's right. And I know you didn't have the best Worlds performance, but you did lose the World Champion round 1, so that's a tough draw right then and there. I got one important question to ask you. If you were any professional sports player, who would you be?
Oh, that's a good question. See, I don't follow sports that much, but I know that a lot of people are a fan of, like, who's a good one that people don't hate too much? I guess if I could be any sports player, I think Luka Doncic.
Nice. Well, it's it's not an original question from me, but I did take it from a great caster I heard in a previous broadcast. Any shout-outs you'd like to give before we go on to the next set of battles?
Well, of course, I have to give a shout-out to Teresa and my friends Kevin and Eric who drove me here. They obviously are always following me through the entire journey. And also other friends from just general scrims, Out of Pocket. I see Onion Frank is like raising his hands over here. The Legend United guys who helped me prepare a lot for the matches. And then Yekai, Steinar, they also helped me. Inadequance, Palash, A Mind Joke, Scaffo. So many people have helped me. SS Thorn. So appreciate all of them, of course, and really glad to continue on in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're running the gauntlet too, but the last time you won a regional, you went through a huge gauntlet in Europe, and I'm sure you could do it again here in North America. So best of luck in your battles, and we'll get back to some more.
Thank you, Caleb. Like Nighttime Clasher said, he's so back, so... All right, well, very impressive victory that we just saw there, and a huge laundry list of people to thank as well, especially that guy, General Scrims. I'm going to have to go meet him at some point. Sounds like a very good person to practice with.
And Nighttime Clasher is certainly very well traveled. He has tons of friends from all around the world. I think he listed people from North America, Europe, Latin America, and Asia. So, you know, got a lot of friends there. And among those friends that he shouted out, by the way, were people on Legends United, which is a team of players. And speaking of Legends United, I think Rise to Occasion and its Axen are up soon, and they're both part of that team.
Yeah, the team certainly is having a lot of success here in this current tournament. I think we're down to our final 6 at this point, so I'm looking forward to seeing its Axen versus Rise to Occasion. Before Before we get into the battle, though, we're going to take a look back at the loser side of the bracket. You can see Rise to Occasion has had a great journey so far. He has done very well with a 2-0 versus Out of Pocket, 2-0 versus Trent after originally falling from the winner's side of the bracket. Nighttime Clasher we just saw with a 2-1 versus Gordon the Flash, 2-0 versus August Isley, and then a 2-0 versus Richie as well. He's going to be facing off versus Elum just a little bit later. But again, next up is it's Axen versus Rise to Occasion. It's Axen just recently falling down from the winner's side of the bracket after a tough 2-0 defeat versus Lyle Jess.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher is actually the lone soldier left from the losers bracket to start the day. I think it's Axen, Rise, and Elum all actually came from the winner's side and then dropped later. But you know, talking about this matchup, it's Axen versus Rise. I think earlier when Rise played Pocket, I was kind of gassing them both up, saying, "Oh, Pocket has this long list of accomplishments. Rise has won so many tournaments." But I mean, now you have it's Axen. Another NAIC champion for Rise to face here.
Well, we've seen a lot of the Ariados from Rise. I don't know that we're going to see so much of the Talonflame or the Diggersby. There's 3 waters on the side of it's Axen, so I think it's Axen certainly does have some play here. Now that said, the Toxapex does need to watch out for that Diggersby, but it can hit back with the Brine. So are there any standout Pokemon here for you that you want to call out for either of these 2 trainers?
Well, you talked about Ariados for Rise. I actually do like the Diggersby from him. Yes, there's 2 waters on its Axen side, but it's Feraligatr and Toxapex, which Diggersby does just fine against. As for its Axen, I also like his Diggersby as well. I think it has a lot of play into Rise's team. Basically, just watch out for Azumarill and Talonflame, but other than that, neutral to positive matchups across the board.
Diggersby going to be a little bit tough for Rise. While it does have great matchups into that Drapion and the Toxapex as well, both of them have access to water-type charge attacks. Not to mention the Azumarill, the Feraligatr, and even Malamar with access to superpower. So I think there's definitely going to be some threats. It will come down to skill and how you can navigate around some of those tough matchups. We're having it's Axen now with the Malamar versus Rise to Occasion with the Ariados. These are super effective Psywaves. Look how fast they're adding up, Soph.
Yeah, I don't expect Rise to... Well, I don't know. It's really tough because the Psywaves are going to be doing less damage, but you're just getting chunked so quickly by the Psywaves. He also has very, very safe Pokemon in the back. He does actually just pivot out straight into the Drapion here. I'm hoping to absorb the energy from the Malamar, but it's Axen saves it. Brings in the Diggersby. This is an interesting matchup because it's Axen actually down his shields now, and Drapion can flip this.
Yeah, this is where we see Drapion with the quick pacing that it can actually, in some shielding scenarios, take these matchups versus the Diggersby. It's going to come down to its Axen's shielding decisions to see exactly how he wants to navigate through this matchup. You need 3 of these Aqua Tails to knock out, but once 2 have been locked in, you just need 8 turns to get to get that knockout, which is such a good spot to be in for Rise.
Yeah, looks like Rise is just about to reach the Aqua Tail here. Actually shields it up, trying to make sure he can get off this Aqua Tail. Nice farming from its Axen, but he's going to have to use his second Protect Shield if he wants to keep this Diggersby alive.
Okay, its Axen could maybe, if he wants to, just bring in the Feraligatr after this. He will, I think, were we on even energy, or how much energy did Rise have on his Drapion here? He's got to have a little bit of a residual. Yeah, actually just brings in the Malamar instead, and he's going to need to throw a superpower. Rise actually swapping out, bringing in the Ariados. Is he simply going to be sacrificing this, or does he want to use his second Protect Shield?
Well, its Axen is well over 100 energy, did all these side waves before throwing the foul play. It actually does knock out the Ariados, so it looks like Rise is putting all of it on the Diggersby and the Drapion. He still has a little bit of energy on the Drapion. Diggersby hasn't seen the light of day yet.
I think Drapion has maybe 1 or 2 Poison Stings here. In fact, oh no, it has a full Aqua Tail ready to go and now has the Crunch. This is not enough to knock out, but it will put that Malamar dangerously low. I think its Axen wants to put some additional cycles into this Malamar. Will he try and make a catch at some point on this Feraligatr, or simply just throw both of these charge attacks? I think actually this foul play is probably enough to knock out at this range, Soph.
Yeah, Psywaves are adding up very quickly. Again, this is all resisted damage on the Drapion, but like you said, enough to knock out, and now all of a sudden, Axen already has a superpower loaded, probably going to be able to reach a second. I think you want to throw just before the Fire Punch. Fire Punch is loaded now, so you could go straight into the Shadow Feraligatr if you wanted to.
Look, Diggersby's a great Pokemon for sure, but look at all these risks that it has. Super effective superpower, and actually another superpower ready to go. You do need to shield this one at this point. I don't know that you're going to be able to come back from this one. Its Axen can simply just bring the Feraligatr at this point and just needs to land 1 Hydro Cannon. I think that you're going to get to 1 Hydro Cannon before Rise is able to reach 2 charge attacks.
Yeah, he does get off the Scorching Sands here, but I think even if Rise gets that 30% attack drop, Feraligatr is going to be able to survive it and get to this Hydro Cannon and take out the Diggersby.
I really like the way that Axen was able to dance around those matchups. Despite getting debuffed early on and needing to use that Protect Shield, rather than throwing debuffed Superpower energy into Ryze's switch, which was that Shadow Drapion, he just immediately swapped out and didn't even need the switch advantage. He just wanted to make sure that he came back into that matchup and could throw undebuffed damage, which is exactly what he did. The way that he was able to dance around there was just beautiful from Axen.
Yeah, I like how he brought the Malamar back in after that middle matchup. He had all the energy stored, and you know, it's kind of difficult to deal with a Drapion that still has that much health and a little bit of energy, but I think, you know, having your own stored energy is a really great way to use that. And, you know, we have Axen's team up again here. I think these are, I don't know if these are all 6 of the most used Pokemon in Day 2, but I think at least certainly 4 of the top 4 he has on his team, that being the Azumarill, Toxapex, Malamar, and Shadow Drapion. So very standard team, and we can see why, right? It's really working against Ryze.
Look, I'll go on the record and say that the Chestnut for my caster predictions wasn't the most effective pick here, but that Malamar, that Shadow Drapion, and that Diggersby is just so strong. Anyone just running that combination of 3 Pokemon probably will have a ton of flexibility in their team of 3.
Yeah, I really like the Shadow Feraligatr for Axen in this matchup as well. You look at Ryze's team, and honestly, he looks pretty weak to Shadow Feraligatr. Like, you have Dunsparce, sure, but Shadow Feraligatr can 2-hit with those Hydro Cannons. You have Ariados, yes, but again, up a Shadow Claw, Shadow Feraligatr just puts in so much work there. So I think, you know, with a player as skilled as Axen, it's going to be really difficult for Ryze to kind of dance around that.
So I've talked to Ryze to occasion about Azumarill, and he kind of just described it as a necessary evil that you need to bring. It's not a fun Pokemon to play necessarily, but it's a Pokemon that is just so good in this current meta. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him bringing it here. We're moving into game number 2 here. Axen currently up 1-0. Diggersby into Shadow Drapion. A good lead on paper for Axen. Let's see how Ryze wants to play it out.
Well, we are on even energy this time. We typically see the Diggersby maybe behind a little bit of energy. First Aqua Tail coming through here. Again, it's going to need 3 Aqua Tails to take out the Diggersby. So, you know, maybe expect Axen to overfarm before throwing, but actually Ryze with a quick swap into his own Diggersby. And, you know, Axen actually throws a Scorching Sand here, maybe expecting that he needs 2 charge attacks to take out the Diggersby. Maybe goes into the Feraligatr here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the play. And he gets the attack drop as well. Okay, very interesting.
I'm not sure if Hydro Cannon is enough to take out Diggersby from here, though.
I don't know that it is either. I don't know that Shadow Claws would be enough to kind of fill the gap either. So let's see this first Scorching Sands come through. This could be a debuff. Will we see it? Not this time. You're going to have a good luxury to overfarm here as Axen. I think you can actually reach 2 Hydro Cannons, in fact. So realistically, if you do need to get 2, you can throw both of them right here. Axen does have that flexibility right now.
Exactly. Well, we're going to see how much this Hydro Cannon does. The Diggersby does actually just barely hang on, and I think Axen is actually just going to go for the extra Shadow Claw there instead of throwing away the Hydro Cannon.
0 for 1 on the debuffs right now for Ryze. Trying to go for the second debuff here. Would have been enough to knock out. Protect Shield comes out. No debuff. I think Axen, while he's down his shield, has tons of energy. Now has to start launching these Hydro Cannons into the Azumarill. Keep an eye on Switch Clock, though. He could end up swapping out, but I don't think he's going to want to. He has the alignment right now where he can get his Toxapex aligned versus this Azumarill.
Exactly, and that is a super dominant matchup, so we're probably eventually going to see the Diggersby on Drapion again. Hydro Cannon coming through here, and again, this is all resisted damage, but I think the Azumarill is already going to be below 50% health just from 2 Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, so no shock to see the Azumarill brought here, but Axen one step ahead and actually bringing that Toxapex, which is going to be the perfect answer. And let's not discount how much work this Feraligatr is doing right now into this Azumarill. Look, Azumarill will get a very nice, juicy farm down right now, but that energy is going to go nowhere. Actually just brought in the Toxapex. Now there's actually destinations for this Azumarill energy.
Yeah, actually that's pretty nice for Ryze. He banked the energy. That Azumarill is super loaded, so let's not forget that crunch coming through here. And Ryze actually, I think a door has been opened now. He's up a shield. He gets the defense drop too, so all of a sudden good things happening for Ryze.
Yeah, no, I'm completely flabbergasted. So by the way that this is playing out, Axen had the alignment that he wanted, getting that Toxapex to absorb all of the energy from that Azumarill, but instead brings the Toxapex now into this Drapion and is going to have at least 1 Protect Shield for the Diggersby a little bit later on. Now that said, he is doing some work into this Drapion, which is nice, but Ryze to Occasion can simply protect it with his Protect Shield and still has a lot of mileage left.
That's right, Drapion already at another charge attack. Nice counting throws
Beautiful.
Right on the charge attack priority against its Axen's Brian. This Aqua Tail is resisted, but I think at this point it's going to be enough damage to take out the Toxapex. And its Axen, knowing that he hit the Brian on charge attack priority, does shield to make sure that it goes off.
Yeah, you really want to get this damage into this Drapion because it is going to be able to hit super effective versus your Diggersby. Let's not forget that the Feraligatr is still around, but okay, no, a quick swap now. It's Axen. Switch Clock will not be up. He needs to get to these charge attacks. Aqua Tail will be coming through. I think Ryze to Occasion can maybe maybe even do a combo play here with his Azumarill.
All right, well, Diggersby does win charge attack priority, so if its Axen can predict that, it's going to be very interesting. Looks like he just throws the attack straight away here, but remember, Rise still has all the energy on Azumarill, and I think Axen needs the Toxapex to close out this one.
I think he is going to need the Toxapex, but the question is, can Toxapex close it out? He might even need to get a little bit more energy. This is still risky. I think its Axen might be able to simply just jab this down.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really close. We have to see just how much health is left on the Toxapex. Oh, I think he's going to be able to do it, though. This Azumarill is really, really low. The jabs are super effective, chunking away here, and does reach the Ice Beam, but its Axen barely takes game number 2 against Rise 2 occasions.
That's about as close as it gets. I mean, we were one turn off reaching that Ice Beam. You still needed to get through the Feraligatr as well. You do resisted bubbles, and your turns are a little bit longer. 3-turn bubble versus a 2-turn Shadow Claw. So I think that was its Axen's game, but its Axen absolutely opened a door there. When we saw that Toxapex swap in to the Dropion, it was a simul swap if I'm not mistaken, so they were both just trying to outpredict each other. It definitely went in the favor of Rise there towards the end of the game, but there was just too much for that Azumarill to do, and its Axen was able to close out a 2-0 sweep after losing 0-2 to Lyle Jeffs.
Exactly, so nice comeback from its Axen. I believe he does move on to, it's going to be losers round 5 at that. I think that's the top 4 trainers, so really, really deep run coming from its Axen here. Again, this is back to that game number 1. Its Axen able to finish off the Drapion with the Malamar, which was really the MVP of game number 1 here.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Rise. Unable to get that 4th season championship that he was looking for, but plenty ahead for Rise, I'm sure. We'll be seeing him later on in the season. It's Axen with beautiful play in game number 1, especially great play with that Malamar. I think that the Diggersby and Toxapex combo that we just see so regularly that just complement each other so nicely was able to be on full display there in game 2, and yeah, a nice 2-0 series sweep.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about maybe being surprised that its Axen, saved like a 1 HP for Alligator to hard swap in the Toxapex, but I mean, I think he had it kind of planned out, right? The Azumarill was very, very low, so even at the end, he was able to switch out and save just enough of the Toxapex really to take out the Azumarill.
The thing that was risky for me is not so much about, okay, this Toxapex needs to knock out the Azumarill. I just wanted it to be the damage sponge for all that energy. All that energy instead going into the Diggersby, which was very risky, especially since he used his final Protect Shield on an Aqua Tail from Dropion. So.
Well, I was expecting Rise to, he sees the Toxapex come in, I assume, and I assume he would have actually just switched out and saved the energy anyways, but it was actually a pretty interesting endgame, I don't think we're gonna do an interview or we have time, but otherwise I'd love to pick the players' brains about that game.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think we've heard from its Axen and from Rise already plenty over these tournaments, and I think we're going to hear from him a lot more this season as well. In fact, its Axen really has the momentum again. After a little bit of a trip or a stumble, he seems like he's regaining that momentum. It would not shock me to see him in grand finals this tournament.
Yeah, this could be the meta for him, right? Players like its Axen, when they have such great periods like he did in the 2023 season where he won a regional as well as Worlds and top cut, who knows how many regionals that season. I mean, maybe a little bit of a stumble last year, but it could also just be, not that he's like washed necessarily, but just that it wasn't quite the meta for him. But I think he's really found his footing here this season in the max out season, right? Not only huge statement here in Louisville, but also really tons of success in the Go Battle League, really one of the first players to hit Legend, really high on those global leaderboards. So I think he's really found his footing with these Pokemon.
Excellent point, Soph, and we're excited to take you into these next battles, but we're going to take a quick break. Make sure you guys stick around because we're going to be taking you through the rest of losers here. Plenty of battles yet to come.
Good luck, man.
Good luck. All right.
GG's, man.
GG's. All right. Good luck.
Good luck, Rise. Oh my goodness, man. GG's.
Great game.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion, and we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here for day number 2 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Louisville, Kentucky, and we are closing down on our final few matches. I believe we're in the loser semifinals right now. A few more matches to go to determine who will be making it to that grand finals and who will be taking the entire crown.
Yeah, we got some loser semifinals. We still got our winners finals, and of course, losers finals, grand finals, and to find out which trainer here in Louisville will qualify for the World Championships in 2025 in Anaheim. So a ton on the line. auto qualification. But of course, all these trainers are trying to get as many championship points as possible, try to get that top 75, but also try to get some travel awards for some international championships as well, so they can keep getting higher and higher on that leaderboard.
That's right, a lot on the line, and none of the players currently remaining in this tournament are already Worlds qualified, so you know, they definitely want to secure that guaranteed spot if they can.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And up next, we have Elum, who, of course, was 3rd place in the Baltimore Regional, has a chance to get into that losers finals once again. And this is on that losers side of the bracket. Elum was on the winner side, but then dropped on down, and now he will face Nighttime Clasher. And, it's Axen is actually moving on to that losers semifinals instead of Rise to Occasion. But Rise to Occasion made a really impressive losers run here in Louisville.
Yeah, speaking of losers run, Nighttime Clasher 2-0 against August, 2-0 against 2-1 against Gordon Flash, 2-0 against Richie, and now we'll be facing off against Elum. And Nighttime Clasher definitely having a pretty unique team here, and we see Loud Jeffs the third and Arrow waiting in that winners finals. Both have already locked in at least a top 3 finish, but they want that championship title. Loud Jeffs already won 2 championships last season. Arrow's still looking his first one, and he's hungry for it.
Yeah, it seems like there's 2 trainers that proved a lot, and then there are 3 trainers that, with a lot to prove, like Nighttime Clasher, who hasn't had the success here in North America that he had in Europe, winning the Liverpool Regional, and then Elum, who has made it to the Grand Finals before, but has never won it, won 3rd place here in Baltimore, and of course Arrow, a 2-time Grand Finalist, but a 2-time runner-up. So it is really the story of the proven versus the unproven, but these unproven have been pretty far in the past. They just need to get to that final last mountain to climb.
That's right. I mean, some of these players that are proven are still hungry for that title too, like previous world champion, it's Axen. Definitely want to start off this season right here in his first tournament, and he's already on a pretty good start. But let's go over to the stage here. We got Elum and Nighttime Clasher. Elum running that non-Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Superior Malamar, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Nighttime Clasher with that Shadow Cantomera, putting up a storm here in Louisville, Kentucky. I mean, Loud Jeffs has that same Shadow Cantomeric on his team on the winner's side in that winner's finals as well. To round out the team, you got Azumarill, Malamar, Toxapex, Galarian, Moltres, and Ariados.
Yeah, this is a fascinating matchup, not just because of the Pokemon evolved, but a trainer in Elum who has now kind of been one of this consistent trainers that keeps top cutting. I mean, to get a top cut in an international championship, to get 3rd place in Baltimore, now to get this far into, I believe, the top 4 or 5 now here in Louisville, just incredibly consistent, versus Nighttime Clasher, who used to be Mr. Top Cut when he kind of broke into the scene in North America. He was Mr. Top Cut, but recently he came off after his Liverpool win. He was 17th Dortmund, 33 EUIC, 25 Stockholm, and 113 in World. So he's looking to bounce back to his previous consistency. Can he do it against Elum and move on here in Louisville? You have the Malamar lead into the Shadow Drapion, which is not ideal, but at least you can superpower and then dip out.
Yeah, maybe it's possible that he tries to catch some of this energy on the Azumarill. Could be a good play, but has to watch out for that potential Superior on Elum's side. He didn't bring it, though, into this game. Superior going to do a decent amount of damage. And here comes that Azumarill, and going to be met with Elum's own Azumarill. This is an interesting counter swap because he is behind on energy. They get a few poison stings, but I think unless Elum spends an extra shield, I think Nighttime Clasher is going to win this matchup head-to-head.
And Azumarill just seems so safe if there's not a Toxapex on the team. And now that we're getting to the later stages, Nighttime Clasher is one of the few trainers having that Toxapex, but Elum doesn't have that Toxapex. So Nighttime Clasher can superpower and then freely pivot into his own Azumarill met by Elum's Azumarill. But I think you're right. I think you can win this matchup, win alignment.
And the question is, does Elum care about alignment or not? He has a lot of energy bank. I think almost 2 crunches stored on that Shadow Drapion. Meanwhile, the Malamar is pretty energy dry on the side of Nighttime Clasher. You got the Feraligatr in the back, and it's not going to appreciate
the swapping on the play rub.
Catching the resistant play rub too on the Ariados.
That is huge, but you didn't get a poison sting out of this, so you aren't going to be up energy if there is a counter swap. There is a counter swap. Wow, Shadow Drapion is loaded in energy. There's 2 protections remaining. Nighttime Clasher has a choice here. Can I absorb a crunch? Am I going to no-shield this? Actually calls the Aqua Tail bait and no-shields it, but you are in range of the next Aqua Tail, so Elum just decides to throw it.
I think the Aqua Tail is actually a smart decision from Elum because one crunch is not going to take out the Ariados, so you need to throw a second move anyway. It's hard to Poison Sting down, especially with Poison Sting being resisted. Now going to reach the third Aqua Tail at the same time the lunge is reached from Nighttime Clasher. Elum just content on letting this go and maybe going to try to sweep with that for Alligator.
The hard thing is I don't think you're going to be able to Shadow Claw this down before the lunge is available. And it looks like the lunge is available at the same time as the Hydro Cannon, so you have to give up a Protect Shield here. You will be able to secure that Shadow Claw down, and you're actually going to be pretty loaded into the Malamar in the back. But Nighttime's Clasher actually pivots into the Malamar. That's quite surprising to me. Now this Malamar is going to have to take back-to-back Hydro Cannons. I thought he was going to soak it on the Azumarill.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure, right? Malamar already knows there's a Azumarill waiting in the back, and this is debuffed, but now comes the Azumarill, but this Malamar is loaded with energy. However, he doesn't throw any, and now the icing comes through. Is Nighttime Clasher going to spend his final shield here just to stay in and throw resisted foul play or superpower? I think that's going to be the case. Farming up to 2 foul plays, tries to throw, wait. Does he get the second one off, or did the Balk go through? It doesn't matter. Elum's going to let this foul play go.
Yeah, if you did shield that, you maybe could have gotten the bubble through to secure the knockout. That does knock out the Azumarill, though, and you are at that superpower. This will get the last Protect Shield out of the game, but how are you going to get to that play rough? Do you have energy on your own Azumarill? You're going to be able to soak Hydro Cannons. Is the timer back up? Doesn't matter. The Shadow Claw knocks out, and you are actually 1 bubble away from that play rough, but is that play rough enough to knock out a non-Shadow? Looks like the double Hydro Cannon is available. Is double Hydro Cannon enough?
Is Nighttime Clasher going to try to catch this on the air? This is going to be a huge moment if he catches it. Does he go for it? Does he go for the play rough? He goes for the play rough. Elum expecting maybe the potential catch.
But I don't think
this is going to happen.
I don't know if this is enough, Caleb.
It's going to be close. It does bring the for Alligator quite low here. The Ariado's still in the back. This is going to be a fast attack down. Shadow Claw, non-Shadow, Shadow Claw versus the Ariados Poison Sting. Poison Sting did get a buff. It's doing more damage. Can the Ariados hold on? I think it does.
The Ariados
wins.
Wow, what an end game there. The Feraligatr was not able to knock out with 2 Shadow Claws. The Ariados did it with 2 Poison Stings. The patience on Nighttime Clasher to just stay in that matchup with the Azumarill, keep it in the back. I was shocked at the way he brought in the Malamar into the energy of the Feraligatr. I thought he would do the opposite. He would bring the Azumarill into it.
The wildest part of that battle was that last couple seconds, Elum had the back-to-back Hydro Cannon. He throws that second Hydro Cannon. I believe he takes out the Azumarill. The Azumarill doesn't get the play rough off. He wins.
It would have been so close. I don't know if it was enough, but it would have been so close. Yeah. We'll get to see here
let's take a look
at
here.
the end game, and we'll see how low if the Azumarill was in range of the double Hydro Cannon, but it would have been incredibly close. And this was an awesome swap to get that resisted damage and keep the Azumarill healthy enough to finish off in the back.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have that specific replay, but I believe what happened is Elum was expecting the catch on the Ariados, so instead of throwing the back-to-back Hydro Cannon, knowing that he knows that Nighttime Clasher knows he has back-to-back Hydro Cannon, so he's expecting the swap. Nighttime Clasher either didn't realize it was back-to-back, or he expected Elum to expect him to catch, so instead of just catching on the Ariados, he just goes and throws the play rough.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard too because you still had to finish off. I believe Elum did knock out that Azumarill in the back before the Ariados came in, so it did take it out, but maybe if you are saying is correct, didn't have to take that bubble damage. And maybe that bubble damage is the thing that let the Poison Sting knock out before the Shadow Claw. Maybe it would have been a simultaneous, but that's as close as it gets here in this losers round 4. For one of these trainers, they're going to try to move on to, I believe, actually the losers semis next round. Elum in a 0-1 hole versus Nighttime Clasher and that Ariados. And Keeley, I feel like Azumarill is just so safe against Elum's team without the Toxapex, because even against Superior, it's not the end of the world. You can throw Ice Beams, but Malamar Azumarill core looking really strong for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, the Superior is tough to bring, right? Because you have the Glaring Moltres, the Ariados, and the Toxapex that's going to win against that Superior, and you only have 2 good matchups in the Marowak and the Azumarill. Even the Malamar's not the most comfortable, and here we go. It's going to be a good lead for Elum coming in here. Comes in straight away with the Kanto Marowak, but we've seen this before. The Kanto Marowak can flip this matchup with shields up, and you can see Elum not really liking the fact that he brought in the Feraligatr, but what else can he do? This is the only answer he has. There's 2 other losing matchups here, and if Nighttime Clasher fights for switch advantage, it's going to put Elum in such a tough hole.
But did we see that in the past against a normal Feraligatr or a Shadow Feraligatr? Can the normal Feraligatr
hang on to enough Mud Slap damage to get to the triple Hydra Cannon. It's actually going to be a lot closer for this normal Feraligatr. We're going to see what Elum decides to do here. Decides to use the shield here, and can you get to that triple Hydra Cannon if you are Elum? And you have to get there before the Bone Club is available. The Bone Club is going to be available after one more Mud Slap.
Yeah, I think Niantic is going to shield this up. The difference here is that earlier, I think we saw it was a lead matchup, whereas here, Elum counter-swapped into
But you outpace!
Marowak. Yeah,
you just outpace!
He counter-swapped into Marowak, which is why Nighttime Clash is able to outpace him in this specific matchup, and he wins Switch, and now here's the problem. What can tank this super effective Mud Slap damage? Nothing, right? And you can see Elum going to throw this Ice Punch to finally finish off this Marowak, but at what cost? He now has to deal with the Malamar, which has positive matchups against the Alolan Sandslash, and of course you have the very bulky Toxic X in the back.
You do have the Shadow Drapion that tried to soak that superpower but didn't catch it, so now it might have to soak double superpower, but you probably want to get out of here right away. I don't even think Elum is going to throw the Aqua Tail here, but he's already kind of saying something, a little discouraged there, taking that superpower damage and actually swapping, banking, and throwing the Crunch, which is really smart because now this is going to be a neutral attack instead of that resistant Aqua Tail into the Toxapex.
This Cancel Marowak is absolutely unstoppable, and
the defense drop.
Defense drop, not even worried about it because he already put this in brine range, almost in poison jab range at this point too. Great charge attack timing on the on Elum's Crunch from the Drapion, but I think it's a little too late. There's still a superpower bait on the Malamar, and it's not in Drolan range.
Exactly. The Malamar did bank that superpower before he swapped out of that matchup, so no matter what, he's going to be able to throw that into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, even if you knock out the Toxapex, even if you get the double Ice Punch here, which looks like you can get to the double Ice Punch, actually can get to the double Drill Run, throws the Drill Run on charge attack priority. Elum kind of knows it here. He knows the superpower is available, and we know Malamar does train and attack. It's probably going to win this charge attack priority. Nighttime Clasher unleashes the superpower. The best Pokemon in the meta right now. Malamar takes out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Nighttime Clasher secures this victory here, and he'll be moving forward into the loser semifinals against its Axen. Call him Nighttime Clasher, call him Luca, but don't call him Wash, because he's definitely beating the Wash allegations here.
Yeah, he is getting back to his consistent ways, and another impressive performance from Elum, number 3 in Baltimore. I believe number either 5 or 4. I think actually number tied for 5 here in Louisville. So super impressive. Was a little weak to that Shadow Kanto Marowak there. ABA weak to it, and was able to get that.
Triple A weak to it in the lane, right? Because you lost it with the Feraligatr too.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Shadow Feraligatr can't take the Mud Slap damage. But then, as a counter swap, the normal Feraligatr just gets outpaced. So you get to the triple Bone Club. So if it's a Shadow one, you just Mud Slap through it. If it's the normal one, you can outpace it with just a 1 Mud Slap advantage, which you saw Nighttime Clasher got that 1 Mud Slap advantage. That was enough to close out the game.
Feraligatr is really strong, but the problem is it only has neutral non-stab Shadow Claws to throw at the Marowak. It's just not enough fast stack pressure compared to that stab Mud Slap that was buffed recently in this season. And I mean, it's if you don't got a Shadow Cancel Marowak, you got to get yourself one.
It's just so hard to win games at this level, at this stage of the tournament. If a Pokemon that you bring that is unexpected can just win you a game like that, it is absolutely huge. The fact that you could just bring in that Shadow Kanto Marowak as a safe swap because there's no hard answer to it on that team, just won him the game, won him the series, and now he is moving on. There's actually going to be 2 Shadow Kanto Marowaks in top 4 from Lyle and Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, I mean, that's some pretty successful usage. I don't know what the total usage was on day number 2, but I think the majority of the Shadow Kanto Marowak have made it into that top 4 spot. So there's still more coming up, though, from Nighttime Clasher because he'll be coming off that win and going straight into a battle against his Axen.
But let's hear from you. Let's head on over to social media. Remember, it's #PlayPokemon. You might just get featured on the stream. And look at that cutie right there. Dr. Professor Richie, how it feels to make it day 2 at a regional. Oh, that does feel pretty good.
That's right. For all the dog lovers out there, there's a pup in the presence here. And we got Pokestein Scarlet saying, Play Pokemon. Oh my God, they dressed up as Clay and Lacey. That's amazing. Yeah, you know, you love it when people recognize your costume, right, Butters?
Yeah, it is amazing, and that does look amazing. They look great, especially in that lounge, looking extra spooky here. Look at that Gengar tongue in the bottom left corner, looking great.
All right, we got Jay Horsfall saying, when you've got friends in TCG and BGC, sometimes you need multiple screens. Shout out to my local league, dude. That's awesome to see, too, having both broadcasts on. That's one way to tune in.
Hey, that looks clean right there. That's a nice setup. Look at even you got docks for the controllers there. This is a nice place to watch regionals, a nice place to game if you want to game. I even see a Switch up there if you want to try to play some VGC action. That is amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thanks for sharing your tweets. Remember, hashtag play Pokemon. Oh, one more actually. We got Roberto Sanchez having my kid's birthday party today while watching Pokemon. Double the trouble, double the fun. Good luck to all the trainers. Look at that cake right there. That looks awesome.
Definitely. Happy birthday to the kids as well. What a great way to celebrate. And that's quite a big cake too. Could definitely share some slices. Baniri says, the cosplay, did your Pokemon get hurt this weekend? Let me heal them up. What a great costume too. Maybe you could sport that one too next year.
Yeah, we're gonna have to send Feraligatr over there for Elum because that thing just got a lot of mud on it. So maybe Nurse Joy can clean that up. And Alex Underhill, best way to watch the stream, hashtag play Pokemon. Yeah. Looks super comfy over there. I also am liking the Halloween decorations. Well done. That's a cute pumpkin you got there.
That's right. For the cat lovers and the dog lovers on the stream, thank you for sharing your photos and your tweets on X. Be sure to use hashtag PlayPokemon to share some additional thoughts, and you might be featured on a broadcast, either this one or on the other two broadcasts. But yeah, great stuff, great things from spectators back at home and in the venue.
Yeah, I can't wait for this next matchup. It's going to be Axen versus Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher, the Liverpool regional champion, a caster as well, but we've called Axen Mr. Top Cut because the start of his career, he was always top cutting. Then Nighttime Clasher came out of nowhere in the championship series scene. I believe in the 2023 season, it was just top cutting everything as well. Did have a couple last rough performances, but is back on track here in this season in Louisville, facing Axen, who's also trying to get back on track after not up to his standards last season. He did participate in the World Championships, but didn't have quite the success that he's had in earlier seasons.
That's right. I wouldn't say Nighttime Clasher came out of nowhere. He came out running that Togedemaru in quite a few tournaments, even made a top cut.
Yeah,
with it.
Yeah, he came out of nowhere winning top cuts with Togedemaru. That's exactly my point.
well, it was a journey for him too, and you see a callback to that journey. Togedemaru on the table. Maybe not the best Pokemon in this particular meta, but the Shadow Cancel Marowak might be the one. I mean, hey, you thought Malmar's the best pick. He's got Malmar and Shadow Cancel Marowak, so he's got it all here. The only thing he's missing is really Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, Shadow Drapion actually could be the best Pokemon in the meta now. That seems what a lot of the top trainers are saying, and for the ability to do well against the Malamar as well. But this is all the accolades for these trainers here. It's Axen, the Portland Regional Top 8. I believe also a Portland Regional Champion. Yeah, 2024 got the top cut. Of course, the big one, the 2023 Yokohama World Champion and an international champion in 2022, trying to put his stamp on the 2025 season though.
That 2023 Portland champion title is, in my opinion, what encapsulates Axen as a competitor. He qualified for World Championships that year in Vancouver, but didn't get first. He got second place. He qualified though, and he went to Portland on a mission to win first place and the very next tournament, and he did exactly that. And that's what being a competitor is. He's not satisfied with just qualifying for Worlds. He wants to win it all here. And here we go in the Lunar semifinals. It's going to be Malmar into the Azumarill, and in comes a safe swap for Alligator.
And what a wacky backline there for Nighttime Clasher with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the Ariados, the two spice picks from Nighttime Clasher, who is known for his spice picks, and getting the early Protect Shield with the play rough into the Feraligatr. There's not a clear way to pivot, especially with all this energy banked on the Feraligatr. You just gotta soak up all this energy and then make a decision.
Nighttime Clasher needs to find a way to take out this Feraligatr. It has pretty decent matchups into everything on the side of Nighttime Clasher's team, but he does have the Ariados, and it has the double super effective lunge for the Malmar. So he's not really worried about the Malmar per se, but he needs to find a way to navigate around the Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, and landing that Hydro Cannon and actually swapping. Wait a second, swapping and catching
but also protect shielding on the Shadow Cancel Marowak. I'm not sure if that was the exact strategy there, but now you bait out the Diggersby, and this is actually a Pokemon, another ground-type Pokemon that can deal with the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It is all going to be neutral into both Pokemon. Shadow Kanto Marowak is bulkier than expected, but Diggersby should be okay here.
This is going to be an interesting situation for sure, because Diggersby comes out, which makes Axen weaker to the Ariados in the back. He's saving the Malmar, thinking maybe the Malmar has more play, but doesn't realize that he's actually running into a team that's ABA strong into Malmar. So Malmar not going to have a lot of places to go in this match. However, on the flip side, his Shadow Feraligatr looks very strong into the back line of Nighttime Clasher. But let's not forget, Ariados.
The Ariados
is disgusting. It has the Trailblaze for the Feraligatr. It has the lunge for the Malmar. You see Axen going for some chip damage with a Fire Punch. Probably not enough to KO, but recognizing that he doesn't want to get Mudslap down, wants to do as much damage as he can.
You can
Quick
pivot.
Attack rage.
Oh, swaps Malamar, but you actually bank the Bone Club. No, you don't, because Psywave does too much damage, and that was a huge play from its Axen to knock out the Marowak, plus get that energy advantage into this Azumarill. The Azumarill is going to throw the Play Rough. That's probably going to take the last Protect Shield out of the game for its Axen. There goes the last Protect Shield of the game. Now you actually can pivot into your own Ariados, and now it's going to be Ariados against the world here.
And this is super effective sideways, doing a huge chunk of damage. You can see Axen really great timing, throwing the Foul Blade before the lunge is reached. Now
is he going to let it go?
Super effective reach, has to throw it here. I think if he leaves with enough energy for 2 moves, he could be in a good spot, but next Foul Play is coming in soon, so Nighttime Clasher has to launch this lunge. However, I think Axen has almost a Hydro Cannon ready on the Feraligatr, and you gotta expect that this Hydro Cannon should be able to take out the area.
Oh no, it's dry!
He's out of energy!
It's absolutely dry!
He's here now from the area.
And he swaps on the Trailblaze! Can you undercharge this? And if you undercharge this, can you get the Poison Sting down? You're gonna need to get at least 3 Poison Stings here. You do undercharge it. It doesn't knock out. Can you Poison Sting down? 1, 2, 3, that's enough! Nighttime Clasher with the amazing undercharge. 1 more Poison Sting, charge attack priority, and Nighttime Clasher is able to clutch out with a full sweep. Let this man cook!
Man, what an incredible battle back and forth. Axen with the outplay on the catch, but Nighttime Clasher says, wait, it's still my time to cook. I'm going to undercharge and get the perfect undercharge there, not swiping a single bubble, but the boosted Poison Sting damage was enough to completely Poison Sting down that low health Diggersby and come away with the win condition.
Literally the perfect undercharge. I actually thought its Axen was 2 Shadow Claws away from the Hydro Cannon,
Yeah,
but he was only 1 Shadow Claw away, and he got literally 4 Poison Stings against that Diggersby with the undercharge. If he had 1 less Poison Sting, he would have lost that battle, but able to pull it out with the spicy backline. Impressive from Nighttime Clasher.
I don't know, Butters. Ariados looking like the better poison type right now.
It really is.
It's wild times we're living in for sure. As we see, Nighttime Clasher 1 win away from making it to the Losers Finals and a top 3 finish. He is closing in on his potential 2nd regional title. But Axen, he said it from day number 1. He's ready to get back in competitive form, and he wants to prove the doubters wrong this season for sure. Here we go. It's going to be the Shadow Drop down into Shadow Kanto Marowak, and this is brutal because there's no answer to this thing.
And that's devastating. Actually staying in. Looks like you're just going to have the soft loss here or try to throw the Aqua Tail and just let the Drapion go down. Nighttime Clasher seems very content here to let this go on. Oh, actually, no. Protect shielding because he thinks there is no answer. Swapping into the Feraligatr. Maybe he's going to soak up this Bone Club. Actually, no! Protect shields on the Bone Club. Look at the pressure the Shadow Kanto Marowak has.
Yeah, it does so much too, and it puts Axen in a tough position. I mean, the thing is, I think it's not a bad shield because Nighttime Clasher doesn't have a clear answer to Feraligatr. Feraligatr with energy is really strong into the entire team of Nighttime Clasher, so I think spending that shield on the Feraligatr is not a bad idea, but at this point in time, how do you take out the Marowak, right? It has such good matchups into the back-end Pokemon, and this Azumarill does not need shields to handle this Feraligatr, so Nighttime Clasher's in a very comfortable position right now.
And this is the strength of Ariados versus like a Shadow Drapion, because you're so much better into Azumarill, you're so much better into these water types as well with that Trailblaze pressure. Actually shielding here on the Feraligatr, heavily investing into it because you know you can't really swap into a Feraligatr with energy, thinking that you can get the Hydro Cannon plus the Shadow Claw down, and then you can just unleash energy, and there's not going to be much you can do. And now swapping on the Play Rough, banking 2 Hydro Cannons for the in-game that is a really interesting play from a former world champion right there.
And I like this play from Axen too. This Diggersby is pretty strong into the back line. Actually draws out the Ariados now. Ariados is going to outpace to this first move here. Thrown on charge attack priority and goes for the lunge. Tries to debuff it. I mean, this is...
Because one Trailblaze won't do it, right?
Exactly,
so you might as well go for the lunge and debuff because your Trailblaze, your next one, is probably going to be able to knock out. So that's a very smart play from Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, you want some more survivability for sure for Nighttime Clasher. I wonder if there's a chance he actually overfarms and doesn't throw Trailblaze right away because he needs energy to be able to deal with this Feraligatr.
Oh, he does overfarm.
Double Hydro Cannon. Yeah, so he goes for the overfarm here because he knows he can now tank the Fire Punch, no problem. This is, you know, one of those moments
timer's
where
up.
Top players here are going to just push the limits on what their Pokemon can do.
Lunge and the swap and the Drapion.
Oh, and Axen maybe expecting the Trailblaze, but this is actually the neutral lunge. Actually going to do a decent amount of damage to this Drapion. Drapion going to take the damage.
And then swapping Azu to get the bubble down here. Now you do get the bubble down, but I actually think you could go in with your Feraligatr and Shadow Claw down. Shadow Feraligatr still has an opportunity to close this game out because all you got to do is land a Hydro Cannon in the Shadow Kanto Marowak. But the problem is there is a Trailblaze banked on that Ariados, I believe. So as soon as it comes in, it's going to be here. It is on charge attack priority, which Ariados did lose, had to throw out the Protect Shield, but this will be, if it registered, will knock out the Feraligatr. And yes, it did register, but Diggersby, what if Diggersby gets to a Scorching Scan?
Yeah, the Scorching Sand's going to have to be able to take out the Marowak. I don't know if it's possible. He will be able to get this full farm down because the switch timer's not up yet.
Oh, he's
huge.
But he needs two attacks.
He needs 2 attacks. I think he needs the Scorching Sand for sure. The debuff will come in
nice. But the Bone Club is almost there. This isn't going to be enough. He's just going to come out a little bit short. And Shadow Kanto Marowak showing why he's the best ground type right now.
Debuff, no debuff coming, and Nighttime Clash are going to close it out on the backs of this Shadow Kanto Marowak. Another 2-0 for Nighttime Clasher.
Impressive stuff. Shadow Kanto Marowak looking like the best ground type in the meta right now. That means that another Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to be moving on, and looks like Nighttime Clasher will be in these losers finals and does make top 3. So out of the top 3, there are 2 Shadow Kanto Marowaks.
And like you said too, you know, he hasn't had a great string of performances ever since his Liverpool regional win, but he looks like he's back in fighting form, and this team is wild, but it is putting in work.
Yeah, and some pivots, like where he pivoted into a Feraligatr with a Shadow Kanto Marowak just to shield with it, but also baits out the Diggersby in the process. Some really interesting plays, and I love that backline of this game. The Azumarill plus those 2 spicy picks, the Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Ariados. Really strong core because the Ariados protects that Shadow Kanto Marowak from the Azumarill, which is your worst case scenario. Also can protect it from the Feraligatr too. So I really like that core between the Ariados and that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
And I got a fact for you, Geo Butters. There's a total, guess how many Shadow Kanto Marowak there is in day number 2?
2.
That's right.
Yeah,
how many are in top 3?
They're both in top 3
That's
right now.
That's right. And the tough part is Axen struggled against the Shadow Kanto Marowak from Loud Jeffs, and he battled a tough gauntlet through the losers bracket just to face another Shadow Kanto Marowak, facing both in day number 2. Very unfortunate for Axen because it is a really strong into his team, but not just his team. It looks like it's strong into every team.
Yeah, super impressive. Congratulations to Nighttime Clasher for moving on to the losers finals, and it's Axen getting top 4 here in Louisville. A good way to start his 2025 season. I know he probably wants to win it all, but that is a strong start here for him. And now we got our top 3. We got Lyles Jeff, we got Arrow, and we got Nighttime Clasher. At the most stacked top cut we've ever seen, the top 3 trainers are incredibly spicy. It's Lyles Jeff with that Shadow Kanto Marowak. It's Arrow with a ridiculous team of Registeel, Shadow Typhlosion, and Galarian Moltres Guzzlord. It's just insane that the spice against all of these top trainers has won out here in Louisville.
That's right. And here's the thing though, Arrow's Registeel was definitely strong in a lot of these matchups. However, he has avoided facing a single Shadow Kanto Marowak until now. So even if he loses to Loud Jeffs, he has to face another one. No matter what happens for Arrow, he's facing off against Shadow Kanto Marowak in every single remaining battle he can face, or potentially. And here we take a look at Nighttime Clasher's incredible losers bracket run. 2-0 against August, 2-1 against Gordon Flash, 2-0 against Richie, 2-0 against Elum, 2-0 against Axen, and he is now waiting in that best of 5 losers finals to see who he'll be facing and a chance to go to the grand finals, chance to go back to grand finals ever since Liverpool.
What a run, only dropping 1 game here on Championship Sunday to get to the losers final, a best of 5 series. Let's actually look at our caster predictions of most valuable Pokemon. There's only one remaining. Looks like Wholesome _ is the one that nailed this with that Shadow Kanto Marowak. 2 out of 3 of them in that finals. These other Pokemon have been quite strong. Elum and its Axen made it pretty far.
That's right. I mean, and you know, looking at our predictions too, looks like none of the casters are bold enough to pick someone from the loser side to make it all the way. But Nighttime Clash say, hey, don't forget about me. I got the Shadow Kanto Marowak too, and I'm going to try to make it into that grand finals and win it all. So incredible stuff from these trainers, especially Loud, Jess, Arrow, and Nighttime Clash, our remaining 3 trainers. And only one of them has never won a regional. Is it Arrow's time? That's the real question.
Yeah, or will it be Lyle's Jeff after winning 2 regionals last season? Is he going to win this regional? Nighttime Clasher would be winning his first North American regional after winning a European regional in Liverpool. So a ton on the line here, and it's going to get wild because these teams are absolutely crazy. I still can't believe it. Out of the best in the new meta, Spice has risen to the top. What a great season this is in the maxed out season.
Incredible stuff for sure. I mean, looking at Arrow's team too, even though he hasn't faced a Shadow Kanto Marowak yet, he does have that Superior, and the Superior has Leaf Tornado.
Right.
So it gets to that grass move, super effective move, even faster, and you're resisting all that Mudslap damage. You know, a lot of times this Mudslap damage is pretty strong for neutral damage and super effective, but for once, maybe not for once, but one of the few times we've seen it, it's actually throwing only neutral damage in that situation, and it's going to be much worse into that Superior. On top of it, he also has the Shadow Quagsire, which has a great matchup there. Galarian Moltres, not too bad either, right? You just have to shield them Rock Slide and you're good. Obviously, you have to go for Brave Bird typically to do any meaningful damage, but Arrow's matchup against the Shadow Kanto Marowak is not terrible, and he's about to face 2, and potentially 2.
The thing is, Arrow's team actually reminds me a lot of Inadequate's team at the World Championships because he just has some of the best answers to some of the best meta Pokemon on his team. Like, how about a Shadow Drapion? That's one of the strongest Pokemon. He has the Guzzlord to hard beat it. How about the Azumarill, who's second in usage? He has the Registeel to hard beat it. He
got
just
Superior too.
Yeah, he has
triple grass moves.
He has all the hard answers for all the best Pokemon. So if he can get the alignment here with his crazy ABA strategies, it's going to be really tough to overcome. It puts a lot of pressure on the opponent, puts a lot of pressure on Lyle's Jeff in this matchup, in my opinion.
I think Arrow's also onto something too, because if you look at his team, even though he's about to face a Shadow Kanto Marowak, which we, hyped about a little bit in the past, half hour or so or weekend, but that being said, his Registeel has a lot of really great matchups. Winning matchup against Toxapex, very hard win there, very hard win against Azumarill, very solid win against the Dugong and the Drapion, and has a lot of play into Malamar too. And he still has the Focus Blast for the Kanto Marowak, so he's not completely out even if he has that. So even though Registeel seems like a wild idea to bring into Shadow Kanto Marowak team, I think Arrow's onto something, and I think it actually has a lot of play. And my guess is he probably brings it into the majority of these games in this best of 5.
Yeah, and Lyle has actually leaned on Dugong in this tournament. I feel like Dugong can be leaned on in this matchup if you can protect it against the Registeel. What is the best way to protect against Registeel? It's really only Shadow Marowak, as you were mentioning. So I feel like you're kind of forced into a Shadow Marowak Dugong core, and then just hope that you kind of try to align into Arrow, maybe try to predict Arrow in his crazy strategies, which he's hard to predict. Maybe he's trying to say his strategies here. He's very talkative on the mic always when he is competing, trying to get in the opponent's head here, and he is running the ridiculous team of Registeel, Superior with Leaf Tornado, Galarian Moltres, Guzzlord, Shadow Typhlosion, Shadow Quagsire, but he is always running ridiculous teams, and he often makes it really far. But can he make it to the grand finals to finally reach that last mountaintop of becoming a regional champion?
Yeah, he has high spirits right now too. I think even if he doesn't win this entire tournament, he's still going to be happy with his performance. But, as a competitor deep down, he wants this so bad too. He is so close to tasting that trophy and victory, first place finish here. And, you're talking about Dugong as well. A little friendly fist bump from these two players here. but I think the Dugong's actually pretty strong.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think
his team, right? Because the Typhlosion is good, but Typhlosion is really hard to bring into Lao Jeff's team. Two water types, the Marowak. I mean, everything has play into it for the most part too, so it's much harder to bring. So I think he's forced into not bringing it, and Lao Jeffs might bring the Dugong, and here it is. Dugong is in the back. Fantastic lead for Lao Jeffs, going to completely wall off the Serperior. In comes the safe swap. Quagsire, do we see a chip and dip? I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Lao Jeffs going to throw the crunch first, going to do a decent amount of damage, maybe over half the health of the Shadow Quagsire before swapping.
No, I like this team from Lyle. He didn't bring, and he gets the debuff here, which is huge. And the Aqua Tail is going to be coming in. This is going to be same type attack bonus. Lets it go. He didn't bring an answer to Registeel. He didn't bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak or the Malamar. Now he's going to swap into the Dugong, thinking he can maybe Ice Shard down. He's going to have to either shield a Stone Edge or just let the Stone Edge go at this point. It's going to be super effective, doing a lot of damage here. It's going to be a tough decision, and actually decides to protect shield, but now you're switch locked, and Registeel can come into this Dugong and start forcing energy or shields into this Dugong. I mean, a Zap Cannon or Focus Blast at this point is pretty much going to knock out.
Well, I mean, speaking of forcing shields here, I think the Dugong's going to force some shields because it has a ton of energy, over a drill run worth of energy at this point too. This might be the answer Lao Jeffs needs. He's triple strong into the Serperior, so he was very okay with taking that damage. And I really like that play too because he took the damage on the Shadow Drapion, and now he came in with Dugong, trying to catch potentially a drill run, not able to make it happen, and in comes the super effective Icy Wind. Does Arrow Shield? No. He's putting everything on the backs of this Registeel, but I don't know if he's able to win it with just that.
Honestly, that's a great call. He didn't know the Toxapex is in the back, but Lyle brought the ABA double poison thinking, I'm not going to beat Registeel anyway. Why don't I just try to beat the other Pokemon I think Arrow's going to bring, which is actually brilliant because you weren't beating the Registeel. You're just going to have to beat it in a tag team effort and just try to beat the other Pokemon enough that you can defeat that Registeel. Here comes the last-ditch effort with the Leaf Tornado here, trying to get that two-stage attack debuff. Can he reach it? But I mean, it's not like Brian's going to do that much damage to the Registeel anyway, but he does get the debuff.
He does get the debuff. This is so tough for Arrow because, yes, he has a Registeel with a decent amount of health and 2 shields, but what can he do? He has to throw so many moves. He has to throw 4 moves at the remaining Pokemon to take him out, because there's a shield on the side of Lao Jeffs, and he has 3 Pokemon. He can't lock on down any of them too, and that is the clunky nature of Registeel that we've seen for years. And Arrow's just like, I don't know what to do, man. Like, I have a positive match against all 3 and I can't win them.
Honestly, this is brilliant strategy from Lao Jeff. Just don't even bring the Registeel answer and just hope that it's going to be Registeel in the back. It's too clunky to do anything. Like you mentioned, Shadow Drapion just has enough energy or enough health that you can't get locked on down. You come in with the Dugong. At this point, Registeel's going to have to protect shield. Icy Winds, and that's just brutal, but you can't do anything about it. So looks like Arrow is going to put up that protect shield, but it's just too clunky. There's nothing this Registeel can do. It's just going to take so many charge attacks.
Yeah, and Icy Wind, a little insult to injury because I don't think he even needs it, right? Because these moves still one-shot the Dugong and the Drapion, even if they were debuffed. So it doesn't even matter too much. But here, it's going to take out the Dugong, and here comes the Shadow Drapion. Lao Jeffs recognizes that the Drapion is going to pace way faster than this Registeel can, so saving the final shield for it, has the back-to-back Aqua Tail. Arrow going to concede this first game.
Yeah, the Aqua Tail comes through, and Lyle's Jeff goes 1-0 in this winner's final. Remember, this is going to be a best-of-5 series with the winner going on into the grand finals here in Louisville. So Lyle's Jeff with the early lead. I love the double poison strategy from Lyle. The only thing that counters it is going to be that Quagsire and Registeel. If it's not the Quagsire Registeel, yes, you maybe could bring out the Guzzlord as well to be good against that Shadow Drapion, but it's just so hard to bring Superior into ABA Poison. Does Arrow continue to bring Superior in game number 2?
Yeah, it's a tough call for Arrow for sure, as both trainers are locking in for game number 2 here. We saw the Drapion put in work in the back end, but you don't even need the Kanto Marowak if you're Lao Jeffs, right? Like, he's just not even going to bring it. He knows Registeel's a threat, but he's just going to take it down by committee. And here we go. Game number 2. It's going to be Malamar into the Shadow Quagsire, and the pacing on Quagsire just a little bit slower these days. And honestly, in this situation, I'd rather be the Malamar than the Quagsire.
Yeah, and the thing is, the alignment's really going to matter for one Pokemon, and that's Guzzlord. If Guzzlord can align versus Shadow Drapion in the back, it's going to be huge for Arrow. But if he aligns against the Dugong, that is not that great. So
gonna let this Aquatail through. I feel like Arrow wants to win this lead with Guzzlord in the back. Is he gonna try to go for it? He's at the next Aquatail, swap into the Dugong, swapping there, catching the not very effective, but at least now that means it is gonna be Guzzlord versus Shadow Drapion, most likely in the back line, as Registeel is probably gonna come on the field pretty soon.
Yeah, a great catch from Lyle, and actually Arrow banking some energy before swapping. I love that play a lot. But here's the thing. Over the course of 2 shields with an energy lead on Dugong, this is not the most comfortable matchup for Registeel either if Lyle just starts shielding.
Yeah, but the thing is, because of that Aquatail and the Mudshot damage, you're pretty much in range of the Focus Blast. Are you going to throw the Zap Cannon and try to reach for that debuff here? And actually does throw up that Protect Shield against the Registeel like you were thinking might happen. Can you catch that debuff? It is a lower chance now, and this season doesn't get lucky here in game number 2.
I still like the play to go for that debuff, because if you are able to debuff, you can survive these drill runs much better, and it means that it's much harder for Lyle just to Ice Shard down. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Arrow's going to drop his first shield, and in goes the Malmar too for the combo play. And here is the superpower. Does Arrow spend both shields and just spend all his shields now? There's still a Dugong in the back, and he does. He spends his shield, and in comes the Guzzlord. But the Guzzlord is still going to have to eat a superpower, and here it comes from Lao Jeffs.
And the problem is, because of this 50-second switch timer, Laos Jeff was able to get out of that matchup with the Dugong healthy enough. Because he used the Protect Shields into this Dugong, now it's still over half health here, so this Brutal Swing is not going to knock out. The Dragon Claw does do more damage, so it decides to go for the Brutal Swing here on looked like might have been Charge Attack priority, but I'm not sure if Lyles Jeff did register that Icy Wind.
I think it was, which is very curious from both trainers, because both were over the energy needed for their move. So Lao just trying to make the prediction on when to even throw, because he was like, I'm not going to throw on Charge Attack priority because I know that I'm going to lose it. So he goes over, and the arrow goes over too, instead of throwing when he has no shields, and end up going for the Charge Attack tie, which is kind of nuts on the side of Arrow to even pull that off. But in comes this Registeel. I think Lao's not going to shield this, knowing that there's energy still remaining on that Quagsire. This endgame's going to be super interesting here, because both moves are fairly threatening, but I think there's only an Aquatail, so I think Lao Jeffs is pretty comfortable just shielding the harder hitting Zap Cannon or Focus Blast here and try to win out from there.
Yeah, and once again, Registeel is in this clunky situation. Arrow tried to bank it all on the Registeel instead of the Guzzlord in this matchup. In Protect Shield into the Focus Blast, the Drapion's already loaded with energy, tried to call out, snuff out the combo play, did exactly that on the swap, throw the Aquatail, knock out the Quagsire, and now all you gotta do is finish off this Registeel, who is pretty energy dry, actually has 0 energy. I feel like you could double Aquatail at this point. You could even, yeah, looks like he is gonna go for that double Aquatail play.
I love that play too, because Crunch might not take it out, especially if you don't get a debuff. It's hard to poison thing. He's just risk getting hit by a Focus Blast instead. Going for the extra play of going for the Aquatail. Really well played from Lao Jeffs in these first 2 games. Arrow's stumped. He's like, this Registeel looks so good, but I can't take anything out with it.
Yeah, and that is the problem with Registeel. And if you have it in the back, just trying to close out games versus a talented trainer like Lyles Jeff, he's just pivoting around the map. He feels like his Pokemon are so safe, even if they're not safe. Against Registeel, you just start Protect Shielding, and then you can swap out of the matchup later, get back into the Drapion. This 50-second switch timer has made a huge difference in how Lyles Jeff can address this team composition of Arrow. I feel like it's been changing everything, just giving a little bit more wiggle room for Lyles Jeff to dance around the map and just make it so tricky for Registeel to really land anything.
Yeah, and we have to call out here too, the expecting Arrow to go for the combo play there with the Quagsire was such good timing from Lao Jeffs. He throws the Aquatail blind, knowing that if he waits, the Quagsire's will come in and probably potentially could win Charge Attack priority there and get the Aquatail off. So instead of not even risking that, throws the Aquatail, takes out the Quagsire with Aquatail already banked, so he's not even able to get that energy that Arrow saved earlier for later. And so now, Lao Jeffs up 2-0. And let me say this, Lao Jeffs has not lost a single battle on day number 2. 2-0 against every opponent, 2-0 right now against Arrow. And I need to fact check this on what he did on day number 1, because there's a chance he hasn't lost a single game this whole tournament. That'd be wild.
He is locked in right now, and so are these trainers for a game number 3. Lyles Jeff is just 1 victory away from the grand finals. Can Arrow bounce back, bringing the Registeel once again? Caleb, Registeel looks so good in the backline. If Registeel isn't able to take out this backline, it's not going to be able to take out any backline.
That's right. And we're going to see Loud just making the same play, not shielding the first move. I like this play a lot because Stone Edge is not going to threaten a knockout, so Arrow's still going to force to be throwing another Aqua Tail. Last time, Loud just tried to catch a move here. Let's see if he does it again or not. This Superior is going to be a strong core breaker for the back, too. Has a lot of play into the Malmark. Does play out this matchup a little bit differently this time. Choosing to not catch the Aqua Tail and just going to take the Aqua Tail instead. Knowing that he gets another move before the move is reached. No, gets a mud shot down.
I think he tried to do one extra side wave to throw on good timing. I think he would have gotten to that superpower. And now he is locked into this Registeel match, or no, a pivot actually. Arrow unleashes the Registeel, but the thing is, you would rather be in this matchup anyway if you're Lyles Jeff because you have a Zoomer in the back.
Yeah, I like this play from Arrow because he has two answers of Zoomer in the back. But at the same time, if Lyles starts shielding up this Dugong, it's just going to be pretty annoying for Arrow to deal with later, right? Because he has a Superior, which is going to take super effective damage. I don't think the Quagsire has a Stone Edge ready either, right? And again, no debuff. I mean, the Registeel nerf is definitely apparent in this specific matchup too. We've seen it. I mean, we've seen Arrow throw quite a bit of Zap Cannon in this back and forth, and now Arrow forced to shield again. I mean, this is a matchup that Registeel's thinking, all right, against an Ice Water type, I should be good, but that's not really the case with this incredible coverage of the Dugong. Let's see if we see another shield. No,
no shield.
How going to let this go? This is going to be the opening that Arrow needs.
And it doesn't quite knock out the Dugong, but gets so close there. But can you get to that drill run? This is huge, actually, because if this drill run lands, that means that you can maybe bubble down this Registeel before it gets to attack, and it is going to land. But for the Azumarill, you're going to be facing the Superior. Here comes the bubble that doesn't quite knock out the Registeel, but it is going to be the Superior. Strong to this back line. Arrow made the right adjustments here, and Azu is good in a grass meta, but it's not going to be able to take out a Superior at shield parity.
Yeah, Arrow back against the wall, able to potentially find a win here in this game 3 to potentially start his reverse sweep journey, but he still has a lot to go. Superior isn't going to be a positive matchup here too. Arrow's feeling good about this one for sure because Superior, all intents and purposes, should be able to win this matchup, going for another hard-hitting Friends Plan. Let's not forget, there's still an Aqua Tail banked on this Quagsire. Azumarill, though, is at the next Ice Beam. Can he survive the Friends Plan to get it off? Yes, he does, and goes for the Ice Beam on good timing, but took another bind in the process. Oh, there's still a shield outside of Arrow. Yeah, this is over.
Yeah, there is still one more shield, and Arrow looks like he's going to get a clean 3-ball flex against Lyles Jeff. That's the way to get momentum back. You're down 0-2 in this series, but 3-ball flexing with 3 Pokemon remaining in this game number 3 is a great way to get you back on track. And now suddenly Arrow is back in this series, just needs 2 more victories to be on that winner's side of the grand finals.
This is the first loss of the day for Lyles Jeff on day number 2. The second loss, only the second loss in the entire tournament. He lost 1 game. I remember this on broadcast against 610 Hero on day number 1, but that was it. He lost 1 game day 1, 1 game day 2. Pretty good showing from Lyles Jeff so far, and this is a best of 5 too, so Arrow still has to win 2 more games to beat Lyles Jeff in this winner's finals.
Can I say I really like the backline of Lyles Jeff on paper with that Azumarill Dugong backline, because Lyles Jeff showed in 2 straight games, if you're just going to keep Registeel in the back, I'm going to be able to defeat it over time. So thinking Arrow will just put Registeel in the lead because it's going to be much stronger in that position neutrally. Lyles Jeff thought that was going to be the case, had the 2 things weak to Registeel in the back, but it's Arrow's stubbornness, his persistence to keep going with the lines that he thinks is strong, kept Registeel in the back for game number 3, down 0-2, even though Registeel wasn't doing anything in the back line in previous games.
Yeah, I think for Arrow too, the Registeel always has play, but it's just like, it has to carry the whole team, right? And Arrow's finding ways to incorporate other pieces of his team to try to share some of that load from that Registeel to find the win condition. And the thing is, Lyles Jeff scared off that Superior in game number 1, right? Bring triple strong to it, thinking maybe Arrow wasn't going to bring him. Maybe he was going to make the pivot to Shadow Typhlosion, which is why he probably brought the Azumarill, because that's the one good answer for it on his team that he could bring outside the Marowak. And, you know, unfortunately, it was actually the Superior. Now Shadow Typhlosion is on the field, but it's going to be in the back here. This match is going to be pretty crucial on seeing how it plays out. Lyles Jeff doesn't have a clear answer to this Guzzlord. The superpower is going to be pretty solid here, and Lyles Jeff's great decision making here, going to let this first move go before throwing the superpower so that he's not in brutal swing range yet.
But he's going to get to the double soon, so now throwing the superpower and actually lets this go. Arrow just says, I don't really care about this Guzzlord at this point. Looks like Lyle can just win the zeros here if he wants to throw the superpower, and looks like he does throw the superpower on charge attack priority there, so that means Lyle is going to win the zeros, but if Typhlosion can come in and get an Incinerate here and get an energy advantage, that is going to be tough. And actually swap into the Drapion. And does Arrow now swap out? No, first throws a Thunder Punch, and then probably is going to swap out into the Quagsire so he doesn't have to worry about these Aqua Tails.
I think Arrow might be making the read that it could be a Marowak in the back. Oh, never mind, he swaps out. Okay, so I was going to say maybe he's going to think that there's an answer to the Shadow Typhlosion in the back, which is why Lyle pivoted there, but now Lyle is in a much better spot because if you can chunk down the health of this Quagsire, you have a much better time into that Shadow Typhlosion. Arrow, however, does still have the shield advantage, so it's still, you know, the ball is still in Arrow's court, but the poison jab damage is definitely going to start adding up against the Typhlosion. Here, it's going to be a move thrown on charge attack priority. Quagsire is going to throw the Aqua Tail, should come close KOing. Oh, undercharge. I like this play a lot. Unfortunately, not enough. You can see he's grimacing a little bit. Wish that he got a little bit better of an undercharge. But this is interesting now because now you have the...
This is nice.
Wait, he goes for the Aqua Tail.
This is nice because now that the Aqua Tail is shown, you don't have to worry about Stone Edge. Now you can try to just go for a poison jab down, but the timer is up. I think that's why he threw it. I think he threw that attack so he can get back to his timer so he can unleash the Typhlosion, but you're actually taking a lot of pressure from these jabs right now, and you're going to get to his Thunder Punch. At this point, Lyle Jeff might actually be able to win the game with fast attacks. I feel like that might be his best win condition because I don't know if Malamar is going to get to another charge attack.
It's going to be close here for sure. Malamar might go for a catch here. No, not going to do it. I like this play from Lyle, though, recognizing that it's going to be kind of slow pacing on this Toxapex, and he's going to have to just go for this jab down.
It's not enough.
Resist it, Incinerate.
He's going to get the jab
down.
down.
And he gets the poison jab down, doesn't even take the final Incinerate damage here, and now he has so much energy on
I'm actually really surprised. Arrow is surprised too. Why are you throwing this energy right here? You're just giving mud shots here. Now the Malabar is going to try to do as much sideways pressure as possible. Can you get to an Aqua Tail? They'll get through the sideways. Box out for Lyles Jeff, and Lyles Jeff is moving on to the grand finals.
Wow, what a series too, especially in the end. Arrow tried to pull everything out of his book and throw it at Lyle Jeffs. Unfortunately, only able to get one game off of him in that situation, getting that superior on the Zumro. But in that fourth game, that Shadow Typhlosion finally came out, and unfortunately, it just didn't find the right matchup it needed. And, you know, the poison jab down from Toxapex, a little bit too strong.
Yeah, the poison jab through that Typhlosion while you're resisting that Incinerate. And then he did go for that Brine. And then I feel like once he wins the first Brine, he's like, wait, what am I doing? I'm going Malamar, and I'm going to start side-waving, and I'm going to go on to the grand finals.
Yeah, I think that was the play there, too. Maybe lost track of the energy on the Malamar or just realized too late. He's like, this is not ready. Unless you're trying to wheel down the switch timer, but I think the switch timer was up ready if I'm not mistaken. But here we get some recaps in this back and forth battle. Lyle Jeffs, one of the most consistent players in my opinion. I feel like when he's locked in, he makes so few mistakes. Obviously he did lose a game into Arrow, but that backline was just really tough for him. Anytime he's in a more neutral situation, he just seems to know how to make the right calls.
I mean, he's swapping between Dugong double dark, Dugong double poison, and it's just so strong. It's so hard to deal with. And the flexibility between all these Pokemon, the pacing on the Shadow Drapion, the ability to debuff with the Dugong, and then even throw the super effective Drill Run against the Registeel as well, and then the bulk of the Toxapex felt even stronger than the Azumarill would have been in that matchup. So I feel like the Azumarill would have got knocked out by those Thunder Punches because Toxapex has even more bulk, able to hang on to clean up that last game of the series. But how about Arrow? Even down 2 games here, bringing the Registeel in the back to counter Lyles Jeff and win that game number 3. And also, he came really close in that game number 4.
Lyle Jeffs didn't even need the Shadow Cancel Marowak, didn't need a Registeel counter to beat the Registeel. Arrow brought... Did he bring Registeel every game? I think in the last game he didn't bring it, but he brought Registeel into every other game, and Lyle Jeffs able to win 2 out of those 3 games without ever touching that Shadow Cancel Marowak because he just knew that if he just constantly chipped down the health of the Registeel, he had win conditions. And here, the side wave, that one turn is going to finish off that Shadow Quagsire. You can see Lyle Jeffs is pumped there too to make it to yet another Grand Finals. And, you know, he's been to, at this point, this is his 4th Grand Finals.
Right.
He's won 2 out of the previous 3.
Right, and 2 of those happened within a 3-tournament span, and now he's already starting off Louisville. Great, he's on that winner's side. Like you mentioned, has only dropped now, what, 2 games in the entire tournament? Only 1 game day number 2 and 1 game day number 1. Really impressive from Lyles, but Arrow's not out of it yet, but he's going to have to face another Shadow Kanto Marowak because we have a losers finals between Arrow and Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, and we have one little final fun fact about Loud Jeffs is out of all the times he's gone to grand finals, he's only gone in on the loser side once. And the 2 times he was on the winner side, he's won them all.
Yeah.
So he's on the winner side again. Beating Loud Jeffs is not an easy feat. Beating him twice in 2 best-of-5s is not easy feat too. Stay tuned to see who will be challenging him in the grand finals because we have Arrow versus Nighttime Clasher coming up next.
All right. Good luck. Good luck, man. All right. Good luck. Good luck, man.
Good luck, man.
Good luck.
I'm gonna need it.
We'll see. We'll see.
GG, man.
I knew if you caught, I could always undercharge, so I wasn't like ever like. That's why I was kind of not worrying.
Fair enough.
GG's. Yep. Let's get it. Good luck, dude. Where are you locking in? Good game.
'Well played. GG's. GG's on that one. Well played. Well played.
我的名字是叶凯，我来自香港。我的宝可梦属性应该是草系吧，因为我为人比较温和，然后有时候也会。
We see Yekai right here. He still has a smile. He has the confidence.
应该是在我小学的时候，那个时候宝可梦Go 游戏刚推 A 出，然后我看案件 N 和我当时关系最要好的。我第一个比赛的印象是在 iSelf 第一次参加6选3的比赛，我感到非常紧张，然后也感到期待，因为可以通过这个比赛认识很多不同的朋友。我有在亚太区的线上比赛中达到决赛。Many people know that I have an amazing performance in GBL, so this gives me a lot of confidence to participate in Worlds last year. But the fact that I got knocked out after 2 rounds really destroyed all my confidence, and I felt pretty upset about it.
Yekai going from last season's World Championships, not getting a single game win, to now.
我现在感觉非常的兴奋，还有紧张，还有开心，因很复杂的心情。我到现在还不能相信我赢的。我的偶像应该是来自日本的 Crescent Angels， 当时第一次看他在伦敦N 世界赛，在2022年的时候，我打出了非常好的成绩，得到了第3名。他的操作和心态都非常的完美以及从容自在。
He is your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2015. I had just moved to Los Angeles and I was kind of looking for a way to make friends. And I figured, well, I like playing Pokemon. Maybe this would be a good way for me to meet people because I'm a little bit shy. So yeah, I've been playing ever since. My favorite Pokemon, without a doubt, is Dragonite. It is a Pokemon that's been with me ever since the original Red, Blue, and Yellow. And because it made one of the craziest comebacks of VGC history with Dragonite. So I really love that Pokemon. Right now, one of my daily goals is to study Japanese. I'm moving to Japan in December, so I want to make sure that once I'm there, I know the language a good amount so that I can, be able to communicate with people. After going to Worlds in 2023, I really fell in love with the country, so I'm really excited to be moving there. For me, definitely is Wolf is one of the people I look up to. He not only is a fantastic player, but also a really good friend and just an amazing person. He's someone that, he has all the accolades in the world, but it doesn't really get to his head. And I think it's really cool to have someone like that in the community that is a good player, but also humble about it. And I look up to that. My goal at playing Pokemon, it varies by the season, but most of the time is always to try and win Worlds. I did Top Cut Worlds in 2016 when I had just started playing. And ever since then, I kind of been failing to reach that same height. So the goal is to always win Worlds, but every year it gets more and more difficult. The players these days are insanely good. So it makes the competition, that much more fierce, but also makes your wins feel much more deserved. My favorite meal of during events is always breakfast. Breakfast is just my favorite meal because I really like having coffee. And for some reason, coffee always tastes better in the morning than it does later in the day. I don't know why. I don't know the science, but it's just the way it works. Probably New York style cheesecake. Pretty bland, but I like it. My favorite city that I've been to, without a doubt, has been Vancouver. I think it's a beautiful city. You can take a train right from the airport to the downtown area. There's great food in there. There's really good nature as well. It's very clean. Every year, whenever I can, I try to always go to Vancouver because I know I'll have a good time there. My friends always tell me I have really bad music taste, and it's fair. I do enjoy a little bit of rock and roll. I do enjoy a little bit more classical music. Video game music is some of my favorite as well. So a little bit of everything, but I definitely don't listen to the more popular songs, and I constantly get made fun of because of that. Maybe Team Brock, because I feel like he's actually one of the more difficult gym leaders, because right at the beginning, and if you chose Charmander, you're gonna in for a rough time. But Brock is cool, and he's a really big part in the anime. He's kind of like the father figure for Ash and Misty. So yeah, I like him.
Hope everyone is having a fantastic afternoon. It is currently 3:25 p.m. here in Louisville, Kentucky. We've got 3 trainers left in this tournament, and we are getting very, very close to crowning our Louisville regional champion. My name is Softoph, and I'm here with Wholesome_.
Thank you, Soph. Yeah, it has been an absolute gauntlet for these trainers here, just watching Titan after Titan that they're having to take down in order to get to this moment here. I am so impressed with all 3 of these trainers, each in their own right. I think Lyle, just consistency. I always talk about consistency with Lyle. He is just taking down former world champions, former regional champions, and he's adapting to tough situations as well. His team didn't really have a lot of great answers to Shadow Quagsire and had a lot of trouble with Registeel as well, yet he's still finding ways to compete. Nighttime Clasher, I think, actually came in on the loser side of the bracket, if I'm not mistaken, as well, and he has really just shown that he is a very resilient trainer. Arrow, on the other hand, he has one of the most unique teams that we've seen, at least so far this regional season here. And I think that other trainers are having to kind of adapt on the fly to how they're going to respond to all these spice picks.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think that many trainers have been able to practice much against Arrow's team, but who practices a lot is Nighttime Clasher. Actually, both of these trainers are some of the trainers out there who I think are pretty much scrimming and practicing and asking their friends for practice pretty much non-stop. But before we get into these losers finals, remember the winner of this goes on to play Lyle Jeffs in the grand finals. Let's just take one last look at these teams. This is Arrow's, again, very, very unique team. He's got Registeel, Guzzlord, Quagsire, and Shadow Typhlosion, all Pokemon that we don't see incredibly often, especially that Registeel, which he's been relying a lot on today in day 2. And then, of course, the Galarian Moltres, which I believe Nighttime Clasher is also rocking.
Yeah, absolutely. And running that very interesting Frenzy Plant Leaf Tornado combo there on the Superior. Moving over to Nighttime Clasher's team, we've seen a lot of the Ariados from him running that Poison Sting Trailblaze Lunge combination, but like you mentioned, Double Dark, Malamar with the Psywave Superpower Foul Play, and Galarian Moltres running that deadly combo of that Brave Bird Ancient Power. Very, very interested to see how he's going to be able to round out his team with his Azumarill, Shadow Marowak, and his Toxapex as well.
Well, he's been relying a lot on the Shadow Marowak. I believe that was your pick of the day for Lyle, actually, Wholesome, but it's doing pretty well for Nighttime Clasher here. I mean, if you look at Arrow's team, it has a good play against pretty much everything except, I guess, Superior and Galarian Moltres, which it still can hit back with that Rock Slide.
Look, I warned these trainers to get ready. I don't think they were ready for the Shadow Kanto Marowak. And, it's a Pokemon that not a lot of trainers actually have access to. It's one that, you can't trade, for instance. So it's not something that you can just immediately say, hey, can you trade that extra one that you have to me? It's something that you've actually probably had to be playing the game for a decent amount of time and hold on to in order to bring to today's tournament.
All right, well, neither of these trainers has won a tournament before on U.S. soil, so this is their chance to do it. I think we're getting into this game one, Wholesome.
All right, this is winner go home. This is losers finals. Arrow versus Nighttime Clasher. We have the Malamar into the Registeel. Registeel is able to tank one of these super effective superpowers, but Nighttime Clasher does have the luxury of being able to chip and dip.
Can chip and dip, but it looks like he's farming up a little bit of extra energy. Actually goes for the foul play here. Superpower wouldn't take it out, so I think Arrow is just going to let this go for now. Maybe save his shields for his glassier Pokemon in the back. Foul play connects, but Registeel's still over 50% health.
Yeah, despite the dark typing, with that psychic subtyping, Malamar is easily able to hang on versus one Focus Blast. Zap Cannon is a very hard-hitting attack, though. Only a 33% chance at this debuff now, and no debuff this time. After this foul play and Nighttime Clasher investing that Protect Shield, probably has this Registeel close to superpower range. Was that a charged attack priority, Soph?
Looks to me like Arrow did hit that Focus Blast, but we'll have to see. Looks like Nighttime Clasher is pretty much at double superpower here. Shields does come up for Arrow, and it looks like the Focus Blast is firing, so I think Nighttime Clasher is going to have to shield if he wants to get off that second superpower. Actually, he might live.
Yeah.
We'll never find out.
Wants to use the Protect Shield either way. There's not really a Pokemon that, assuming that he did feign, would be able to farm down. This is going to bring in the Galarian Moltres now, which is met by the Toxapex. Toxapex obviously with a big bulk advantage as well, but Arrow actually going to be fishing for a little bit of a bait here. No shields at this point, but does not want to debuff himself by going for that Brave Bird.
Yeah, I don't think Brave Bird quite takes it out from here, so it makes sense that he doesn't want to debuff himself quite yet. He wants to be able to hang on through a couple more of these poison jabs. This is actually a Brine bait coming through from Nighttime Clasher and an instant no shield by Arrow. I don't even know if Sludge Wave takes it out from here, but I think with this bait, I think Arrow's probably going to be able to make a Brave Bird.
Yeah, no problem going to be able to make this Brave Bird. Can probably overfarm a little bit as well, and you're still healthy enough that, you know, really realistically, I don't think anything is just going to be immediately able to fast attack down. Maybe that Ariados, but we'll have to see what Nighttime Clasher wants to do.
Yeah, he still has some energy banked on the Malamar, but he does bring in the Ariados, showing his third Pokemon here, and he probably wants to be able to farm down before the Ancient Power actually does get it.
That's devastating.
So that's actually, I think, 6 or 7 Poison Stings that he just got. Anyways, Arrow bringing Registeel to all the energy, but a quick swap into the Malamar.
Trying to desperately get to double superpower here. Nighttime Clasher has him stored now, has 2 stored. Now the superpower will be enough to knock out, I believe. It might leave it just with a sliver of HP. This is non-same type attack bonus, but down goes the Registeel. Arrow putting it all on the Shadow Quagsire. Nighttime Clasher is locked in with this debuff both to his attack and his defense, but he's close to 2 charge attacks.
Quagsire does still have a shield, and remember that Nighttime Clasher still has a little bit over a Trailblaze left on the Ariados, so Arrow knows that he can't shield anything from this Malamar. He needs to have enough time to get to a couple of charge attacks here, Aqua Tail to take out the Malamar, and then probably a Stonish to take out the Ariados.
Yeah, I think that could be a costly mistake here, letting him reach that foul play. Obviously needed to get to a lot of energy. Has the Stone Edge ready to go. Maybe an Aqua Tail would have been enough to knock out. You do resist these Poison Stings. I think you can probably withstand 2 or 3 Poison Stings, but you desperately need to reach a charge attack before Nighttime Clasher is able to get to 2 charge attacks. Will you be able to get to the Stone Edge? Absolutely not. Nighttime Clasher taking game number 1 in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, I think I saw them say good game before the charge attack landed at the end there. And, you know, Nighttime Clasher is up 1-0. He has a ton of momentum. Remember, he came in on the loser's side of the bracket in this incredibly stacked top 16. And I have to say, he's playing better than maybe I've ever seen him play. Super clean, great counting, great energy management in every game.
On paper, Registeel looks really challenging for Nighttime Clasher's team, but I like the way that Nighttime Clasher was using his shields and finding other ways to get energy outside of that Registeel matchup, so that was great. We did see the Brave Bird, but I think what was the key moment is the one we just missed right there, was that fast attack down. The Ariados is farming down the Galarian Moltres there with, I think, 6 Poison Stings to put him in a position where you have to save that Protect Shield as your Shadow Quagsire as Arrow.
Exactly. I think that, I mean, I don't think Nighttime Clasher knew that there was a Shadow Quagsire in the back, but the energy from Ariados goes pretty much everywhere except for, I think, the Registeel, and maybe that Typhlosion is also going to be walling the Ariados.
I think this Ariados is the final Ariados in the tournament. I think there's only just this one here, but I've been very impressed with his play here in day 2, particularly with Nighttime Clasher. All right, Arrow needs to go ahead and figure out a way to come back here. It's currently 1-0 Nighttime Clasher versus Arrow. We're going to be having water versus fire. We saw the Typhlosion up against the Azumarill. Arrow going to be switching in the Registeel. It is met by the Malamar from Nighttime Clasher.
All right, well, this game might come down to who can maintain switch advantage here. Looks like Nighttime Clasher, yeah, does throw the foul play here. Again, doesn't want to debuff himself straight away. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit questionable whether he can hang on through the Registeel's charge attacks. Zap Cannon coming through here. Again, this is, I believe, a 33% chance to drop the attack of the Malamar. Let's see if he gets it.
Okay, here comes the Zap Cannon. Does a significant chunk of damage. No debuff. I believe that you should be able to get to a superpower before Registeel is able to get to its next charge attack. You won't be able to get to 2, though. Nighttime Clasher, this time not throwing on charge attack priority. Wants to throw it a little bit earlier. Arrow wanting to get switch advantage, desperately uses this Protect Shield.
Yeah, nice counting from Nighttime Clasher there. Oh, actually threw just before the Registeel got to move. And Arrow's like staring down Nighttime Clasher a little bit, throwing this Focus Blast at oh my goodness, very low health Malamar that Nighttime Clasher actually shields.
Okay, can Nighttime Clasher's Malamar get to 2 superpowers? We're not going to find out. A quick swap by Arrow bringing in the Galarian Moltres. This is going to draw out the Azumarill from Nighttime Clasher. A positive matchup for Nighttime Clasher, able to hit super effective with both of its charge attacks. Needs to watch out for Brave Birds. Arrow actually going for this Ancient Power here, maybe fishing for a boost.
Oh, and that's actually a really nice bait by Arrow there. Didn't get the boost, but did get the shield. Play rough coming through here from Nighttime Clasher. It's going to go unshielded. I think Galarian Moltres might be able to hang on, but this Azumarill has a lot of work to do. Remember, there's a Typhlosion in the back, and now that the Azumarill doesn't have shields, you might have to start watching out for those Thunder Punches.
A nice head start on energy for this Azumarill, but I think all this energy is just going to get dumped into the Registeel, and then you're going to try and set up the game where you can sweep with the Typhlosion. Realistically, that biggest counter to that Typhlosion was probably the bubble fast attack damage coming from Nighttime Clasher's Azumarill. But keep an eye on Switch Claw. Can you get out? No, Arrow reaches the Zap Cannon just before Azumarill is able to get out of this matchup.
Oh my goodness, and Arrow still has the full health Typhlosion in the back. Nighttime Clasher running out of health on his Malamar, and all he has left is that Ariados, which again takes super effective damage from Incinerate and obviously walled with its charge attacks. I think Nighttime Clasher might be trying to save his energy. He does, but he insta-swaps the Ariados into the Typhlosion.
List of things you don't want to swap into a Typhlosion. Exhibit A, the Ariados. That is a ton of damage that you've already taken. This is a huge Protect Shield that Arrow is using here. A lunge, while it's certainly going to be resistant. Oh, and actually hangs on with 1 HP. Can you get to one more move? No. Okay, now this Typhlosion is absolutely loaded on energy. I think you have 2 charge attacks stored, and there's no Protect Shields remaining. Can you just throw double Thunder Punch?
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. No Protect Shields, no opportunities for catches. I mean, there's 2 very low health Pokemon on Nighttime Clasher that both lose charge attack priority, so there's really no harm in Arrow just spamming off these attacks. He even has the Blast Burn loaded, but doesn't need it.
Yeah, that's the thing that you have to keep in mind as Arrow. Okay, I'm using that Protect Shield on the lunge. I know the Azumarill has a charge attack. I'm probably going to be low enough that a Play Rough will be very close to knocking out, so I absolutely need to come out of this matchup with tons of energy, and I think he had 100 energy coming out of that matchup. That was a tough situation for Nighttime Clasher. You don't want to have your Ariados lined up versus that Shadow Typhlosion, but we did see Nighttime Clasher bring in his Azumarill in that middle matchup there, which meant that it was never going to get realigned versus that Typhlosion.
All right, well, Arrow does tie up the series 1-1 there, and as a reminder, this is actually a best of 5, so whoever wins the next game doesn't necessarily win the series. It's going to be the first of 3 points who's going to get to move on to those grand finals.
Okay, well, we saw the Azumarill being brought by Nighttime Clasher this time. We've seen plenty of superior play from Arrow, and despite not having any coverage moves, actually has access to that Leaf Tornado as well, which can introduce a different element to a lot of these games. Even if you're unable to hit for super effective or even neutral, you can debuff your opponent, which can be absolutely devastating in certain matchups. That said, we did see Arrow with some great over farming, able to get to 100 energy, unleashing that Thunder Punch into the Malamar with another Thunder Punch ready to go to knock out the Azumarill and tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, I think the key moment was the middle game when Arrow brought in the Registeel. Nighttime Clasher's best answer at that point was just the Malamar, so you have to wonder, is he going to adjust and try to bring the Marowak, which I think is going to be his best answer to the Registeel?
I think between the 3 teams that we have remaining in this tournament, are there any fighting types at all, Soph?
Nope.
I don't think so. So when that Registeel is brought, there's no real direct answer unless you have a ground type typically. Yes, there is some fire coverage, maybe with Diggersby, but you're going to be throwing Scorching Sands there pretty much every time. Getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but Registeel is a very interesting pick that Arrow seems to be consistently bringing here in the late stages of this tournament.
All right, well, another fantastic lead for Nighttime Clasher. Let's see if he can hold on to this one. It's Galarian Moltres into Superior. Again, Arrow with the Registeel safe stop, but this time, Nighttime Clasher with the adjustment actually has the punish, and it's that Shadow Marowak.
A huge punish because you're able to get to this Bone Club before Registeel's even able to reach a Focus Blast. You withstand one of these Focus Blasts as well, so you can simply no shield and then farm all the way down to the ground. This is a great position for Nighttime Clasher. Yes, you're not going to be doing very much with this Marowak up against the Superior, but you will get some nice chip damage with the Rock Slide as well. So all things going the way of Nighttime Clasher currently.
Yeah, not going to be able to do much, but I don't think that's a big deal. Yes, the Superior is going to come in and farm you down, but this Marowak has one job to do, and it's to take out that Registeel, and that job has been completed. So it's looking very, very good for Nighttime Clasher. Now, the Superior also, by the way, is absolutely trapped between the Galarian Moltres and the Ariados.
But the thing we have to keep in mind is, okay, what was the play that Arrow's trying to architect there? He's probably trying to draw out that Marowak, which may free up his Shadow Typhlosion hanging around in the back. It's going to do very nicely versus the Ariados, and now Nighttime Clasher cannot swap. I think you just have to stay in this matchup. But the one thing that that you have going for you as Nighttime Clasher is this Galarian Moltres has a significant bulk advantage compared to the Shadow Typhlosion, so these Sucker Punches are adding up a little bit quicker than the Incinerates.
Yeah, these Thunder Punches are going to come through very, very quickly. I mean, you can start pulling some shields if you want, but I think Nighttime Clasher is actually just going for the full fast attack down. Another Thunder Punch coming through from Arrow, but I don't think he has time to get to another.
You don't want to take a single Incinerate on your Ariados, so you just go simply for two Protect Shields and a full farm down. You'll come out with this Ancient Power. You have a Brave Bird stored ready to go if you really want to be a little cheeky here. A Leaf Tornado is stored, but this is all resisted damage here. Not only is this resisted by the Galarian Moltres, you have a Pokemon that double resists all grass charge and fast attacks as well. So this is a impossible battle for Arrow, and the ABA strategy for Nighttime Clasher, ABA strong versus superior, paid off so well here in Game 3.
Absolutely, and oh, actually, it looks like Nighttime Clasher is trying to get out into the Ariados, and I think Arrow is going to be able to see the third Pokemon here, so Nighttime Clasher not going to be able to keep these strategies to himself quite in this match, but he definitely has this game here, and he's going to be able to take the lead here 2-1.
That's the luxury. So you have a great matchup in the lead matchup there. Galarian Moltres, a flying type, versus a mono grass type that only has mono grass type moves. But then when you bring in that Typhlosion and you're thinking, okay, well, what's in the back? Maybe I can hard beat it. Well, yeah, you do, but Nighttime Clasher doesn't have to swap out of that Galarian Moltres, has a little bit of an energy advantage and has a significant bulk advantage, where realistically, the Ariados is what you wanted to line up with the Superior in the first place.
All right, well, we're already a couple of games into this series. We're thinking about maybe some key Pokemon from both sides. For Arrow, it feels like Registeel was really key for him in those first couple of games, maybe a little bit disappointing in game number 3. As for Nighttime Clasher, I think he's going to be sticking with that Galarian Moltres, right? It has a lot of play into Arrow's team. Actually, there's pretty much no counters for it that I see on Arrow's team, maybe except for that Guzzlord.
Look, so I think that Nighttime Clasher, after bringing that Azumarill, Arrow's like, okay, I got to bring this Grass-type Pokemon. Nighttime Clasher 5-heading that and say, I'm going to bring ABA Strong versus that counter to my Azumarill, and I'm going to be bringing the best possible answer to your Registeel save swap, which is that Shadow Kanto Marowak. He was 20 steps ahead of Arrow in that game number 3.
That's right. Brought not just one, but 2 counters to the Superior. Although I think we're going to be expecting the Galarian Moltres. He was really able to trap that Superior by bringing 2 counters to it.
Okay. Well, I see that these trainers are getting locked in here. I really like the Ariados that we've been seeing from Nighttime Clasher. I loved seeing that Shadow Kanto Marowak as a response to the Registeel. Does that mean that maybe Arrow finally puts Registeel on the bench? It's such an interesting Pokemon because Arrow always tells me, well, it wins zeros versus everything. Okay, well, there are other matchups as well, Arrow, the 1s and the 2s, where it really starts to struggle just due to its pacing. And I think that's one of the reasons a lot of trainers have dropped it. But if you can get it in those shields down scenarios, maybe it could be a really good closer for Arrow.
I think Typhlosion could also be a really good closer, and again, something that kind of struggles in the 2-shield situation, just like Registeel if there's fast attack pressure on the other side. But looks like we're getting into game number 4. This could be decisive, but Arrow's got the advantageous lead here. He's got Superior into Azumarill.
Yeah, Arrow running back those 2 Pokemon with the Superior and the Registeel, but this time actually brings the Guzzlord as well, which will have some nice play versus everything except for that Azumarill. Very happy to have that Superior lined up versus it. We got to see a lot of this Registeel versus the Ariados matchup in the Rise versus Arrow matches, and now we're going to be seeing it again here. One Zap Cannon is not enough to knock out, but Nighttime Clasher immediately just going for those Trailblazes.
Does shield at the first Zap Cannon, so I have to imagine he's maybe going to plan to lunge eventually, but yeah, maybe at the beginning you just want to start increasing your attack. Does go for the Trailblaze straight away, and after actually one of these charge attacks, the switch clocks are going to come up, so not sure if we're going to see anyone switch out at this point, but it looks to me, at least from watching Rise versus Arrow, that Ariados can 2-shield through Registeel if it wants to.
Look, this Guzzlord does have play versus the Malamar and versus the Ariados, but when shields go down, it gets really, really risky. So if Arrow starts investing some of these Protect Shields, that Guzzlord could become a little bit of a liability, but Nighttime Clasher is the one using the Protect Shields currently.
Yeah, Zap Cannon coming through here. This isn't going to be enough to take out the Ariados, but Nighttime Clasher still wants to shield it up. He knows maybe just how important this Ariados and its energy are, especially when you look at Arrow's team. If there's no Typhlosion coming to meet you, then this Ariados is really, really good against Arrow's entire line.
You're now in a position where one Zap Cannon isn't going to knock out. You're doing, despite double resisted Poison Stings, they are significantly boosted here, and I think that you're going to be able to get to 2 charge attacks after this next Zap Cannon, which again, you survive. So realistically, Arrow is going to have to be put in a very difficult situation here. Yes, this Ariados is going to be relatively low HP, but this energy has so many destinations still.
Exactly. I'm not expecting Arrow to shield up this Registeel, expecting Nighttime Clasher to maybe farm up to 100 or just 2 charge attacks, and then you should be able to get the shield back on whatever comes in, because if you look at the Superior and the Guzzlord from Arrow, I mean, how boosted is the super effective lunge going to be?
Yeah, you just throw lunge no matter what here. The Trailblaze isn't really going to do anything for you,
Whoa.
but no, through a fast attack instead, none of that energy gets utilized whatsoever. Okay.
Oh, that could be huge.
You do have the good alignment now with your Azumarill against the Guzzlord. That's great, but now you have to have a matchup where you didn't get that final Protect Shield. You're down a Protect Shield into this Superior as Malamar.
It was looking really, really comfortable for Nighttime Clasher, but now it's going to be looking a little scary.
And the debuff!
Oh my goodness, and the Malamar's attack is double dropped as well, and Arrow still has a shield, so it's looking like actually now Superior might be able to put in some work in the back. Here comes the Superior, and what is that, fist pump number 21 now? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're well into the 20s at this point, so I think that maybe Nighttime Clasher was expecting the Superior to come back in for some reason, and a 2-turn fast attack would have been able to easily hang on versus one of those Vine Whips. But when you have a 3-turn fast attack versus the 2-turn fast attack, if you throw that 2-turn fast attack, the damage from the 3-turn will register right as you're going to be hitting that charge attack. So Nighttime Clasher, a little bit of a miscue there, and I don't know that he has a way to come back from this.
I don't think he does. I mean, Frenzy Plant coming through here. Superior still has a shield, so even if you're able to reach Ice Beam, you just get outpaced by the Superior. So, yeah, a little bit of a miscue in the mid-game. I mean, lost basically a super effective, incredibly boosted lunge, which could have been crucial, I think.
It would have gotten a shield no matter what. I mean, maybe Arrow could have tried to make a call thinking that maybe it's going to be a Trailblaze, but there's no reason not to throw that lunge there. It would have been close to one-hit KOing either of those Pokemon the way that he was boosted at that point. But that said, Arrow just able to Dragon Tail down, didn't have to use the shield, and because he didn't have to use the shield, Superior able to sweep that matchup, didn't even need to use Guzzlord outside of that one Dragon Tail.
Yeah, I think that Poison Sting was a little bit of a mistake. I mean, I'm wondering if potentially he wasn't sure if the Quagsire was going to come in which case he would want to throw the Trailblaze, but I mean, even like a super boosted lunge like that would have done a ton of damage to the Quagsire. Maybe you don't even tap the Poison Sting at all there if you're worried about that.
You have to pick yourself up now as Nighttime Clasher, because I think that that was Nighttime Clasher's game to lose, and yeah, I think that that could have been a 3-1 series. Now it's a 2-2 tied series. You still have an opportunity as Nighttime Clasher to lock this in. You just need to win one game. But at this stage, you can't make any mistakes like that.
Yeah, it's 2-2 now, like you said. So it's, I mean, winner goes on to grand finals and they get a completely fresh series against Lyle Jeffs. And the loser, I mean, this is going to be the end of their tournament. They would just finish in 3rd place.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, very good still.
Mistakes earlier in the tournament, maybe you can come back from. Mistakes at this stage, they can be absolutely just devastating to you. And thankfully for Nighttime Clasher, he was ahead 2-1, so he still has one more opportunity. But now we are in our best of 5 win or go home game. Nighttime Clasher really needs to get things figured out. I like the way that he played that game. The Ariados into the Registeel, it worked out for him. In fact, he had another charge attack coming out of that matchup, so that even if Arrow shielded, he had one ready to go. Let's see how Arrow responds here in game number 5.
Oh my goodness, and Arrow finally getting a good lead. This time it's his own Galarian Moltres against that Malamar from Nighttime Clasher. Quick swap into the Ariados, and he's able to get off this lunge before anything happens on Arrow's side.
It's a little bit awkward for Arrow here because he doesn't have a great direct response. That Typhlosion is not on his team of 3, so he's not able to bring it in. He gets him a little bit of chip damage, and he's done some nice sucker punch damage to that Ariados. He can now bring in the Registeel, and even after an attack debuff, Zap Cannon is going to be very close to knocking out here, especially as these lock-ons continue to add up.
I like the recognition from Arrow that this is a different situation from before, right? Now the Ariados, first of all, it's energy dry because it threw at the Moltres, but also it's been chipped by those sucker punches, just like you said. So now Zap Cannon is going to come very, very close to threatening to knock out.
And you're not really able to get a Trailblaze off right away as well. You need to start off with that debuff with the lunge. So with that, and look at all that damage. Yes, you're going to be able to get another lunge off here, but realistically, if Arrow wants to get out of this matchup, he can. You know, even Guzzlord doesn't have terrible playing the 2-shield matchup into that Malamar as well. But that said, that Shadow Marowak still has some opportunities to do some work here. We're actually seeing it being brought in, but you have to think to yourself as Nighttime Clasher, do I want to invest a shield when its primary target is probably on the field right now?
I like the fact that he got out, recognizing the misaligned switch timers, but actually Arrow's bringing in the Guzzlord so that he can maintain the alignment of Moltres onto Malamar. So this is a little bit of a better matchup for Marowak than it would have been otherwise, but actually lost charge attack priority against the Guzzlord here.
Yeah, a lot of trainers don't realize just how bulky that the Marowak is. It doesn't have a lot of attack stat. In fact, it loses to the other Mud Slappers, including Gastrodon, when it comes to charge attack priority. So yeah, this is a close one. It can be, I think, attack stat dependent. But that said, I think that you have 2 charge attacks stored. I don't think this is enough to quite knock out this Guzzlord either. There is still some play for this Shadow Kanto Marowak, but it needs to not only get through this current Guzzlord, it needs to get through Registeel, and needs to get through the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, I really just don't see a way for Nighttime Clasher to get rid of this Galarian Moltres. Doesn't even get off a charge attack with the Marowak. Now you have Malamar, and actually the Moltres probably is in superpower range. Oh, but he's actually just going to let go of the Brave Bird, maybe hoping it's an ancient power, but I think that's going to do quite a bit of damage, and that's probably going to seal Nighttime Clasher's fate.
A heartbreaker for Nighttime Clasher. You can see Arrow already celebrating. He knows where he's at, but for Nighttime Clasher, after punting that game number 4, unable to secure it in game number 5, and that means Arrow will be moving on yet again to the grand finals, where he will face off versus Lyle Jess III.
All right, well, a fantastic run from Nighttime Clasher. Again, finishes in 3rd place after coming into probably, again, the most stacked top 16 bracket we've ever seen. So really, really good place. Maybe a little bit of a misstep in that game 4, but congrats again to Nighttime Clasher. Great run. As for Arrow, like you said, he's going to go on to his 3rd grand finals ever, maybe seeking his 1st championship win, but he is going to actually have to win 2 best-of-5s against Lyle.
Yeah, absolutely, and sometimes they say 3rd time's the charm, but I want to go back to the point that Caleb made a little bit earlier. Lyle now is, I believe this is his 4th grand finals. Both times when he came in from the winner's side, he was able to lock in that championship, and obviously he is at an advantage, right? He doesn't have to go through that bracket reset. He just simply needs to win 1 best-of-5 series. However, Arrow, on the other hand, coming in from the loser side of the bracket, needs to win a first best-of-5 to then reset the bracket and win yet another best-of-5. So a much more uphill battle for him.
Absolutely, because we have that double elimination format, and technically Lyle hasn't lost a series yet, right? So Arrow needs to win twice to basically deal both of those losses.
Looking back at our replays, game number 2 here, we saw a lot of that Galarian Moltres action. I think Arrow actually had some really nice plays here to tie up the series. Despite a tough alignment in the beginning of the matchup with that Typhlosion into the Azumarill, he was able to get a full farm down 100 energy from those very hard-hitting Incinerates and unleash a double Thunder Punch into the Malamar and subsequently the Azumarill as well.
Yeah, I mean, something that's pretty fun from this series as we saw it develop is that I think we saw all 6 Pokemon from Arrow come, and I think we saw 5 out of 6 of Nighttime Clasher's team, with the exception of that Toxapex, which didn't make an appearance, but I think that's sometimes what you see, right? Like, a lot of the times when we just watch these shorter best-of-3 matches, we kind of just see the same Pokemon being brought, but over the course of best-of-5, you can really start seeing things develop and see how the players respond to each other.
Interestingly enough, the Toxapex was actually the Pokemon that was doing a lot of work for Lyle when he was facing off versus Arrow, but yes, we did not see that from Nighttime Clasher. In game number 4, we saw the Leaf Tornadoes. Don't forget, that was where we saw Nighttime Clasher unable to unleash that double boosted lunge into either the Guzzlord or the Superior. Instead, fainted with all of that energy, which allowed Arrow to come back, tie up the series, and move into this game number 5, where Arrow was able to secure the game 5 victory and move on to the grand finals.
Exactly, and I think we're going to be hearing from Arrow and Lyle just in just a little bit, but I mean, let's just think about what these trainers have gone through to get to this point, right? So Arrow and Lyle both came into this tournament on the winner's side. Obviously, Lyle has hardly dropped any games, right? And also hasn't dropped any matches. Whereas Arrow, I mean, made it super far, and the only person he's lost to, I believe, was Lyle earlier, right?
Yeah, he was on the winner's side of the bracket until just the very end there. So, you know, after a little bit of a hiccup, we can say, I believe it was a 3-1. I think one of only 2 trainers to take a game off Lyle. I think it was only 2 games that he has lost, but immediately picks himself back up, and actually, despite having a little bit of a hole there versus Nighttime Clasher, takes advantage of every opportunity and now has momentum on his side as he moves back into these grand finals versus Lyle.
Yeah, really great play and really great resilience from Arrow, and I think he's going to need that resilience because he's going up against someone. Not only did you say that he has to win 2 series to take the championship title, but he's already also lost to this trainer before in a 1-3 series, right? So he's going to need to figure some things out here.
Well, I think on paper, there's a lot of play for Arrow, and some trainers have described his team as annoying, but I'm curious to see how Lyle feels. We're going to be going over to Butters here with not only Lyle, but with Arrow as well for our grand finals interview.
All right.
I gotta talk to Atlanta.
All right, thank you so much, Wholesome and Soph. We got our 2 grand finalists. We got the 2-time regional champion, Lyles Jeff, versus a 2-time regional runner-up of Arrow. How are you feeling going into this rematch, Arrow?
I feel like Lyle may have showed a little bit of his hand, and my team's one that I don't think is very easy to beat twice, so maybe I'll be able to take the advantage of that and beat him in this next one.
And you, Lyle, how are you feeling about this rematch? Obviously, you're playing against a ridiculous team, a team that you probably didn't prepare for as much, but you already beat it once. How are you feeling going into these grand finals?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Obviously, it's been going pretty well for me this weekend, so I'll just try to continue playing the best I can and see how it goes. For sure, his team is a little unorthodox, can be a little unpredictable at times, so just try to deal with it and manage it the best I can and see how it goes.
Do you feel like rhythm has a lot to do with your Pokemon Go PvP play? Because I feel like once you are in this rhythm, once you get hot, like last season, you win 2 regionals out of 3 regionals in a row. You're on the graphic within 3 regionals, I should say. Do you feel like once you get on a roll, that's when you're really hard to beat?
Yeah, I feel a lot more relaxed, I guess, when things are going well. But it also comes down to like the team you're running. And if the team you're running has good play into the meta, it makes it a lot easier. So, I am feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to the team you're running because of that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but I have to ask Arrow because Lyle talks about being relaxed. From an outside perspective, you feel like one of the most resilient trainers there are. I mean, you're down 1-2 in this series, feel like you're gonna maybe lose game 4. Suddenly, you're back in the grand finals. You have to, you go through that Rise rematch where you could have been eliminated. Now you're here. Do you feel that resilience inside yourself?
The way I look at it, I'm here and playing every battle like I can win it. And a lot of time, I feel like I have kind of gotten the short end of the stick some battles, and it happens. But I mean, the best way is move on to the next battle, and you can adjust any battle in between battles to move to win the next battle.
Yeah, and it's incredibly hard to keep that mindset because a lot of trainers get down on themselves, but you just always have that positive energy. It's really inspiring. But I actually want to go back to Lyle's previous point about like bringing the team. I had a segment earlier where I asked SJ how much of your success depends on your meta reads and what team you bring, and he was thinking is over 50% of your success there. Do you feel like that's accurate? Is it that Shadow Kanto Marowak? Do you feel like that gave you such an advantage here in Louisville?
I don't necessarily think it was specifically the Marowak that gave me the advantage. It's like the team as a whole and how it works together. I mean, that's part of the team, right? So, but I definitely agree with him that if you don't have the correct pressure in the meta, you are going to struggle to basically RPS and not play as flexibly.
And Arrow, how do you pick your teams? Because
I knew this was coming.
Yeah, because I mean, this is a team. It seems like it reminds me a little bit of Inadequates, where you just have like a lot of hard answers to the best Pokemon. You have a hard answer for Shadow Drapion. You have a hard answer for Azumarill. That's number 2 in usage. Talk about your process, Arrow.
So I was actually running a very similar team to this, but it had Ariados and Goodra instead of Guzzlord and Registeel. And I kept running into the problem of I couldn't really safely beat Drapion or Malamar. And I was like, what beats those? And I was like, Guzzlord. And so I was like, it's just dragon for dragon. I get stronger into different certain meta things. And then, so I had the core 5, and then we're driving up here in the clown car from Atlanta. And I'm just sitting in the back. I'm like, what? This meta is so weak to Registeel. Apart from Claude. Claude is the main deterrent for Registeel, but if you look at the top 12 for day 2, Registeel beats 10 of the 12.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. No one was expecting that Registeel. I'm here with 2 pretty calm trainers going into these grand finals, but my last question to you, Lyle, and Arrow as well, what would it mean to you to already qualify for the World Championships at the 2nd regional of the season?
It would feel pretty good, and honestly, like with the points we're getting today, I think I'm well on my way. But just to kind of cap everything off and leave here with a win would feel really nice.
And Arrow, how would it feel to get your first ever regional championship?
I've been knocking on the door. It felt really good. I was actually 0-3 in Game 5s in Play Pokemon, so it felt really good to actually win a Game 5 for a change. But there will be emotions if I was able to take this man out twice.
Emotions and fist pumps for sure. But let's get these trainers on the stage because we are going to get into those grand finals. So let's actually head back over to the desk and get this started.
All right, thank you, Butters, and I'm very much looking forward to these battles between Lyle and Arrow. Two great stories, each in their own right, and I just have to say about Arrow, he's playing every game like it's his last, and I think that that really goes to the resiliency that Butters was talking about. When you've been down, when you've been behind in series 1-2, when you've been on the brink of defeat, that really you're only able to come back from, because hey, I went through this dispute process. He's felt like he's been just on that brink of defeat so many times that I think he feels like he has nothing to lose at this point.
And I think Arrow is one of the hardest working trainers out there when it comes to, practicing, even just attending these tournaments. I think he's attended more than 20 at this point throughout the past couple of seasons. And if you're around in the PvP community, like, pretty much every time you see Arrow, he is asking for practice or playing Go Battle League. So he definitely works very hard. He practices a lot. He talks about even just on the drive here, he was thinking about his team and even further adjustments he can make after he had already been practicing so much. So I think, like you said, Arrow playing every game like it's his last and, kind of spending a lot of time just thinking about how he can optimize his performance.
There's a very refreshing enthusiasm for the game that Arrow carries about himself that, you don't see in every single trainer. I think that just Arrow, there is just no moment where he's not just completely ecstatic to be playing Go Battle League or participating in these Play Pokemon tournaments or any of the other restricted metas that we see as well. He's just fully involved here in this scene, and very happy to see him back here in the Grand Finals.
That's right. Again, it's his third Grand Finals, but he doesn't have any regional titles. For Lyle Jeffs, this is going to be his fourth Grand Finals, but if he wins here, it would actually be his third regional title. Again, that only loss actually came to Wadaj, I believe, in Pittsburgh last year. Yeah,
that's right. So we've seen a lot of early season success from Lyle in the past year, but just like we were saying, this is your opportunity to lock in your invite to Worlds. I feel pretty confident that both of these trainers, just knowing just the frequency of regionals that they're going to be attending and how well they regularly perform, it's likely that both of these trainers will earn themselves a Worlds invite, but what better way to do it than locking in early season or title of regional champion in that auto invite?
Exactly, and I think with the variability of the cutoff this year, right, it's not just, reach X amount of points and you qualify, it's you have to be in the top X amount of players to qualify. There is a little bit of uncertainty there. It's definitely good to just get it away by winning a tournament outright.
Yeah, it's great to see just how many points that these trainers are going to be getting for both the first and second place. That's really going to put them in a very favorable position, not just in their region, but also worldwide as well. Not to mention all the prizes that they're going to be getting. But again, let's just set the stage here. This is the Grand Finals. These trainers have been having a long gauntlet here to get to this point. Lyle coming in from the winner's side of the bracket. He has taken down with trainers that have been former world champions, former regional winners. Let's not even get started on his day one opponents. The day two was very impressive in and of itself. Arrow, on the other hand, has actually had to come through the only one round of losers. He had a very similar journey, going through a lot of very tough trainers in the winner's side, only dipped to losers for one round, and now he's right back here in the Grand Champion.
That's right, and looking at these teams just a little bit more, I think Lyle has all four of the four most used Pokemon in Malamar, Azumarill, Drapion, Toxapex, and then he's also got the Dugong and Kanto Marowak as his kind of, more spicy picks, let's say. And then, of course, Arrow, we just saw this team. We've been seeing it throughout the day. It's been talked about a lot by players and casters alike. So unconventional there. I actually like the Guzzlord pick a lot, but again, it's the Registeel that has really come to shine on day two here.
The one thing that's missing from Lyle's team is grass coverage. I don't think there's any Pokemon that he has whatsoever that can hit for the, grass type attacks. So that Shadow Quagsire from Arrow looks very daunting right away. We did see him bring it in the earlier series. But guys, this is it. Whether you're here at the event or watching along on the streams, make sure you bring your energy. It is the Grand Finals here at the Louisville Regional. It's 2025, Lyle versus Arrow.
Well, it's been Registeel as the story of the day for Arrow, and he's got a great lead with it here, brings it into the Dugong, and Lyle actually staying in. He does throw this super effective drill run, but you have to wonder, is he just going to play this entire matchup out and take these super effective Zap Cannons?
Okay, well, we talked about this combo between the Registeel and the Shadow Quagsire. The Shadow Quagsire looks unchecked in the back, so it wouldn't even surprise me if we eventually see Lyle trying to swap out of this matchup. You do not want to take one of these super effective Zap Cannons, but you do hang on. I'm curious how you're going to be taking out the Shadow Quagsire now that this Dugong has been mostly neutralized.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for a drill run here, maybe trying to chunk away at this Registeel. Actually, two drill runs look like they come pretty close to KOing, but just like you said, that Shadow Quagsire in the back is looking very, very threatening. That being said, it doesn't actually have, oh my goodness, and a simultaneous topple. This is really good for Lyle, actually.
This is great for Lyle.
Yeah, this is exactly what he needed. He has the Shadow Marowak onto the Quagsire. Yes, those Aqua Tails are super effective, but look at how much these Mud Stomps are doing.
Okay, let's not forget the charge attack that Registeel has stored on the side of Arrow, but you're going to be able to do a lot of fast attack pressure and even probably potentially pressure a shield here. No, Arrow able to get to the second charge attack and only 4 mud shots. I'm not sure that one is quite enough to knock out, but it's going to be very close. Lyle doesn't want to risk it, immediately puts up that second protect shield. He's going to be able to fire off 2 bone clubs now before this Quagsire is able to reach its 3rd charge attack, and with that, should be able to stall the switch clock long enough that he can swap out of this matchup eventually, should he want to.
All right, but I think Arrow's actually just letting that Bone Club go and gonna let the Quagsire go as well. One more Mud Slap does do it, but he still has 2 shields left for this Galarian Moltres. 0 shields on the side of Lyle, and we know that Brave Bird hits like a truck on whatever it is, even if it's that bulky Toxapex in the back. This is actually a Bone Club bait, though, from Lyle.
Yeah, and you're not able to knock out with an Ancient Power at this range either. You need to land a Brave Bird, so that puts Arrow in a little bit of a difficult position. Certainly, he can overfarm and continue to get those Sucker Punch damage through onto this Marowak. He may even go for the full farm down, but no bait this time. Lyle throws the Rock Slide. It gets shielded. Protect shields are down. You now have your Toxapex coming in, but the Zap Cannon is loaded and Registeel combo play. Arrow's going to do a significant chunk here into this Toxapex.
Oh, and this is great for Arrow because otherwise this Toxapex would have been a huge pain to take out. But now the good thing for Lyle, though, is I think he might try to go for a full Poison Jab down, but it's going to be very close. I'm not sure if Registeel is going to be able to reach a Zap Cannon first. If not, Lyle's going to have to throw a Brine.
He gets to the Focus Blast. That's all due to the attack drop, a 33% chance. Lyle unable to get the full farm down. And even if he did, the Ancient Power, I believe, is actually loaded as well. His switch clock is not up, so this Galarian Moltres will be able to land the Ancient Power here. Charge attack priority. Galarian Moltres still plenty healthy. I don't think that Lyle has any energy on his Dugong as well. I think that the Marowak is energy dry. I think you're just going to be able to Sucker Punch everything down here, so.
It's looking good for Arrow. I think the Dugong, yeah, it's a couple of Ice Shards away. Doesn't quite get to the Icy win. And I think that's going to be a nice game 1 from Arrow. Look at this Galarian Moltres just pulling through.
Arrow only able to take 1 game off Lyle in the best of 5 series earlier, but now in game number 1 in the grand finals, able to take the first game, and the momentum is on his side at this point. We mentioned just how strong that Shadow Quagsire was. Arrow able to get both Protect Shields when it was faced off versus the Marowak. I think that Lyle even had a little bit of luck on his side with Arrow bringing in that Quagsire. It allowed him to bring in his Marowak, which has better play into it compared to his Toxapex, but still a very, very tough spot there for Lyle, and he was, unfortunately for him, unable to execute.
Yeah, a couple of different win conditions for Arrow there. Yes, he could have gotten switch advantage like you mentioned, but instead he had a Pokemon in the back strong enough to kind of deal with anything. And he also had a Zap Cannon banked as well, which came in very, very clutch at the end.
Dugong is a must bring in my opinion, but I think that Lyle needs to go back to the spamminess of that Shadow Drapion. I think that it is just a Pokemon with how quickly it can unleash charge attacks. It's going to be able to hit for neutral versus pretty much everything, whether it's the Quagsire, whether it's going to be that Registeel, even the Galarian Moltres, it can spam out those Aqua Tails. So I would like to see Lyle bringing that for game number 2.
I do like the Drapion. There is a ground type, of course, on Arrow's team in that Quagsire, but at least it's not a Mud Slapper. Oh, but this is another terrible
predicted
lead for
it.
Lyle. Guzzlord into Drapion for Arrow. Looks like Lyle did 1 Poison Sting and swapped into his own Dugong, met by the Typhlosion on Arrow's side, so you are a little bit ahead on energy as Lyle, but not ahead enough for this Thunder Punch for you to outpace to the Thunder Punch.
Arrow is absolutely 1 step ahead of Lyle here. Predicted the Shadow Drapion, brought the Guzzlord, which resists all of the charge attacks. The Dugong safe swap looks very strong, but he brings one of his best answers, that being the Typhlosion, which resists these Ice Shards here. 1 Protect Shield has been used by Lyle already. Arrow willing to match those Protect Shields as well.
All right, and an Icy Wind bait from Lyle here. Again, that's the same energy as Drillrun, but you do get the debuff. Actually going straight for another Icy Wind here, and Arrow going to put up both Protect Shields on this Typhlosion.
It wouldn't surprise me if Arrow, after winning this matchup, potentially actually exits the matchup as well. I know that he wants to have that Guzzlord onto the Shadow Drapion, but he has a second good answer to the Drapion as well with that Shadow Quagsire. Running ABA yet again is Arrow.
All right, well, 100 energy on this Typhlosion. Going to go down to 60 after using this Thunder Punch to knock out the Dugong. I think if you're Lyle, I mean, you can't really absorb the energy particularly well on either of these Pokemon. He does have 1 residual Poison Sting, so probably going to want to shield this up over from just a tiny, tiny bit. Oh, but he is actually just letting this Drapion go all the way.
This is double debuff, so the Drapion's able to hang on, and you are able to now bring in your Toxapex versus the Guzzlord instead of the Drapion, but this is a huge, huge task for this Toxapex to get all the way through not only 1, but 2 Pokemon. Yes, you can maybe make your way through this Guzzlord, great, but there is a hard answer waiting in the back in the form of that Shadow Quagsire, Soph.
All right, is there any way that Lyle can take out the Shadow Quagsire? I mean, is there energy he can get on this Toxapex? I know he has a little bit of energy on the Drapion, but what is it going to take to get rid of the Quagsire?
I think 3 brines, so just 3 brines, that's not so much, right?
Yeah, just 150 energy. I'm sure he can pull that out.
Let's not forget that Typhlosion's roughly about half HP as well, and I think it's going to be able to probably get to another Thunder Punch. So this is looking really, really good for Arrow to translate to a 2-0. We might be seeing a bracket reset on our hands here. Lyle has the potential to reverse sweep, but I think at this point you can probably just mud shot everything down. And yeah, here comes the first brine. Not enough to even take it to 50% HP. Arrow has had all the answers in these first 2 games.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a crunch is going to be enough to take it out. Just like you said, there is still a Typhlosion. There's not really a way for Lyle to get to it. Even if this crunch took out the Quagsire, he would still need a couple of Poison Stings, and I don't think he would even survive one Incinerate.
Yeah, is able to hang on, get a full farm down, has an Aqua Tail ready to go, and you're resisting all these poison jabs, so you just farm down. Lyle did have the Protect Shield, but really I don't think there was any way out of that one. Arrow had close to 100 energy. He needs to figure something out here. I think he attempted a response there, but Arrow was just one step ahead, bringing that Guzzlord as well as his Shadow Quagsire to just completely shut down that Shadow Drapion.
I'm really curious for why Lyle hasn't brought the Azumarill. Like, I understand that you're afraid of the Registeel because you've seen Arrow bring it in every game, but on the other hand, if you look at Arrow's team, like, I mean, it's one of your best responses to Quagsire, frankly. And then, of course, just looking at that team just now, it's Guzzlord without Sludge Bomb, and then Quagsire and Typhlosion. I feel like, I mean, I'm not saying one Azumarill would have swept Arrow, but it would have given you a much, much better chance.
Look, Dugong I think is very strong for Lyle, but I think if Arrow has one response to it, that Shadow Typhlosion is so good. Did he have to go down shields? Yes, but you're able to dictate that alignment and get that Dugong off the field so it frees up the rest of your Pokemon like your Registeel, like your Quagsire. So I just really like the response there by Arrow, and he seems locked in these grand finals.
All right, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We did see in Baltimore a 0-2 situation that Wadaj ended up overcoming in the first reset of the grand finals. So, you know, there's still play for Lyle, but I think, you know, Arrow was saying in the interview, he thinks that Lyle has shown some of his cards, and I feel like Arrow has been, like you said, just kind of one step ahead of Lyle this entire series.
Anything can happen, Soap. And to your point, in that first series, there were some really close games that actually Arrow lost with 2 Protect Shields. So, are there lessons learned that have happened here for Arrow? I want to say yes. But let's find out. We're going to move into our Game 3. Arrow 1 game away from resetting the bracket in this best-of-5 grand finals. Lyle needs to get on the board with a dub here.
All right, this could be a start. This is a decent lead from Drapion into Moltres. I think it's actually favorable for Drapion just because you are resisting those sucker punches, but obviously you will have to start shielding if Arrow throws those Brave Birds.
Yeah, you need to either make a call or just, you know, maybe swap out at some point. This is really a risky play. I could see maybe the potential to bring in the Azumarill just to try and catch some damage, but wow, Arrow going just straight for this Ancient Power. I think that he just wants to lock in some damage here.
Yeah, big call from Lyle or sorry, not big call from Lyle, but nice counting from Lyle, letting that go, and he's still able to overfarm. The sucker punches are resisted, so he's able to get to this Aqua Tail and bank another actually without a problem here.
Yeah, I really like the way that this is going for Lyle right now. Arrow is going to use the first Protect Shield on an 8-turn move. Actually swaps into Superior now, so that is a nice catch. I think Lyle was expecting Arrow to stay in and maybe try and get to that next charge attack. So this is a nice catch, but you have the Dugong ready to go here. But what this does set up now is Registeel could get realigned versus that Azumarill, and without Hydro Pump, there's really no way to fight back. So I like what Arrow's doing here.
Yeah, Lyle does still have 2 shields and a little bit of health on the Drapion. Not sure how many lock-ons it's going to take to get rid of that Drapion, so definitely still some play for Lyle, but he has to be aware that, I mean, I'm sure he was aware when he locked in his team just how weak it was to Registeel, and I think that was a Leaf Tornado debuff there, Jim.
Well, I can see by the fist pump that it was indeed a double debuff to the attack. That is devastating, and now allows the Superior to no problem hang on versus that Ice Shard, and actually get to this next Frenzy Plant as well. The Leaf Tornado would not be enough to knock out, and Lyle Jeff knows that. Protects shields his Dugong. I would like to actually see Lyle swap out of this matchup once he's able to farm down the Superior.
Yeah, he is very debuffed. His switch clock is coming up, but now Lyle sees the Registeel. Probably maybe trying to build up some energy and then switch. Oh, but he actually just throws the Joel Run right away. Even though I think he's still debuffed from the Leaf Tornado. Arrow is letting it go. This is super effective damage coming through, but doesn't do very much damage.
Maybe just wants to get 2 drill runs off. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I guess we can call this a catch here. You do need to get this Dropion off the field. You're not really able to Sucker Punch or lock on it down, so this is a good solution to getting a very spammy Pokemon off the field. You have a very good matchup for the Azumarill. Lyle shoots down. He's trying to think, okay, well, how am I going to get rid of this Registeel? And here comes Arrow, has the Ancient Power loaded. This is not quite enough to knock out, but I think he may be able to Sucker Punch down after this if Lyle doesn't throw his energy.
This is looking bad for Lyle. I think what he, was maybe, I would try to hope for is that he can somehow Ice Shard down, double Drill Run the Registeel, but obviously it was way too low health for that to happen. You do still have a full health Azumarill in the back, which can take a Zap Cannon from Registeel, but look at these lock-ons. They're chipping away so quickly. Lyle's barely able to get off this last charge attack, but it's just an Icy Wind, and Arrow's even just letting it go.
So what this does now is it locks in a debuff on this Registeel, where it is going to be permanently single-stage attack debuff for the remainder of this match. But look at the energy delta here. Look at the shield differences as well. This is still Arrow's game. I think you're going to need to land 3 charge attack as Lyle's. You're primarily going to be... This does not quite knock out, but I think that maybe after the lock-ons, the second Zap Cannon will be very close to KO.
Yeah, I think you're right. And as Lyle, yes, the bubbles are adding up, but you only have resisted charge attacks. I don't know, again, we saw that for Zap Cannon. It did less than half of the HP of the Azumarill, but maybe just a couple more lock-ons. And yeah, the Azumarill does faint there.
All right, well, we've got a matchup on our hands here. This is going to be a 3-0 reset. As you can see, Arrow absolutely ecstatic here. He is now an even playing field with Lyle. Looks like that they are talking to the judges at this point here, but assuming that it stands, what that means is that would be a 3-0 victory for Arrow. Momentum on his side. That would be resetting our bracket. So again, it's going to be a fresh best of 5 here, and Lyle has not been able to take a game off Arrow in these grand finals.
That's right. It's a clean slate in terms of, whoever wins the series just wins the tournament outright then and there. Again, looking at the series between these two players, right? This is going to be the 3rd series that they've played. Again, Lyle won that first best of 5 in winners finals 3-1. Arrow just swept Lyle 3-0. So, if you add it all up, it's 4-3 in Arrow's favor. But, a fresh start for both players. So hopefully, Lyle can kind of just put that series behind him, try to not let it affect him too much, and maybe think up some new lines.
Great plays and great team building by Arrow, able to catch that resisted Aqua Tail on Superior, and that also baited out the Dugong. A little bit of luck on his side as well, as he was able to get that Leaf Tornado debuff. That set up a double debuffed Drill Run into the Registeel, and Registeel, like we mentioned, when shields are down, it can be that closer. You mentioned how many zero shield matchups that it wins. Well, it certainly wins versus Azumarill, debuff or not, able to farm down and reset the series there. So look, I think on paper, Arrow has the stronger team. I think that there are 2 Pokemon that Lyle just doesn't have great answers for. It's going to be that Shadow Quagsire, and it's going to be that Registeel. How does he adapt? We're not waiting around. It's the grand finals reset. Let's move into it. It's 0-0 clean slate. Shadow Dropion into the Superior.
A tough lead for Arrow, but he does switch out straight away into Registeel. Not a great answer on Lyle's side, but maybe Drapion is the answer here. You're not really threatened by these lock-ons. You get to these moves incredibly quickly, and maybe you're just happy to stay in here.
Okay, well, I like that he actually brings this Malamar now, because even if you take this charge attack, maybe if there's a debuff, that's going to make things more challenging, but I think that you might be able to get to a superpower before, you should be able to get to a superpower before you're able to reach this next charge attack, and no debuff luck this time for Arrow. Superpower is loaded. I think that Lyle's going to be over farming as much as possible. This could be a good shield from Arrow, but decides to let it go instead. Lyle really wants to have the switch alignment. He does not want to have his Dugong up against that Superior, especially at an energy disadvantage.
All right, well, actually that superpower doesn't do quite enough damage, so Arrow's able to reach this focus boss, and Lyle's actually going to let the Malamar go. It's done its job. It's chipped Registeel, which is, kind of the first step to getting rid of it, and now you have an option for how you want to farm down. He actually farms down with the Dugong, and I love this because, look, if the Superior comes back, you have super effective damage ready to go.
Yeah, no, this is great. This is almost what I thought Arrow was going to want to do, is a soft lose and then get energy on a Superior. Instead, Lyle does the exact same thing himself, and now he has this Icy Wind ready to go. Arrow could just go for one of those cheeky Leaf Tornadoes. We've seen him throwing those very regularly and getting a little luck on his side, but the thing we have to keep an eye on is going to be that Quagsire versus Dropion matchup in the late game.
All right, well, I think this was actually a Frenzy plan, so Lyle's going to have to decide if he actually lets it go.
Oh, that's going to be a ton of damage into the Dugong. Maybe expecting the Leaf Tornado. Needs to throw a charge attack here before Arrow is able to get to the next charge attack. It is so low, though. You're not going to be able to reach another charge attack, and this is going to be setting up the Shadow Dropion into the Shadow Quagsire. Dropion might have a little bit of energy. You need to swap out right away. Yes, just a 1 poison sting advantage, but this is in the favor currently of the Quagsire.
All right, 2 shields up on both sides, so Arrow's going to just see how many mud shots he can get in. Lyle's going to throw off a crunch right here. Maybe afterwards, if you get the debuff, you might be able to go straight Aqua Tail, especially as the poison stings start to add up.
Okay, I think that this Dugong has enough HP that it will be able to get off 1 Ice Shard late in the game, but look how much damage and let's not forget, the mud shot damage got increased as we moved into this new season. Despite the energy generation nerf, it is doing more damage now, so this is certainly in the favor of Arrow in this 2-shield matchup.
Well, Lyle does still have the catch option, and with just how many charge attacks are being thrown right now, it is possible that the switch timer will come up, but Aqua Tail coming through here, and Lyle's using his last shield. He does still have maybe 1 more shield in the form of that Dugong.
I think he's only 1 or 2 moves away from getting to this next Aqua Tail. This is going to get the final Protect Shield from Arrow. He's going to overfarm as much as possible. Arrow is only 1 move away. I think he actually has the Aqua Tail loaded. This is the moment right here. Will Lyle be able to pull off a miracle and catch this Aqua Tail? We're going to find out right now. Oh, and he gets the catch! What an amazing play from Lyle. He needed this one here in order to have any chance versus Arrow. It's not over yet. I think he's 1 away from the Aqua Tail. He hangs on versus the move, and he's able to reach it. What a miracle for Lyle.
What a save there with that catch. It was so scary. Like you said, this is the moment when Lyle might reach for the swap, but he did 1 more fast attack. Arrow, you know, maybe panicking a little bit just through that attack, and Lyle was able to come back from a terrible situation.
Soph had to catch me there. I almost fell out of my chair watching that. What an impressive play from Lyle. Look, he had good alignment in the lead, and he actually got a great farm down with that Dugong, but once Arrow landed that Frenzy Plant with his Superior, it put his back up against a wall. Shadow Dropion versus that Shadow Quagsire, a terrible matchup. He had to make that catch. Soph spoke it into existence, and it happened. These trainers aren't waiting at all. We're moving into game number 2 of the Grand Finals. Lyle currently up 1-0.
All right, and this Drapion is putting on a show for Lyle. Another fantastic lead, gets it into the Superior, and Arrow again bringing the Registeel, but now Lyle has the Marowak.
He has the Marowak. He brought the answer. He is 1 step ahead of Arrow here. You can tank this Focus Blast, no problem. This is going to set up a great farm opportunity for Lyle. He should be able to land the Bone Club, then farm down, and even have a Rock Slide ready to go for that Superior. But yet again, that Quagsire does look strong. But Lyle, he has the Dugong ready to go this time. Things are looking great for Lyle Jess right now.
The momentum has completely shifted. We saw Arrow just dominate that first best of 3. You know, maybe Lyle is just testing things out. Now he's got the strategies ready to go. Here comes the Superior. I think you just want to throw these Rock Slides. Well, just 1 Rock Slide in this case, but you're going to be able to align your Drapion onto this. Yes, the Dugong does have to fear super effective Stone Edge from Quagsire, but I think, you know, Ice Shards and Icy Winds add up very, very quickly.
In the absence of Sludge Bomb, it is nice to get that chip damage, so now you're putting it closer to... Okay, and this is great. You're bringing the Dugong in, which is going to be one of your best answers. Able to hit neutral with your Ice Shards. Needs to watch out for the Stone Edge for sure, but you can slowly Icy Wind this Pokemon and make it a little bit less threatening as the matchup goes on.
Aqua Tail bait coming through here. I mean, maybe Arrow knows that Dugong players just attack, and a huge call by Lyle. 35 energy just down the drain here. Goes for the Icy Wind, and it's just looking even better for Lyle.
What a tale of two series here. We saw Arrow in firm control, a 3-0 bracket reset. Lyle has all the momentum in his favor now, not only in that game 1, but also moving that into game number 2 here. Will be shielding up in Aqua Tail now, needs to make sure that he gets this Quagsire off the field, but he is in firm control here in this game 2.
All right, Arrow does successfully bait with another Aqua Tail. He still has 2 shields on his side, but look at how much these Ice Shards are adding up. He's at very, very low health here. Still needs to land a Stone Edge to take out this Dugong. He also does have a Superior though, actually reaching for a Frenzy, but a huge fast reaction time from Lyle to bring in the Drapion.
Arrow trying to catch Lyle in the middle of a fast attack there, but Lyle able to respond and catch this Frenzy Plant. That's still a significant chunk of damage, but you've got a nice energy lead here. Even shields, you really just want to be in a situation where you don't get that Quagsire too much farm, that you're able to reach a charge attack. I think Lyle actually has energy on his Dugong as well, so simply just needs to get the Superior off the field, and I think he should be able to clean up with that Dugong.
All right, Leaf Tornado here. Not sure if it's going to save Arrow, even if he does get the attack drop, but he does actually pull the shields from Lyle, and Lyle is tapping very, very hard. They're trying to get these Poison Stings in. I think I did see the attack drop come through, but Lyle's just going to go ahead and throw this Crunch very calmly. No shields remaining on Arrow's side, and like you said, I think there's also some energy remaining on the Dugong.
Yeah, and Switch Clocks are coming up very quickly as well. Stone Edge is ready to go. I think Aqua Tail may have been enough to knock out there. I think Lyle actually has some energy on his Dugong as well. Throwing this Stone Edge basically means that this matchup is over because down goes the Drapion, but a little bit of energy lead especially, will be able to get to this Icy Wind and knock out the Quagsire here. Game number 2 going to Lyle Jeffs. He is 1 win away from becoming a 3-time regional champion.
Actually, I'm not sure if that game was over. I don't know if the Aqua Tail from Quagsire takes out the Drapion there, but if it does, looks to me like Arrow actually would have reached the Stone Edge against the Dugong because he had the Aqua Tail at the end.
So I was calling for what it is. I think that you should have thrown the Aqua Tail there. I would have liked to have seen it. I think even if it wasn't a guaranteed win, I think that it would at least open the door for a win condition, whereas throwing that Stone Edge, like I said, it was the nail in the coffin at that time where there's no way to win because you have 0 energy.
Well, he might have been thinking that Lyle was going to switch in the Dugong, right? That maybe was a win condition for him there, but...
He'd already caught 2 moves.
That's true. Well, Arrow's got to pull it together here. He has won 3 games in a row against Lyle before, so it is possible. Absolutely never count out Arrow.
Like you said, he just won 3 straight games. Now he needs to do it again. Lyle does have 3 opportunities. Even if he loses this next game, he still has 2 more opportunities. I love the way that he built his team there. He again predicted that Superior. He had the answer to Registeel there with the Marowak. He had the answer to the Quagsire with the Dugong. Everything that Arrow has been leaning on, Lyle was able to find, not only bring the Pokemon, but find the alignment that he needed as well.
All right, well, here it comes, Wholesome. This could be it. We've got Guzzlord on the field for Arrow. It's actually a good lead for him. He finds the Drapion.
Okay, well, this is exactly what Arrow needed to come back in this series. Lyle going to be swapping out of this matchup relatively quick. Throws 1 Poison Sting and then swaps in his Dugong. This is going to bring out the Registeel. Okay, well, things are not looking good for Lyle right now. We have seen him turn this matchup in the past, but I don't know that Arrow's going to be willing to let him do that here.
Well, it might come down to whether Arrow can get a Zap Cannon debuff. Otherwise, the Drill Runs actually threaten Registeel quite a bit. You see 1 Drill Run coming in, and Registeel almost at 50% health there. Just about to enter the yellow health, and here comes the Zap Cannon. It is super effective, but it's not enough to knock out, and Registeel, as we know, has absolutely minimal fast attack pressure.
Here comes the Zap Cannon. Will we see the debuff? Will we see it? No, not this time. All right, Lyle is able to get to this next Drill Run, but I still think that Arrow's in control here. I think if he wants to 2-shield his way through this matchup, he can lock on down. This is going to be close here. I think that Arrow does reach the next charge attack. I wonder, in a battle of fast attack pressure, do resisted ice shards actually do more damage than these lock-on soak?
Sure, it just feels so wasteful to throw the energy here. I think Arrow had a couple options. I mean, maybe he could have thought about double shielding Guzzlord, but it actually looks like Lyle wants to preserve switch advantage. He has the Marowak in the back, definitely does not want it lined up against the Superior.
He gets the full farm down.
And he does get it. He has a charge attack ready. And
okay.
It's going to be super effective.
You got to throw the move this time. Make sure, okay, don't pull the nighttime clasher and not throw your charge attack. Lyle actually throwing the move here. You love to see that here. No mistakes here in these grand finals. Immediately gets the debuff into the Superior, and now you have a much more preferential alignment. Rather than having that Superior lined up versus your Bone Club, or sorry, versus your Marowak, you actually get your Marowak versus the Guzzlord instead.
All right, well, it's not over. Arrow still has 2 shields. Guzzlord puts on a lot of fast attack pressure. Yes, there is still a full health Drapion in the back, but you are still chunking away at this Marowak. Looks like you're just going for the full Dragon Tail down here. Still has a shield.
And you know what? We actually saw how much damage those Frenzy Plants do into the Shadow Drapion. It does roughly half. It's just such an efficient move. But here we go. Gets to the Bone Club. This is huge for Lyle.
All right, this is huge. Pulling the last shield, and Crunch is going to be resisted from Drapion, but maybe a Crunch plus a bunch of Poison Stings are going to be enough.
You have a little bit of energy. You have 2 Dragon Claws loaded and ready to go. 1 is not going to knock out. You can certainly let it go as Lyle. I think that you're 1 away or maybe 2 away from that next Crunch, but you're going to need to get some energy as Lyle on this Drapion.
All right, first Dragon Claw lands. Actually doesn't go for timing there, just wants to get off the damage from this Dragon Claw. And I mean, I don't even know if you switch out here because yes, maybe you want to, okay, he does switch out into the Superior. He has just, I think, 1 fine whip there. And Crunch coming through, I don't think this is enough to take out Wholesome.
Yeah, but I like throwing the Crunch as soon as possible because maybe you get the opportunity for that attack debuff where you can Poison Sting down. I think you're going to need 3 Poison Stings here. 1, 2, oh, you get the defense drop and actually get the full farm down. This Drapion has an energy advantage. It's able to get to the Crunch. That's all you're going to need as Lyle Jeff. Crunch, despite being resisted, will come through after the 3-0 sweep from Arrow. Lyle does it himself, and he gets the 3-0 victory versus Arrow. He is your 2025 Louisville Regional Champion.
3 wins in this grand final, and also a 3rd regional championship for Lyle Jeffs. Congratulations, Lyle. What an incredible tournament. Barely dropped any games throughout the entire run.
What an impressive comeback that we saw from Lyle. All the momentum on the side of Arrow. You can see the disappointment there, a frustrating place to be. Always coming in that 2nd place. He's getting so close, like he said, knocking on the door, but unable to finally punch his way through to get that title of Grand Champion. Congratulations to Lyle Jeff. When he gets to the Grand Finals in the winner's side, he finds a way 3 times now.
Yeah, that's right. 3-1 in the grand finals is the score for Lyle Jeffs. Again, 3 regional titles, joining a very, very short list of trainers who have accomplished that, at least in North America. You know, just Dune, Rise, and Wadaj, really just some of the greats.
And I really want to call out that this tournament, you know, Lyle has been to maybe what we could say of some smaller regionals in some cases. This is a large regional with what we're calling the most stacked top cut that we've ever seen as well. He battled his way through the gauntlet. Arrow took a very clean 3-0 off him. But to come back after that 0-3 and respond with your own sweep and making all the catches, making all the reads, building the perfect teams. My mind is blown here with just what we're seeing from Lyle.
Yeah, it felt like Lyle just kind of woke up, right? The first series, I mean, he didn't have the alignment, he never had an answer for Registeel, and then when he was weak to Pokemon like the Registeel, I mean, like his answers would just get really low, he wouldn't have any play, but then, you know, the second series, he's winning the leads, he has the Marowak for the Registeel, he's making the catches like you said, I mean, in that game 1, right? It was just like the perfect time for him to make the catch, and he got it. So, you know, congrats to Lyle. Again, really clean play, amazing tournament, incredibly stacked bracket for you to go through. So congrats on your 3rd regional title.
Let's take a look at some highlights from that match. Game number 1, everything going the way of Lyle, able to get a nice alignment there with a Bone Club into that Quagsire. Actually, I think this was the first Grand Finals. I'm not sure if this was the reset here, so if I think this may have been our first. Yeah, this was actually before the reset here. Everything going the way of Arrow in this perspective. Able to get that Ancient Power, almost knock out the Marowak, and then, yeah, just able to sweep there. So everything was going the direction of Arrow here in these first 3 games.
Yeah, he was using like all of his Pokemon. You saw Typhlosion popping up. You saw, you know, Serperior getting these debuffs. The safe swap of Registeel basically being unbeatable. And then, of course, the Moltres, I believe, was the star in one of those games. So Arrow just showing a lot of finesse with this team. And like you said, just taking that 3-0 sweep so easily.
It's like just this pendulum shift from the first 3 games to the second 3 games, because Arrow had all the alignment and all the luck on his side, getting those debuffs from Leaf Tornadoes as well as Zap Cannons. But then Lyle is the one getting the debuffs from all of his crunches in game number, or in the second half of that series. So just what an impressive match that was.
I really want to know. I mean, I'm sure that we're going to hear from Lyle in just a little bit on the stage, but I mean, I want to know what happened between those 2 series, because I mean, from their perspective, they're just sitting in their chairs the whole time. They're not moving, they're not taking a break. Here's that incredible catch from game 1, which I think really just started to swing the momentum, right? This game was, you know, Arrow's to lose, let's say. I mean, he was in such a dominant position, and then Lyle just got the catch at the perfect time.
He talked about it in the interview. When he's playing well, he feels more relaxed. And I think that when he locked in that game-winning play with that catch, I think that just some of the pressure came off, and he started making those great decisions, making those great reads, making even more of those great plays, and with a little bit of luck on his side as well, we can see that translating to that 3-0 series sweep. I'm just so impressed with Lyle, but let's give it up to Arrow as well. Arrow had a great series. He took 3 straight games off Lyle. Lyle only lost 5 total games in this entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken. 4 of them were from Arrow. And not only did Arrow do that, but he did it with a very unconventional team as well. So, look, this entire day 2, very impressive. Arrow did great. Congratulations to Lyle. Nighttime Clasher had a great run as well. I'm just so impressed with everything that we saw here in this Day 2 Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and as for Arrow, don't forget that he actually top cut Baltimore on the winner's side as well. So he's top cut both of these tournaments. I think he's also planning to go to LAIC, so he's in really good position for that EUIC Travel Award. You know, again, yes, he didn't win the regional here, but I feel very confident that he's going to qualify to Worlds, probably in very good position again for that EUIC Travel Award too.
Yeah, congratulations to Lyle for earning his Worlds invite here today. Very impressive. I think there were 3 questions going into maybe this top 4. Number 1, is Nighttime Clasher washed? Answer is no. Number 2, can Arrow win with an unconventional team? He certainly can win. He had a 3-0 sweep there. Number 3, can Lyle win a regional with the best trainers in the world? Yes, he can. He just did it.
All right, yeah, and it feels like everyone was really able to prove themselves here today. Yes, there may have been some disappointments for those who didn't go all the way, but everyone has a lot to be proud of. Again, incredibly stacked bracket. People were taking down regional and IC champions and world champions left and right. So, I mean, a lot to be proud of for everyone, I think.
I love seeing how the meta evolved here. We saw some Pokemon that have really locked their place in Shadow Drapion. We got to see an emergence of some new Pokemon, the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I think that if there's, all the things that we were looking for in a regional, we had here in Louisville, and I just had a great tournament. It was great casting with you as well, Soph.
Aw, thanks, Wholesome. Well, let's take a look back at those top 8. I think we're going to see all of the trainers as well as their teams. Don't forget that we had those top 4 in usage. 4 of them are on Lyle Jeff's team. It's that Shadow Drapion, which I think was really the MVP of the tournament here in Louisville. He's also got the Azumarill, Toxapex, and Malamar. And, lots of talented trainers on this list. Again, a ton of regional champions, former grand finalists. Like, what more can you ask for from a top 8?
So many great stories there. We mentioned Nighttime Clasher, Arrow, and Lyle Jeffs, but great stories as well from Elum, from its Axen, Rise, Richie, Trent. All of them have something to prove, and I think that all of them proved it here at this tournament, securing their place in top 8. Let's take a look at our top 3, though, that we had. Lyle, Arrow, and Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher and Lyle both bringing that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Arrow bringing one of the more unconventional teams, which, look, what's new for Arrow? He's always doing that, but here in this meta, seeing that Shadow Typhlosion, seeing that Shadow Quagsire, seeing that Registeel, really impressive gameplay from all 3 of these trainers.
Yeah, and I think Arrow actually had a lot of doubters with this team. I think I mentioned this on broadcast yesterday, but remember, he made this team on the drive up here, and he sent it to a lot of people. He shouted out like 100 different scrim partners. I think they all got this message from Arrow. Look, I've changed my mind. I've got this new team, and I'm really skeptical. I mean, Arrow, please tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that nobody gave you the vote of confidence on this team. But, you proved everyone wrong. You got really far. You took down some huge names as well.
And, I think that we mentioned this, but both Arrow and Lyle were on the winner side of the bracket, right? So, they had a lot of an easier journey, you could say, to that grand finals. Nighttime Clasher coming in on the loser side of the bracket had a much longer journey as well. So, again, there's just so many great stories, and there's just so much for these trainers to be proud of.
Yeah, and in terms of the Pokemon, I think the Shadow Kanto Marowak, I mean, it didn't come out of nowhere, right? We saw Mud Slap users being used before, maybe falling off a little bit, but then it just feels like the poison types have been so prominent recently, and to see all these different trainers kind of converge simultaneously on the Kanto Marowak, as well as, a couple other Mud Slap users that we did see, is actually just really interesting to me as a player and a fan as well.
Well, we can just continue to cheer on these trainers for the rest of the day here, but we want to hear from our champion. We are going to actually toss it to Caleb to go through our awards here. Congratulations again to all of our winners and all of our top 8.
All right, thank you, Jim and Soph. And here we've had 160 competitors for Pokemon Go in Louisville, and it comes down to the final 3, their top 3 finishes. And in 3rd place, big round of applause for Mr. No Longer Washed, Nighttime Clasher. Congratulations. I know that, maybe not the best string of performances since your Liverpool win, but this is quite the showing. You battled more than anyone else, I believe, going through that loser's gauntlet. How are you feeling right now?
I was feeling really good, up until the Arrow game. I had won 8 best of 3s in a row. I 2-0'd everybody today and felt really clean, but against Arrow, this Registeel is going to be so hard to overcome, and yeah, it was.
Well, I mean, that's a tough team to prepare for, if you could even prepare for that team, but you still brought it to a very close game number 5 as well. What are your plans for this season?
I think it's just going to be keep competing, keep casting, and see how far I can go, but I'll be at Worlds no matter what.
All right, I'd love to hear it too. Any final shout-outs?
Again, I just want to shout out Teresa, Kevin, and Eric for coming with me here. My family, of course, my brother who's always watching, and also Cooney, who is just watching. He's a kid I met at the airport, and he's really cool. Thanks to everyone else for screaming with me that I haven't already mentioned already. So thanks so much.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Nighttime Clasher. Well, another big round of applause for 3rd place finisher here. All right. And in 2nd place, we have Arrow. Congratulations, Arrow. Fantastic performance all weekend. I know maybe not the exact result you want, but still a very incredible feat to also resetting the bracket. What's going on through your mind right now? How you feeling?
I gotta finish. that's really the only thing I was very happy with being able to lock in, reset the bracket, but I just didn't play well enough in the real grand finals to take it home.
I mean, I think you played pretty well. Sweeping Lyle Jeffs is no easy feat. 3-0 against him and resetting the bracket right there. And a very close first game in the bracket reset, too. But either way, still a very fantastic finish for you. For those at home wondering, how do you come up with these teams? How do you do this? How do you perform so consistently? Even if you didn't finish first place, you're still one of the most consistent trainers in our circuit. What do you have to say about that?
I use a lot of PB Poke. And honestly, you can wrinkle the meta however you want to look at it. If you want to use something that you see as a wrinkle, there's millions of different ways to build a team around it, and I found that way with Registeel this week.
Awesome. Well, fantastic performance. Any final shout-outs you'd like to give?
Shout out every one of my teammates, every one of my scrim partners, Caboose, the Clown Car, just everyone that's helped me. Couldn't have done it without y'all.
Awesome. Well, at least one second place finish every season so far since this 2023 season. Where can people expect to see you next?
I will be making it over to Brazil for Latin American International Championships. Hoping to represent the USA there well.
First time in Brazil?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, hope the Brazilians are watching and they bring their Registeel counters. So anyway, another congratulations to Arrow for his finish. Yeah. And in first place, we have Lyle Jess for his third regional title here. Give him a big round of applause. How's it feel? I mean, I gotta say, you are, in my opinion, one of the most consistent players ever since your NAIC run back in 2023. You qualified for Worlds from there, and then last season was your season. This still looks like it's still your season too. What are you feeling earning your third regional title and first of the season?
I just feel amazing right now. I had a couple down tournaments. Obviously, I mean, I guess if you're winning them all, like not winning is down, but after Indy and Worlds, I didn't perform that well. So, and Baltimore especially as well. So it was nice to at least make day 2 from the winner's side and make top 8. And then from there, I just snowballed and, you know, continued to try to win. So.
Definitely. And I was looking at your record, too, from day number 1. Only lost one battle to an actual local of yours, too, 610 Hero, and then only losing one battle going into the grand finals. Of course, Arrow did start off with a 3-0 hot start. What was going on through your mind, especially going to that first game in the reset, too? You had to make an incredible catch there to kind of slow down that momentum.
Yeah, he had some very polarizing matchups for me, and I really had to be careful with how I played, or else I would allow him to snowball and just kind of get out of control. He made some good reads, and I realized that I was going to have to start taking some specific risks that I wasn't doing earlier, and I guess the adjustments I made paid off, so yeah.
Definitely. Awesome. Well, great to hear. And again, speaking on your consistency, your high performance rate too, for those at home that are tuning in, they're like, I don't know if I could do this, right? I got to face the likes of Lyle, Jevs, Doombug, right? All these other Yekai, all these talented trainers. How did you get to the point you're at right now to be consistent, to have the confidence, and of course to have the results to show it for those that are nervous to go to their first tournament?
I mean, lots of Go Battle League, lots of grassroots, with the Battle Frontier and Unified and all that stuff that's going on right now, attending lots of tournaments. I did pretty poorly at quite a few tournaments. I think the mental side of the tournament play is like one of the most important once you master the game, because battling here is a grind that's completely different than any other format. So.
Definitely. A lot of strength in the team building, but also mental fortitude as well in tournaments. Well said, for sure. Any shout-outs you'd like to give to wrap this all up?
Yeah, I would just like to give a huge shout-out to the beginner to winner community, BTW community, and all my friends and family that I drove down with. Had amazing support from them. And finally, wanted to give a shout-out to my good, great friend, Mormon Matt. And I just want to say one last thing. The accessibility of Shadow Kanto Marowak is a little low right now, so it'd be great if that would be more accessible and put back into Rockets, and potentially you would see the usage skyrocket at the Play Pokemon circuit.
I think the usage will definitely go up after this tournament for sure, but you all heard the champion right here. Any, where would people see you next, right? I think you won 2 regionals last year. You're competitor at her. I doubt you're going to stop until World Championships, even though you have qualified now. You're the second person in North America to qualify. What tournament are you looking forward to next?
I will be in Toronto. It's my local tournament. hoping to perform somewhat well there. If I make day 2, I consider it a success because I've had horrible tournaments in Toronto. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, give another big round of applause for our Louisville champion, Lyle Jeffs III. Congratulations. And thank you all for tuning in. We're going to kick it over to the casters to wrap it up in the lounge.
Thank you very much, Caleb. Congratulations to all our top cut trainers today, but especially Lyles Jeff, who just won, debatably, the toughest top cut ever, the most stacked. I'm here with Wholesome and Softove to talk about what happened here today in Louisville and look ahead for what's coming up in Pokemon Go and Championship Series. But let's first start with the bracket. How did Lyle get all the way here? And when I say it's stacked, Wholesome, look at the names on this winner's bracket.
Yeah, there's no layups here whatsoever. I mean, having to make your way through multi-top cut, Gordon the Flash, former world champion, it's Axen, having to take down Arrow again. This is, I think, his 3rd time in the grand finals as well. Having to take him down not once, but twice. Almost 3 times there. Just such a journey there. And yeah, it was a little bit of a shorter journey for Lyle on the winner's side of the bracket, but after going 0-3 in that grand finals reset, oh my gosh, what a way to pick himself back up.
And so this loser side of the bracket was not easy either.
Yeah, I see. I think 4 regional champions there. SJ, Pocket, Dunebug, Richie. Actually 5. We've got Nighttime Clasher there as well. It just looks absolutely insane. So many big names at this tournament. And of course, Nighttime Clasher making the huge run, coming in on the loser side on day 2, and then getting all the way to top 3.
And of course, one of the most exciting parts of this new season is the meta change. So let's look at day 2 usage, because the 2 top Pokemon from day number 1 fell off a cliff. Dunsparce and Clodsire were over 50% day number 1. They're 18.8% in day number 2. Have you ever seen that before?
I don't think we saw any Dunsparce on stream all of day 2. Yeah, it completely fell off. I think Balk had it on his team still, but we really didn't see it at all. And while Dunsparce does have really good coverage just from a ground and rock perspective, it really didn't show up at all here in day 2.
Yeah, those 2 poison types, Shadow Drapion and the Toxapex, and of course, Azumarill jumped up in usage day number 2, and then Malamar, I think, could be the strongest Pokemon. It's probably between Shadow Drapion and Malamar. Maybe Shadow Kanto Marowak is making a debate, but what did we think was going to be the strongest Pokemon coming into the tournament? Let's look at these caster predictions just to see how wrong we were as casters. But look at me and Wholesome had Malamar as number 1, and that was number 1 in day 2 usage. We did pretty good, man.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And you know what, I will say Chestnut didn't turn out so well, didn't really see it very often. I'm very confident that Malamar, Shadow Drapion, I think we had some really good play from that Diggersby as well, but I really like Soph's pick on that Ariados as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw a lot of great play from Ariados from trainers like Rise. It's just so spammy and has a lot of great coverage for Pokemon. You know, really doesn't get walled by anything other than those, of course, those rare steel types unless you're playing Arrow, and maybe the rare Typhlosion if you're playing Arrow as well.
Yeah, hey, Ariados, it wasn't very popular coming into day number 2, but as the tournament progressed, it was so strong, so hard to deal with, good against Shadow Drapion as well. So maybe it can take the title as the best poison type, but we have more tournaments with this meta. And of course, we have an international championship coming up really soon in Sao Paulo. And a lot of these trainers are actually going to be competing at this international championship because there is actually a cutoff after this Sao Paulo International Championship in terms of travel reward for the European International Championship. So that's kind of top of mind of a lot of these top trainers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for those trainers that are trying to secure that travel award, I mean, what better way than to just, travel south and go to Sao Paulo and try and earn some additional championship points there. And you know what? It's just a great opportunity because when you look at this season, when you know that you need to be in the top 75 or the top 50, you really need to be getting championship points throughout the season. Unless you're getting that tournament win, you really need to be getting points throughout the entire season and not just maybe backloaded at the end.
Yeah, and you can get some of those points, and Lille is the next European regional coming up really soon, October 19th. So that's actually going to be the next thing on this channel. So make sure to be there for that. And of course, we just talked about it. It is the Latin American International Championships. It's going to be November 15th to November 17th. It's already over 200 competitors. It might max out as well. That is going to be absolutely hype. one more though. We do have, what is our next North American event, Soph?
That's going to be the Sacramento Regional Championship. Actually, I think some of us on this couch might be competing there, but that is, again, going to be after LAIC, which means it's after the cutoff for championship points that you can earn towards that EUIC Travel Award, which is going to be kind of a critical period, although it still will be played in this current meta.
Talking about competing, actually, this isn't on the script, but I want to talk about this for a second. We made some pumpkins here, and we are going to be competing. I actually just want to hear what you say in the chat, because this is one of the pumpkins right here. Actually, I have to say who it is. This is my pumpkin right here. This is 2-0 Butters, and then, yeah, there it is. Good close-up here. Oh, wait, let's turn it this way. Oh, wow, beautiful.
It's impressive.
Is there a Pokemon in there? Oh, look at that little cute guy. Wow. What
high effort, Butters.
Yeah, what a pumpkin. Well done. And then up next, we have actually Caleb's pumpkin here, too. Caleb Pang made this pumpkin. It looks very good. I love the smile. It's well done. A little scratched up, but it works. It worked out great. And then lastly, we have one last pumpkin. High effort, high energy. You know, this is wholesome underscores.
Look, I'm more of a cookie master, we can say. I don't know that pumpkin carving is necessarily my forte. I had to run over to the grand finals. Didn't necessarily have all the time in the world, but I did my best.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you did do your best. And actually, a ghost-type Pokemon stole Soph's pumpkin, so she is actually not on the list for this competition. So it's going to be between me, Caleb, and wholesome underscore. Let us know what you think. You can also let us know on social media. Our social media is, of course, #PlayPokemon on X, and it's going to be /Pokemon for YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Make sure to follow all the channels. We're about to send it off here, but before we go, this was such an amazing tournament. Do you have any last thoughts, Soph?
I mean, it was just such an incredibly stacked tournament. I think Wholesome said it best. He said this is, you know, pretty much everything that we want to see in a regional championship. Really close games, really high-level plays, really top competitors. So I'm just really glad that we were all able to experience it together.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I would love to go through the entire top 8 at this point and just individually say just how proud I am of everyone. But for the top 3, Nighttime Clasher coming back here in the United States after spending a lot of time in Europe, proving that he can compete with the best of the best here in NA. For Arrow, yet another notch on his belt here for second place. I know that this is only going to make him more hungry to go win a regional at some point. But Lyle Jeffs, 3 eyes to his name and 3 championships to his name now as well. Congratulations, Lyle. That Shadow Kanto Marowak, they were not ready.
Yeah, they were not ready. Congratulations to all the trainers. What an epic event. Felt like an international championship. I can't wait to see what the European take is on the meta. We're going to see that in Lille real soon. But we're out of here, and we will see you in Lille.
Game 4. You are so lucky. I cannot slightly leave that down. No, you cannot, sir. Did you let it go? Yeah. Let's go! GG's. My mind is so focused on this right now.
It's all good. I was just the same way.
Good luck, dude.
Good luck. Well played.
GG's, man. I thought you'd try to catch.